Hello. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Right, are you at Calder Rose right now, are you? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, luckily, I think it worked for me. Yeah, it did, yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, it does that. The autopilot will still work. But I also have it backed up with a program called Little Nav Map, so I can follow the waypoints as well. Hi, Holla. How's it going? Yeah, I haven't got it turned on right now. It's on the head, and all I need to do is just plug it in. But I'll once we get on the way, I just don't want to be moving my head around and having the screen swing around loads while I'm on the ground. This is going to be mildly hilarious, doing 20 hours solid. I'm not sure whether yeah, we'll have to see. Hello, Tanelis. Good morning. It's... Well, yeah, it probably is good morning where you are, isn't it? It's definitely... It's 2 PM here. I've got one person coming to... on the... at least some part of the leg of this. Wyvern. He's just loading in right now. 9 AM. Yeah, 5 hours. That's East Coast, isn't it? Sort of New York, Pennsylvania. My time zones in the US are pretty dreadful. They should be a lot better. Being a part of this group for the last 3 months. 4 months. Do you know what? I can't hear any sound, which is worrying. Oh, that'll be why. There we go. Let's just make sure everything's... Let's just make sure. There we go, that should be the desktop audio. I'm checking everything this time. Yeah, we found this. I found this random error the other day. I don't know. There's probably other people that found it, but we noticed it quite a lot on Wednesday. It wasn't like after the update. Randomly, the plans will fail to load in the Garmin, but also you'd be halfway through the flight and then they'll disappear as well, and that's annoying.
I mean, do you have the... because there's a mod you can get for it as well, isn't there? Do you have that?
Which... What
for? The Garmin systems.
No, I haven't touched any of that yet. Mainly because I don't want to introduce any more problems. Like, I'm just trying to... Like, after this, I've used loads of them. There's the working title thing.
Yeah, that's what I've got right now.
But they've just announced that they're now employed by Microsoft and Asobo.
Alright, okay.
So all of their work is now going to be a part of the base game. So that entire team is working for Asobo now, which is quite cool. Let's just make sure everything works. Okay. Okay, I got full fuel. I've got to remember to got to remember to swap fuel tanks on this.
Yeah, I did a flight yesterday, and I just completely forgot about the fuel tanks. And I kept trimming it out, and then
Yeah, it's but this is like I'm at the sort of limit of endurance of this aircraft, as I want to make sure that, like, I don't want to. The problem is this aircraft won't start if you're on the right hand side fuel tank.
Oh really?
So if you get the aircraft started and then switch it to right hand side, you can deplete that tank completely, and then that's how I've been doing it. I mean, there's a balance and trim issue, but I'm going to, if you're loaded in, I'm going to get a move on, because it's going to, like, this trip's going to take me 20 plus hours anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm loaded in. I'm at the end of runway 29.
Are you, what's your name in game?
It's Blur Wyvern or something like that, because my other name was taken.
I don't see you on North European servers.
Yes, I should be.
I don't see you just yet. Because I'm at 29. Oh, maybe you've spawned in me. Bear with me. I'll just move. I'll roll forward.
What about now?
No, negative. Did you swap servers quickly? Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Well, if it's going to load, it'll load in the next couple of minutes. I'm just at the end of 2.9 as well. I just wanted to make sure I haven't. Oh, there you are. I see you. Yep.
Oh yeah, I see you over there. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get in the air then. There's no point in delaying this any further.
Right, you take off and I'll come right behind you then.
No worries. Or is it gonna? Okay. Okay. Let's just get the autopilot straight in. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday I did Manchester to Blackpool, and that already took quite a while.
Yeah. Now I've flight planned the entire coast of the UK, so. Oh, really?
BR1 Bravo Romeo 1 acknowledge last transmission.
For the content, for the content, yeah. I've never done, like, I've done long haul flights and stuff. I've never done one in a Cub, and I figured it was about time. And then, you know, if I stream it, because I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. I've got the entire thing. Like, I don't have to like, record the video at all. I've no interest in doing, like, the affiliate thing on Twitch, because the moment I click that, then A, I'm not allowed to stream to YouTube at the same time. There's like an exclusivity clause. I know a lot of people do and ignore that anyway, but it's just not something I'm willing to do. And it immediately starts displaying adverts on my stream, and I don't like adverts. Like, if I can avoid them, I will. So I don't really want to subject anybody else to them. And you don't make any. It's not like as a streamer, like, with like 12 viewers, I'm not going to make any money out of that. So there's no point. All it does is irritate people who watch. So I'm not doing this for the money.
Yeah, I mean, like in the last few years, YouTube and stuff just flooded with adverts compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, it's so bad, and I just don't want to add to that. Like, if I can create something that is cool and people want to watch it, then great. But I don't want to keep subjecting stuff to people. That's why. Let's get this. Let's get this trimmed down a little bit for. Around.
I've got the
8-ish
ATC
gallons
yelling at me.
Yeah, so have I. what I normally do is let the AI handle it, but they keep on having a conversation for ages. And like every time you go into a new airspace, the AI will contact that new airspace, and you'll get that annoying back and forward conversation that's of no use. So if nobody's aware of what I'm actually doing here, I've started from Culdrose, which is a RAF station, right at the southernmost tip of the UK, right next to Land's End, which is LND, just to the right. And I will be passing that point again. Well, with any luck, in about sort of 19 and a half hours. But I'm going to travel like super low. The highest coastline in the UK is approximately 800 feet. But I'm going to fly the entire coastline of Great Britain, not including Ireland, and avoiding some of the Scottish islands. 500. So it's about 2,400 miles in total. And my first landing airport is Lyd in Kent. But I want to fly nice and low so I get the view of the nice countryside. If I'm going to do this, then I might as well. On air. No, let me just unplug this thing for a second. When we come to some more interesting. I'll try not to turn the autopilot off. No, I started a virtual airline for the Bushrats. For our little flying group, just to see if anybody else wanted to sort of do anything like that. And all the sort of virtual airlines are sort of set up for big flying aluminium tubes that fly at 30,000+ feet, and there's nothing really that suitable for sort of the bush flying community, or wasn't anything suitable for the bush flying community until like programs like NeoFly, which is pretty much dedicated to bush flying. And the moment that becomes proper multiplayer, it has some way of trading the missions between a bunch of pilots, or allowing like 4 or 5 pilots to do the same mission. Then there isn't really anything suitable for the way sort of our group plays it. And I really want to do, like, the NeoFly is brilliant by itself as a single player. It's a lot of fun, but it's not like it's kind of not ready. I believe they've said they're going to put multiplayer in it, but I don't know when. There is like a multiplayer mod that we tested out for a little while, but all that does is it doesn't have like a centralized database for like a guild or a company earning. All it does is centralize the mission database, so you can do it sort of. You're earning the money for your own single player character, but you can do it with another person while they're playing on their own single player character. It basically just all it does is synchronizes the missions that are available. I'll have what's it on air like then? Is it the sort of virtual airline type thing? I have heard about it, but I can't say I've like had any experience with it or anything like that. Unless I'm getting the wrong end of the stick, and that is exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, do you know why? There we go. It's because I had my mouse cursor over it, but it's not. OBS is not set up to capture the mouse cursor, so it was going back and forward, because that's where the last known position of the mouse was, while my cursor was on another desktop. So apologies. Let's have an actual look to see where Wyvern's literally right behind me. That is wonderful. Look at that.
Yeah, it took me a while to catch up with you, but
yeah,
I've been behind you for about a minute now.
I forgot that I was basically, when I took off, I left it on full throttle and I hadn't trimmed the aircraft out for cruise or anything. So it was so we are coming up to St Austell. And that was the very first leg, the 9.3 mile first leg of this stupidly long. Yeah, that's what I thought today. It's not like if you play Neofly, it's a lot of fun because you can build up and build your own little fleet and stuff. And the very moment they make that multiplayer with, like, as a company you can buy the aircraft and then all your pilots can just use them to complete the missions. The only other one we tested was FS Airlines, and if you go on there, there is still, like, the only problem with it is that there's like it's a subscription fee to create a company, so at least one person has to pay up. But you can basically create your own routes on that. You can do little bush strips, 2 little bush strips, but there's no sort of random nature to it. You actually have to go in there and spend some time creating all the flights. And while I created probably 10 or 15 of them, I don't think anybody else was interested, and we created a group in our Discord, and there was only 2 or 3 people that were even vaguely interested in it, and kind of gave up. I think everyone's more interested in the sort of casual nature of Neofly, and I like that as well. Kind of that the sort of because it can generate random flights for you. We finished our first leg. Nice. I really wish it wouldn't. It would stay zoomed out, little nav map. It depends on your altitude. It does it just on air does sound like FS Airlines quite a lot. You can do that. You start off, I think, in FS Airlines with 30 million, and you can buy a whole ton of aircraft with that. You can buy second-hand. Actually, on that website there's a second-hand market for aircraft. So once Virtual Airlines finish with their fleet, for instance, or upgrading their fleet to larger aircraft, they can resell at a lower price all their old second-hand aircraft, and you can buy them. And we did that with a whole bunch of caravans, and but nobody had bought Cubs. There was no Cubs on the second-hand market. It just wasn't a thing that happened in FS Airlines. It was mostly just sort of the big aluminium tubes. Well, I love that kind of thing. I love the way they add stuff like that. It just, apart from Neofly, there isn't really anything suitable for sort of bush planes. And I'm really looking forward to them making Neofly multiplayer, because that will 100%. I will immediately start up a guild for us in the Discord, and I want the largest bush flying company on the planet on Neofly. That'd just be hilarious. Where are we? This is Wyvern's first flight on the Discord as well. And there's only 2 of us because I'm starting at 2 PM, and quite a lot of the guys who fly with us are from the US. And it's a Friday, so it's still part of the working week, and so there's a lot of people that can't join us. but I'm hoping as the day progresses, we'll get a few people, even for a short time.
Yeah, this is literally the first flight I've ever like done with another person.
Oh, really? You're missing.
Yeah.
You're missing out, mate. Honestly, tomorrow, like after this is done, which I'm hoping is going to be like a reasonable hour tomorrow morning, so I can at least get some sleep. At 8 p.m. tomorrow, we do a group flight that normally lasts about 3 hours. And one of the guys, one of the OGs of the group, North Coaster, is the one organising this flight. And we're doing it in Kodiak, which is like, it's all going to be float planes, and he's put links to, like, you can use like the Grumman Goose or any of the float planes that are available. And we're doing, like, he's got a full tailored flight plan together in through like a bunch of different locations. We fly around and land in different spots and just check out the cool terrain and stuff.
Yeah, that seems pretty cool. Because I mean, like, I don't know if you've seen like people on YouTube like Trent Palmer and stuff with like the kit boxes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's the main reason I set up the Discord and the Reddit page about 2 or 3 days after Flight Sim came out, because I realised it was so good for this kind of flying. And nothing came of it, and I kind of just left it. And then North Coaster on Reddit messaged me and said, "Are we going to do a group flight then, or what?" So we just did one, and I think 10 people joined us the first time we did it. We just did a flight in, I think it was Idaho or somewhere around there. And the next week I think we had 12 people. The next weekend of that we have like 15 people. It just kept growing and growing and growing. And it's been really cool to have like a whole bunch of people, like, and we've done some absolutely brilliant trips. Like one of the other guys who joined the first day was a guy called Big Lanky. We've got a website now because of him. So we've got a Discord with nearly 300 people in it. We've got a Reddit page. We've got a website that's got all of our bush flying groups, all of our bush flying trips logged, with all the details and flight plans and screenshots from all the events. And that's been really cool. Just having this sort of this big community sort of just grow up out of nowhere. And there is already like a couple of other bush flying communities. There's like groups like Bush League Legends, the ones who create all. The guy, I think he's one of the founders of that. Is the guy who's created all the Tundra, all the XCub mods and cargo mods and float plane and the NXCub. But from what I've seen, they do things just slightly differently than we do. They cater to a sort of different person than we do, and we just like to fly around and land and dick about and sim, and it's a lot of fun. And we've got members of our group that are members of both, and we try not to step on their toes, and I hope they would do the same for us.
Yeah, and I mean, especially after the UK update.
Oh yeah.
It's so much better for like doing this kind of flying.
Yeah, like from the very start, we've been basically in Alaska, in Canada, BC in Canada, and like Idaho, Colorado, all of those places. But we've done. We've got like guys who've made scenery for us now. So we've got, like, I made one in a place called Riggins, Idaho. So that was the very first the bush rats field. And then another guy made one for New Zealand. He's made one for Austria. And like Mojo Mike's come up with these absolutely amazing flight plans, like round New Zealand, and created scenery for them. And like his flights, like he set the bar when he's done his flights. Absolutely incredible. He spends ages sort of plotting them out and getting the perfect flight plans. And but tomorrow's one should be really good as well, because North Coast has sort of done he's done he's timed it with the weather and like time of day to get like sunsets, so we're flying into certain areas, and so that should be really good.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
kind of like how you would be doing it in real life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's that's the exact reason we set it up. It's we immediately just we made ourselves a home base, so it wasn't really that much of a home base. Oh wow, this is cool.
You know, like
Where are we? Where
almost
are we?
like a valley.
Yeah, what's up? The Coons. That's very cool. Talon Bay. This is why I'm glad the autopilot's flying it for me. Because I can have a look around and actually sort of...
See, I'm hand flying, but I've got a D-line clip like Track IR.
Oh yeah, I've got a homemade Track IR. It's not actually connected at the moment because I'm chatting and looking from screen to screen. I don't want the I don't want it to swing around all the time. Let me just... I did put it on. I did put it on live weather, I think. But I'm not going to. It was the whole point was it was supposed to start at the morning because it was. I want to see as much of the UK coastline as I can in the flight, and I've got a horrible feeling that if I use live time, by the time it gets to about 3 AM, I'm going to start falling asleep.
I mean, I've got it. I think I've got it set clear skies, but I've got it on live time.
Yeah, I did. I've got it on clear skies just because I want to see the UK coastline, and the weather in the UK is not pretty at the moment.
That's cool. That
Yeah.
off to the left.
Yeah. Oh, that is. A lot of these places look really good from this height. Let's see if I can trim this aircraft out just a little more. Why am I sort of tilted over to one side? That's got something to do with the tracker, I bet you. Let's try and get it under about 8 gallons an hour. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's about 8 gallons an hour. Let's check the fuel. This is the Cub with the. It's got the fuel bladder in the in the cargo pod. So at this rate, I should have an endurance of about 6 hours. Yeah, to not. I didn't see your last comment there. The one passenger thing. Having the cargo in the home, but like that's how we set up Neofly. So we picked, that's how I set up FS Airlines. So I had not quite it wasn't quite like a bush strip. It was like a regional field, and everywhere around this regional field was mountains. I'll tell you what, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to increase the my height just to another 100 feet.
I'm honestly surprised how well I'm doing, like staying
Yeah,
pretty well behind you without using autopilot.
that's good. It's I like doing that with when someone's got autopilot on. You know, there's going to be no real sudden movements. There's going to be nice smooth turns, and there's not going to be too many. It's going to stay at the correct altitude. So, I tell you what, let's get that. Just bring that back down to 8 gallons an hour. So 40 gallons plus another 20 gallons in the belly. That technically should give me around 7 hours of endurance. But I don't think I'm going to need it. I think the longest leg is like maybe 4. Oh, this is great. And 111 knots is about 123-ish mile an hour. And I've got a bit of a tailwind at the moment, which is quite nice.
You ever had any chance to do anything like this, like in a real life?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. Like the closest I've come to bush flying has been in the back of an army helicopter. That's about it. I would love to. There's no scope for it in the UK really, though, is there? You can't.
Not really.
There's not. I mean, I suppose you could, but there's not that many places that are not under like sort of air traffic control.
Yeah, and the amount of different people you'd ask for permissions and stuff.
Yeah, just
so much effort. Because like America and Alaska and stuff, you can just land anywhere because most of it's uncontrolled.
Yeah, that's it. We're going to be making a turn to the left in a second, if we haven't already. The autopilot's doing a really solid job of keeping this on track. I'm really like, because I didn't test this too thoroughly, and these legs are quite short, about sort of anywhere between sort of 1 and 10 miles. The UK coastline looks quite incredible in this.
Yeah, it does. I mean, most of the flying I've done around my local area.
Yeah.
And ever since the update, it's just changed it so much that you didn't think it would make that much of a difference, and it has done.
Yeah, they've done, like, originally where my house is on a hill, so the road and my house are all on a slope, so it looked really weird and you couldn't land. But now with the photogrammetry update, everything's flat now, as it's supposed to be. So my house is still on a hill, but I can land on the road outside my house. I really should have planned a waypoint to go in and around there, shouldn't I? That would have been quite cool.
Could still double back and do it.
Oh no. Like this trip is literally, well, if you just go waypoint to waypoint without refueling, it's 18 hours and 47 minutes at 115 knots, 110 knots. So, wonderful. Back up there. I'm so happy that they redid the photogrammetry in the UK because it looks so good.
Yeah, it does.
Like, it's just, I think it's the perfect height to view it from as well.
I just realised that when I restarted, I forgot to fill the tanks up full, so I'm on about half fuel right now.
No worries. Yeah, our bush flights are normally a little bit more. They're a little bit different than this. This is, I'm not going to be landing anywhere other than sort of predefined refueling spots. But our bush flights, we just we land anywhere we like, basically, and do a proper bush flight.
Did you say you're doing one tomorrow night?
Yes, we are 8 p.m. So if you it'll be in the event chat, the same one we're in right now. So there should be a few more of us for that. But you're more than welcome to join.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm going to be staying for the whole 20 hours of this.
No, I wouldn't expect you to. No worries. Now, if you want to sort of like drop in later on, or like, yeah, feel free. If you add me in game, then you'd be able to spawn wherever I am.
Ah, okay, cool. One of your stops is actually an airport pretty close to my hometown, so.
What, EGGP?
Nah, EGNJ.
Oh, Humberside?
Yeah. I've flown out of there a couple of times on a Embraer jet.
Oh, nice. Oh, Flyby?
No, KLM.
KLM, oh. Hello, I'm not doing a song and a dance. A, I can't dance. B, if I sing, I'm technically in breach of some copyright. So, and C, I can't sing as well. And the music that I listen to, a lot of people tend to not like it because it's of the heavier variety.
What kind of music?
I like metal. I'm a metalhead. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like other types of music as well, but that's my primary genre of music that I would listen to.
What kind of bands you into?
At the moment, well, it's been like there's the same old gold standards of metal, like Slayer and like American Head Charge, you know, obviously Metallica. But at the moment, my favourite metal band is Gojira.
I'm guessing you've heard their new song.
Yeah, it's okay. Like I really like, but I don't know. I was kind of expecting something else from it. I haven't listened to it enough for it to grow on me, and it probably will. But it's really good. I can't remember what was its name for all.
Born for One Thing, I think.
All of them. For all us. Yeah, I don't know why I got it in my head. Yeah, I've got a Gojira t-shirt on actually right now. Oh yes. I did the waypoint here properly, so when I spotted an island on the map, I threaded the waypoints through the islands. So that's pretty cool. That's very cool. Even the sea masking works to a certain extent though.
Yeah, do you? I don't know why I haven't really flown in America much.
No?
Or any of the like places in the trailer where they say like is the best scenery.
Oh,
I just
well,
haven't done it yet.
You'll get a chance to tomorrow, man. If you join tomorrow, we're in Kodiak, which is in Alaska, I think. Kodiak, which is right up north. We do frequent trips in the US because there's so much stuff in the US to fly through. We do just like if you want to do a group flight at any point during the week and you're free, hop into the Discord and there's like we've got a looking for wing group and there's normally somebody that's willing to fly. And then just pick or ask Well, look at the website. We've got loads of previous plans and all flight plans. Flight plans should be there for most of them. But the group flights are normally quite good fun. They're fairly loose and casual.
Yeah, because I mean, I've got about 200 hours in this, and I've just never flown with someone else. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. You've just got to find the sort of, you got to find the right market for it, like the right group of people. They're it's a bit yeah. There's no easy way to contact. Well, there is no way to contact anybody in game. So
Yeah.
You've got to sort of just live with it. But the only other way is like to like, the reason I started streaming this is because it advertised our flying group, and there's a couple of other guys who stream in the group as well. As big lanky, and just us streaming has probably brought in about, I'd say about 60-65 people that sort of regularly fly now. I mean, the last we had a group flight on Wednesday, pardon me, and we only had, I think we only had about seven or eight people this week, because Wednesday's a bit of a weird time. It's like midnight in the UK. It's supposed to suit more the US. Oh, nice, North. How's it going? North Coast is in the Twitch stream, by the way, as well. But he's made us a bunch of liveries. So the livery I'm using on the Cub right now is one of the ones he's done.
Oh yeah, when I was looking at the liveries that I've got now, I'd seen there's a Bush Rats livery pack.
Yeah, that's by North Coaster. Where's my pen? I've got a pen here somewhere. Sorry for the crotch cam. There it is. I don't know whether you can hear that or see that. So let's have a zoom out on the nav map and see where we are. Okay, we're a decent distance. I mean, looking at it, and this is the first leg of 6, and I've gone. Yeah, it's, I keep zooming out. I'm not gonna. Oh, it says hi. It says hi, North. Well, I've got two big lights in front of me. They're just whiting it out. Oh, right, I'll check that out in a minute. Oh, that's not. I like that. Goods, business trip, medical transportation. That's a cool idea. Well, I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check that out. I've got a good old cup of tea here that I'm not drinking. Got to stay hydrated.
The amount of times I forget about it, it just goes cold.
What's that?
The amount of times I forget that I've made myself some tea and it goes cold.
Yeah, I know. I've had it sit. It's been sat there since I started this stream, and that was 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes, nearly an hour ago. But luckily, it's a massive cup, so it stays warm for longer.
I mean, my dad microwaves his tea if it goes cold.
Oh no, hateful! Why would you do that? No, I don't agree with that. It turns the milk. Like I've got like you know like it's a UK thing, right? But there's this thing called the Sports Direct mug.
Yeah, I've got one.
It's basically a mug that is like twice the normal size of a normal everyday mug. It's probably more than that, but the mug I've got here is bigger than a Sports Direct mug. So if you've never seen the Sports Direct mug, there's probably a similar thing like in the US, I imagine, like a big gulp. It's like a giant mug that you can have I don't think you're allowed to drink coffee in it though. I think it's against the law here. Where are we? Where are we coming up to? Slapton Ley. I have never even heard of that place before. You learn something every day.
I think the only place that I've actually heard of on the south coast of England is Brighton.
Oh, Dartmouth's coming up. I know Dartmouth. Paynton. Newton Abbey. Yeah. The next big town we're passing with the with the river going into it is Dartmouth. Is it a river? Yeah. To the right turn. Autopilot's doing a really solid job of keeping this thing level. A lot of people out today as well. Wyvern's doing a solid job of keeping up with me manually flying while I'm just allowing the electronics to take care of everything. We're just coming up to... Sorry, go on.
I was just saying it makes it a bit more interesting than just letting the plane do it.
Yeah, I'm saving myself though. Like it's a long flight, so...
Wait, I can imagine for you hand flying 20 hours.
Yeah, I've done like I've hand flew for like 4 or 5 hours, and that's by the end of the 5th hour you're like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to create a flight plan next time. And I did this time because I want to appreciate the effort that has gone into building this sim, and if I was to be hand flying it the whole time, I wouldn't get to appreciate it as much. The same with flying at 35,000 feet.
I think most people on this use like the A320 because of the fly-by-wire mod.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But then you miss pretty much everything.
Yeah, I love flying like that. Big complicated airliners is fantastic, but I still believe, at least for the moment, that the flight sim's greatest strength is the VFR. The VFR flying.
Yeah.
And
I mean, look at
it.
Like
it's incredible.
I mean, like X-plane and stuff had nowhere near as much.
No, precisely.
Scenery and stuff. Even with Orbex and stuff, it was nowhere near.
Yeah, I mean, even with £2,000 worth of payware on top of it, it was nowhere near this. I mean, you get beautifully designed airfields, which I suppose it's kind of all you really need if you're flying airliners. You don't really see the ground around it too much, but you spend a lot of time in the airfield, and then you spend a lot of time sort of in the flight levels.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're flying IFR and airliners and stuff, then obviously X-plane's ahead for that. But again, it's been out a lot longer.
Yeah.
People haven't had the chance.
That won't go away for a few years yet because of the amount of money people have spent on X-plane and on P3D and FSX. The amount of money
exactly,
people have spent on payware, they're just not going to abandon it that fast. So that's going to carry on going for years.
I mean, the amount of people hating on Microsoft and stuff for the fact that the planes that they put in aren't study level, but neither was the planes in X-Planes, so...
And no, neither were the planes in FSX. Like, it's always been up to the third-party community to be able to sort of fulfill that role. Those people who really, it's like a proper labour of love for them. And I kind of think that's how it should be, in a way. Like, if some guy wants to spend that much time building like an incredible sim level, like full aircraft, then he should be paid for his effort as well. It shouldn't be like, I wouldn't want a Sobo to spend all their time making one aircraft incredible every 3 months, or it'd probably be longer than that. Like, I want them to make the base game, make everything as good as it is, and just allow compatibility for people to add their own stuff like every other flight sim's been. And I think they're doing a good job, apart from messing up occasionally, bugs. But it's, nowadays it's kind of just going to happen. Like, the complexity level of games, it's unavoidable.
I mean, they're doing better than Cyberpunk on the bug level.
yeah, I suppose they are. I think it's slightly different. I think for flight sim, for the people who traditionally would pay for a flight sim of this quality, not like some sort of arcadey thing like what's the one that was on the PlayStation for so long, that arcadey type. The people who would traditionally buy a game like this are not. They're a little older. They like their simulators. There's going to be, so they're a little bit more mature, generally speaking. Not in every case, but they've got the extra money that they can spend. It's different. It caters to a different audience. This. Let's see. Okay, so the flight plan has actually disappeared off my map. Let's go in the cockpit and see. It's in the Garmin still. It does not exist on the VFR map. Unless I do that. Oh, because I was in the wrong place and the tracking wasn't there. Never mind. Ignore me. North Europe server to Alice, yeah. You've got to try out a few more servers. The only reason our group uses the North Europe ones is because it's got nothing to do with ping or anything like that. It's been the one that's been the most reliable. Like, every single time we've tried to use, or every time we've used other servers, we've had a few problems, and then we just go back to North Europe server and it works. It just, I don't know whether that's superstition. It's probably mostly superstition at this point. So this is how far I am round. I started off at Culdrose, which is by Land's End, and on this trip all the way around the UK I've got this far. Oh. Oh man, I don't know what I've got myself into.
At least you're not doing the coast of America.
Do you know what? I reckon if you went down the west coast, that would be about the same distance as well. Maybe a little longer. So I think that might have to be the next one that I do. That'd be quite interesting. I'd like to do the east coast actually. I'll have to see. I'll have to see how that is. There we go. Okay. Ooh.
He just disappeared from your club, didn't he?
Am I back? Do you see me? Oh, yeah, everyone's disappeared. I think the server's having a bit of a... just after I say that the North Europe server doesn't give us any problems, if you give it a second, it should reload again. It does that every now and again. In fact,
Now I've got to rely on the actual flight plan to...
yeah. Stand by. I'll just I'll swap servers. North Europe. There we go. If you give it a few seconds, it should load back up. Should start seeing people popping back in. There's one. Yeah, there we go. Don't see you yet. Oh, there you are. You popped in and then disappeared again. I did see you for a split second there. It's always a way to know us. The moment I badmouth something, or the moment I try and pay a compliment to something, it screws me. There you go. I see you now. Not that far away, considering. So where are we actually coming up to? Let's have a look. Exeter. Of course we are. Exeter was the base for Flybe, a now defunct British airline. I remember when they used to be called Jersey European, you know.
Yeah, there used to be a plane at Humberside that still had that livery.
Yeah, they had they just did flights from Jersey, and then they started taking flights to other places, and they used to come to the Isle of Man. When I worked there, when I lived there, and then no, sorry, it wasn't Jersey European then. And then they changed their name to British European, and then it went to Fly British European, and then Fly BE or Fly B. The more you know. Well, there's loads of airlines from back in the day that have changed their name and are operating under a different name now, but still use the same call sign. So Flybe used to use the call sign Jersey, so the Jersey in their flight number. Jet 2 used Chanex, which is because they used to be called Channel Express, and that's Jet 2's a massive sort of budget package holiday and budget carrier in the UK. Oh, look at that! The building generation there looks perfect. Like from this distance, it's just spot on.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like any closer, you'd start realising there was a few problems with it. But like just off into the distance, and the Exeter in the distance, and the golf club over here on the hill. I'm going to be turning in now. Look. Oh, Volcan, you know what? Actually, I'm pretty sure I know what the issue is with your thing. I was having the same problem with flight plans in this in the VFR map, and the Garmin software is. Why is my? Okay then, looks like we're going for a quick detour over land here. I must have done like accidentally clicked a VOR that was close to a GPS waypoint, so it's just taking us inland a little bit. Okay, it's not strictly speaking supposed to be going this way, but we're still quite close to the coast. I must have just, when I was making the flight plan in Sky Vector, I must have accidentally clicked a VOR and accidentally added it as a. It's no big deal. Get to go over Newton Poppleford, which is a completely ridiculous name. KOXOD. Yep. Do you know what? I'm going to have to climb a little bit, aren't I? I think we're going to have to go up a little.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit higher off to the right, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm just, I'm going to. Let's get some of that. It should start turning to the right any second now. I really love the cockpit of an XCub. Nice and simple. Few switches, big screen, controls. Yeah, I'm going to, as soon as we clear this and get back to the coast, I'm going to drop it back down to 800 feet. See what we can see. Branscombe Airfield. this town is called. So I've got Wyvern behind me.
I lost you a bit on that turn. But
yeah, sorry. That's my fault. I should have. Like there's bound to be a few little mistakes in the flight plan. I checked it like 6 or 7 times, but it took so long to build the original one before I found out it didn't actually work. Because you can't have 600 plus waypoints in a flight plan on Flight Simulator without absolutely tanking the performance. Like it drops the performance of the sim down to about between 9 and 10 FPS because of a way that the sim simulates the Garmin and the flight, the nav maps and stuff.
Yeah.
It uses a separate piece of software by a company called Coherent GT, and it's used in loads of games. But you know, when it's got to try and draw 600 waypoints, 50 times a second, it doesn't really like doing that. So just the sim gets limited by that, and I was getting that Coherent GT draw limit on the. It took me a while to figure out what it was actually causing it before I realised it was the flight plan, because I just thought it was the new update that caused it.
To be honest, if anything, after the new update, the frame rate's got a bit better, even though they've overhauled the UK.
I haven't noticed a huge increase in performance. Let's speed go down, drop the speed back down again, because we don't need to be burning 12 gallons of fuel an hour. That will not allow us to get to lid. Check. I'm going to swap fuel tanks now. I'm slowly descending. So the idea was to get it to around 8 gallons an hour. Let's drop the RPM.
There have been a few areas I've noticed I've landed in a field and all of a sudden 2 FPS.
Yeah. But did you our group, we set up a Wednesday flight to go through London the day after the sim update, the world update for UK, and we tried, like, I think it was 12 or 15 of us flooding into Heathrow with bush planes and flying through the centre of London, and you could really tell who the rich guys were, getting 20 FPS in the middle of London when the rest of us were getting like anywhere between 10 and 15.
Yeah.
Like the guys who managed to get themselves a 30 series graphics card were, it was evident. To be honest, the moment they become properly available again and go down to not a ridiculous price, I'm going to buy a 3070. A 3070 in the UK is supposed to be £479. A 3080 is supposed to be £649. And people are selling them for £1,200–1,300 in the UK, which is what, $1,700–1,800, which is insane.
I mean, if you've got £1,300 to spend on a 3070, you might as well wait until the 3090 is back in stock.
Yeah. Like I can't say I'm annoyed. Well, I'm annoyed about the whole scalping thing, but I can't. Can I really be that annoyed? Really? Like I'm not going to spend that kind of money on it. And if you're willing to spend that kind of money on it, then that's your fault. That's your problem. Oh, we've got a randomer. Nice.
At the end of the day, something's only worth whatever you're willing to spend on
Yeah,
it. So
and
if you're willing to spend,
if someone's willing to spend £1,200 on a GPU that's only worth a quarter of that, then fine. That's theirs. That's totally up to them.
just don't be mad when you only get about 200 or 300 quid later on when you sell it to upgrade.
Yep. Yep. I think part of the reason I want to be mad at them is I wish I was in a position to be able to do that myself. Like, I wish I could make a few quid on, you know. One of my friends is doing it. Well, a couple of my friends are doing it. One of them managed to get hold of about 10 3070s. But he's not like totally destroying people like on this. He's not. I mean, he's still technically scalping, but at the same time, he's kind of not. He's just like he's seen the demand and he's increased the price a little bit, but he's not charging £1,000 for a 3070. Like, I think he's getting them for, or basically their retail price, and adding £100 to them. So I'm not too much of a problem with that.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
it's not completely over the top pricing.
I mean, 100 quid extra. Some of the custom variants are more than that, so.
Yeah. I just want a Founders Edition. I just want a 3070. That's all I want. I don't need or want a. Well, obviously I'd love a 3090 or a 3080 Ti. That'd be great. But nor can I can't afford either of them. I can't afford a 3070 right now, to be honest. I would love one. I would love a 3080. It would allow me to do like really, really nice videos. But nice. That is a really cool paint job on that aircraft as well. I like that.
What graphics card are you running at the minute?
2070.
A 2070?
Yeah.
See, I went from 1050 Ti, but one of the low profile versions.
Yeah.
Because I got like a old HP desktop.
Yeah.
And put a graphics card in it.
Oh, nice. What processor's in it?
It was a Intel i5.
Okay. Doable. Easy peasy.
Yeah. But then I managed to upgrade to a like proper custom built PC.
Oh yeah.
With a Ryzen 3600 in it.
Yeah.
And I got a GTX 1070.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good graphics card. That'll be fine for at least another couple of years for most stuff. I don't like for the last 10 years or so, like maybe a little longer than that, 11, 12, probably 12 years ago now, the very first I spent £1,800 on the first, when the Core i7s came out, the first Core i7s, the big quad-core hyper-threaded processors. The very first series, which was the first one I bought was an i7 950, and I bought one of those I bought an Acer Predator, like pre-built computer. It was £1,800, and it came with two Radeon 5850 HD graphics cards. So they hadn't even been bought by AMD at this point. It was still ATI Radeon, and now they're AMD Radeon. And then after that, I upgraded that for years, and I kept the i7 until about that i7 I was using still until about 3 years ago, and it was fine. Like it played all the games that I played just fine. Like I had a 970 in it, but it was just fine. Pardon me. And then I can't remember. I got a game and realised it was dreadful on that old CPU. So I went AMD and got 1700X, and then about 2 months ago I upgraded from that to a 3900X because I couldn't get a 50. I had a problem with the motherboard and CPU on that wouldn't allow me to do certain things. It just started dying. So I upgraded to a 3900X, and that's what I'm running right now with the 2070, and it's wonderful. That processor was like, I could see a drastic jump in performance from a 1700X to a 3900X. But I still can't stream and play Flight Simulator at the same time with a 3900X. even with 32 gig of RAM.
Yeah, I mean with the 30 series, that's got a whole part of the graphics card just dedicated for streaming.
Yeah. Well, I run. So I've got OBS on this machine, which captures the game footage, and then that sends it over to another machine, my old 1700X machine, which does the encoding, does the stream encoding. So I've basically taken that workload off that machine and put it on another one, and so I don't have to deal with it anymore. And I don't use a capture card. I don't use any of that weird hardware that might interfere with my actual game. It uses an API called the NewTek NDI, which transmits all the data over your network. So you don't need a screen capture, and it works like it was so easy to set up, and it works flawlessly. I have not had a single problem since I started using it about a month and a half ago. Oh, we got Red 5 Airways coming in behind us. And BLG GLBBY. There's coming in behind him as well, so. Nice. Nice. Oh, the scenery looks great so far, and we haven't even gone that far. Let's have a look. Let's get on little map and zoom out. So I started from essentially Land's End, which is down there. Started off at Cold Rose, and that's how far I've got in the preceding hour or so. It's not too bad.
That beach looks like it would be good place for that.
There's so many of them. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm gonna have to incorporate this as part of a trip, because the scenery so far has been amazing here. Like, I haven't seen anything massively ridiculous in it, but that looks incredible. Look at that. That looks brilliant. There's Red 5 with us still. Red 5 Airways just turned off. We see a green light, so he's facing away from us.
I'm going to attempt to land it just because I'll probably forget and not come back here.
Yeah. Well, I'm literally recording this whole thing. It's on YouTube. It's going to be on YouTube, so.
No pressure then.
No. Yes, don't. Oh, that's looking smooth. Going a bit faster. What do you use to fly? Do you use a joystick?
Yeah, I've got the Airbus.
Oh, the Thrustmaster one. Yeah, nice. Do you have a set of pedals for it as well?
Nah, I don't have pedals, but I've got the Cytec throttle quadrant.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. If you fly a few group flights with us, I almost promise you'll end up going, oh, I need some pedals. Because that's what everyone did. We had a whole about probably 10 people all buying pedals at the same time, including me.
Yeah, I do want to get some at some point, but I've got a Logitech G920 with the pedals.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't really got space to put any other pedals below my desk, so.
Oh, right, okay, the steering wheel.
Yeah.
I think
so
one of the guys here used the pedals as rudders and used the steering wheel as a trim wheel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's obviously a bit sort of inconvenient having this massive trim wheel that's bigger than any other control surface or any other control mechanism, but it's you can also get a pair of Logitech rudder pedals, and they've got the integrated analog brakes. In the UK, I bought a set about £108. It's not hugely expensive. I think I got them from PC World.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into if there was a way to use the throttle pedals as rudders, but
yeah, it's not like a single axis. That's the problem. It's two separate axes. You've just dropped off the map there, Wyvern. Hi, Volkan. Are you in as well?
Yeah. Morning.
Good morning.
What time is it over there?
It is 25 minutes past 3 in the afternoon.
Ah.
It's alright, I appreciate the morning.
Well, where are you at?
I am currently flying over. I should know this because I've been here. I don't know. Weymouth. Cool. So south of the UK. I'm at waypoint. I'm heading towards waypoint number 29, the first flight plan.
Oh, I'll just find you. I'll only be on for a little bit, and then
Yeah,
I'll
no problem.
go
No
and
problem.
I've got some stuff to do, and then I'll probably come back a little bit again. Depends how long. How long are you going to be going till?
At this point, I have my plan is to do the entire coast of the UK in one go.
Yeah,
So
where
I've
are
set,
you at? Like, what percentage?
So I'm an hour into the flight, and I am currently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started at 2, or just past 2 o'clock, and it's an 18+ hour flight.
Wow.
So, yeah. I just figured I'd set myself a challenge and go for it. It's just, I've never done anything
why
like this
not
before.
Start earlier in the day.
Hey?
Like in the UK. Why not start earlier in the UK? Like 2 in the afternoon to do 18 hours?
Yeah, because I woke up kind of late anyway.
Yeah, okay. Well,
That's
I mean,
what-
as long as you just woke up.
Because of flying in this group, my sleeping pattern's sort of gone right back, because most of my human interaction at the moment with lockdown in effect
Right.
is online.
Yeah.
And I fly and play games with a lot of people from the US, so I've just sort of moved around a little, and my missus has been like in and working nights and stuff like that, so it's just I've ended up my sleeping pattern's been dreadful, so it's just ended up moving back.
do you see the 747 glitch now behind us? Or is
Oh
that-
yes, of course it would not be a trip without a 747 trying to keep up with a Cub. It happens every time, literally every time. There's a guy who joins in the Discord flights, and he flies Cubs most of the time, but every now and again he'll randomly spawn in a Dreamliner or a 747, and he'll try and do the group flight in the 74. Oh yeah, he's having ping issues, isn't he?
Looks like
Carbon.
it, yeah. I didn't know if that was just me, because she said I dropped out for a minute, so I didn't know if that was just...
No,
me
it was
or-
your voice on the Discord. You stopped sort of mid-conversation, so I was worried.
I've got it says push to talk on my flight stick, so I
Got it.
probably just accidentally let go of it.
Oh, cool. And a Europe service. Yeah, I don't think they're the way they their servers aren't that great. I mean, they're okay, but they've obviously still got a few issues where randomly people just drop off them, which would be no good for any kind of first-person shooter, but for a sim like this, perfect. But that's you in the 747, is it? Oh, it's an Alice. Is that... Yeah, it's looking pretty dodgy. The ping... What ping have you got then? Because that is awful. Like, we've never... Like, the ping is never... 150 shouldn't be giving you that problem. Wow. I've never seen that before. But we have guys in from California and stuff that don't have that kind of ping. Like Toronto and...
I have 80 right now.
And yeah.
When you're left to just took off.
British coastline. This is so improved since the world update.
There's been a huge, there's been a huge thing where my frame's just wrong.
Yeah.
For a little while, the way it would fix the VFR map, jiggling it around.
It's the VFR map and the Garmin are all done by a separate piece of software called Coherent GT.
Oh yeah.
And I was having problems with flight plan. Like I put it in when I built the original flight plan for this trip. I basically did it one huge flight plan right the way around the UK, and when I loaded it, I was getting 10 FPS. So if you go into your settings and change the display refresh rate to low, and see if that helps, or alternatively, turn the developer mode on and put the FPS counter up, and then see what it is limited by when it drops to those
manipulators.
Oh, manipulators.
Yeah.
I've not even had that one
main
before.
thread, but it's manipulators.
Yeah, I generally I get main thread.
Yeah, so I've got my main thread up to up to 50 kind of FPS, 59, 60 at the best, and then 40 and heavy stuff.
Oh right.
But then every once in a while they'll just chug, and this is a recent change.
Okay.
A chug at 15 FPS, like a 5800X and a trailing 70S. Memory usage is half for both the memory and CPU and GPU memory. I'm using half the memory.
Oh right. I'm on a 3900X.
I had a 3800.
You had a 3800.
I did, yeah.
I couldn't get hold of a 5800 at the time. I would have bought one.
Oh yeah.
But I saw the 3900X from a company that is not far away from me, and they were doing it on the cheap because it was an OEM. It was like a tray CPU rather than a big retail box. So I got that, and it was £100 less than, I think it was £340.
I mean, it's worth it for some applications.
Yeah.
I've discovered that right now GPU is just more powerful in everything I do, so I don't need 8 threads, but I'm kind of future-proofing it a bit.
Yeah, you don't.
Then I got this drop in because to be honest, I'm gonna have to buy a motherboard and put 3800 with a 960 or something in another computer.
Yeah, I've been looking at motherboards again because I've got this weird USB issue. It's not the same USB issues being affected by a lot of B550 boards.
Yeah,
there's an ongoing USB issue, but it's a totally different thing. All of my USB things work no problem without any dropouts, except my mouse. I've got a Razer Basilisk wireless mouse, and it's a brilliant mouse. It's perfect for the size of my hand. It's the exact weight. It feels great, except it just randomly disconnects every now and again. And I've been on I can hear jet engines. There he is.
Yeah, it just almost took me out.
I have the.
Oh, he's in the Orbit livery as well. That was genius. Nice.
See him skipping there.
I see he was.
Skipping back.
I know. This is going to be a long, long trip.
Hey, early there.
That scenery right there looks perfect.
I'm not quite where you are.
So now, unless somebody did have to show up in a 747, it would not have been a trip in their Cub without it. Like, somebody has to show up in a... Go on, sorry.
Just considering the longitude,
Yeah?
I got on the slope Cub.
I'm just going to put your volume up there because you're a bit quiet.
I'm not trying to speak loud.
Oh, no, that's cool.
In a work environment.
No worries. You in your work environment?
Yeah, my partner is working at like 10 feet of me.
Understand. So now, yeah, somebody has to show up in a 747 or a Dreamliner in every flight. No, it's just not the same. Like, I personally don't mind. I think it's hilarious watching someone trying to keep a 747 with a 5% fuel load at 95 knots, like with full flaps and gear and spoilers out. And same with the A320. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, one notch of flaps.
Hey,
You just want one notch of flaps.
do you?
Yeah, like too many notches of flaps and you're making more drag than lift.
Yeah, but they it's incredibly difficult to, like, you sat there at 50% power and you've got full flaps out with your nose at about 20 degrees trying to stay at 100 knots, 95 knots, which you can do in the A320, but it's difficult in the 747.
Yeah, I would take at least one notch back in the full flap.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're only generating drag at that point. It'll be easier, I think, to fly a 95 maybe with just one notch back.
I'll try. We've got to do a bush flight in jets, haven't we? We've got to try one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, jets are used in bush flying. We can do like an Arctic livery thing.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to do in the CJ4 or something.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do business jets, or you can do basically any turboprop.
Come up to Bournemouth.
And you can do even like A320 type stuff.
We're going to be coming up to Bournemouth and flying between Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to this bit actually, because over the Solent. That is the Solent. I am talking about the right thing, aren't I? Yeah.
I wrote a short story in high school about the Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
And it was so good that my teacher thought I plagiarized, but she couldn't find the source because I didn't.
I got, like, when I went to college, right, I did IT at college as soon as I left school. I left school after high school. I didn't do any further education in school, which I regret. Lap number 2's in like 6 days, mate, when I've recovered from doing lap 1.
Where are you going?
No, I did in college. I had to do as one of the course requirements, I had to take on my own project, which was mostly written, but I had to use all the computer systems, so it was like a communications, so I had to basically write a presentation that lasted like 25 minutes, half an hour, and I wrote the whole damn thing, and I spent ages, and it was all on Flight Simulator at the time, so I did basically aviation, because I was fascinated by aviation right then, it really interested me, and I did so I did all the aspects, like I explained how an aircraft works, to weather, to wind shear, so what I did, and there was like a paragraph on each subject, and I spent a good 2.5 months sort of writing that and refining it and getting it real nice. And when I handed it in, my teacher said, "I'm not accepting that, you've plagiarised it from somewhere," and I was like, "What? I actually haven't, so you can get fucked."
Yeah.
And I didn't pass that second.
I would just tell him that this is not plagiarized.
Hey?
Yeah, well, I would say to him, in this context, if it's not plagiarized, I would say, okay, I'm handing this in formally to the school. You have rules about plagiarism, so...
At the time, they didn't, I don't think. He just didn't accept it.
Oh, okay, well, that's...
This wasn't, like... Yeah, it was... Yeah, Tanalis will do, man. Just, I'll, once this flight is done and I've slept a little bit, I'll check it out. You might have to remind me, but I will. And we'll see if we can get we see if we can get a company going. If it works the same way as it does for like Neofly and stuff, or similar to what you posted there, then that's quite interesting. It could be quite a lot of fun. Well, this is Bournemouth, I think, isn't it? Wow, my FPS is taking a bit of a knock.
Yeah, do that bug.
Oh, we got Bad Max. Bad Max has joined us in a Savage Gravel. Nice. Wow, yeah, my FPS is taking a bit of a beating. Wow, that's bad. A lot of buildings in that area, though. Hopefully, when we turn out from it.
Honestly, don't think that's it, because I'm not getting the same. No.
Yeah, I'm still good at 30 FPS. So.
I wonder what I've done.
I think that there's like I think it's got something to do with the VFR map stuff.
Oh no, it's smoothing out now.
Yeah, exactly. It's just gonna go, and like for me, I was just getting 15 FPS. I shouldn't. And not like a smooth
Yeah.
Chugging.
Yeah, I mean, it's not particularly smooth right now, but it looks good. Oh, Bad Max! He's on the Twitch stream as well. Wonderful. Hello, mate. You've been on before, haven't you? We have done it before, yeah. I remember you. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream. We're only an hour and a half into this flight, and it's the flight plan said it was going to be 18 hours and 47 minutes with no stops. So, and I have to stop 6 times for fuel. That's actually a good point. I'll check my fuel now. Nah, we're still good.
We're good.
Yeah. 15 gallons in that tank, but the left tank's got the AUX tank connected to it, so it's like 40 gallons total. Because it's got the cargo pod tank.
And I don't have the cargo pod installed, so I'm seeing regular gravel or big tire tundra.
And I am on the left tank right now.
That float plane looks pretty cool.
It is. It's cool, isn't it? It's the Cub. It's the. Did you download that? Did you?
Yeah, I've got that one, and I've got the one with skis as well.
Yeah, that one is brilliant. That is one of my favourite aircraft. That the float. It's by a guy called Carbon Prop. So if you just type in Google Carbon Props XCubs or Bush League Legends, they're all free and they're amazing.
We should look up the triple wheel one, the
NX Cub. I've got that already.
Yeah.
That's good as well. It's basically a Cub, but it's not difficult to land. So I think it's going to appeal to a lot of people, especially a lot of people.
in real life too.
Yeah, well, yeah. And we were talking
I might buy
about
that in real life over a regular one.
We were talking about this the other day, weren't we? We were saying the reason it's going to be a very popular aircraft is because it's a Cub, but only 13% of people in the US have a tailwheel rating.
Right.
So why would that not be a popular aircraft? It's essentially the same thing. It's just got a nose wheel on it, so it's it'd be a lot easier to fly and land and taxi.
It's the cost is the issue.
Yeah. Wow. I'm having some FPS issues again.
Yeah, I see it.
I think I'm going to turn off online because I'm almost out of fuel and I've still got some stuff I need to do today, but I might catch up with you guys again later.
Yeah, no problem. Wyvern. No, thanks very much for coming along.
Alright, it's been fun, and might join you tomorrow night. I don't know yet, but
okay,
maybe.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We normally meet about round about 8 PM and we take off about 8:15. So if you just keep an eye on the main event page in the Discord, and then join this same voice channel if you want to join us.
Alright, yeah. Cheers.
No worries, man. See you later.
See you later.
Have a good day.
Peace.
Yeah, Bad Max is on the Twitch. He's from La Rochelle in France.
Oh yeah, I've been to La Rochelle. Actually saved a kid from drowning in La Rochelle.
Holy shit, you're a hero. Did you get a key to the city?
I mean, it was like trivial to be honest. Like the kid was panicking, but the parents weren't looking. Neither of them were looking.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I got a boat. I don't think I've been to Paris and I've been to like Calais and places like that, and I've been to Nevers in France.
Yeah, I speak French, so I like France.
Oh, you're a Canadian though, aren't you? So.
Yeah, and I have, unlike most Canadians, I have very good French.
My French is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, no, I've met British tourists.
Yeah, I apologise. It's just.
I have half my family is British tourists.
I got, I'm using English privilege here and not learning a second language, which I've always regretted. Like, I should have spent, like, I know I can understand the conversation in German for the most part. I can't really speak it.
Me neither.
And I can't really read it. But I can, if someone's
I can read
talking,
any language.
Can you?
Yeah, unless it's in a different script. I can, like, read it, and if it's
Yeah,
wrong,
you can get a rough idea of what the
I'll fix
conversation's about, but the details I struggle with. I can understand the conversation in German. We're coming up to the Isle of Wight here. We're going to fly through around the tip of Cows there, and Portsmouth.
Called? The tip of
Cows.
Cows?
Yeah, there's the north tip of the Isle of Wight is a town called Cows, and it's spelled Cowes. I actually knew that. I didn't have to look at a little nav map for that. I actually did know that because there's a joke going way back, and it was only really relevant if you were from that area. And the joke goes something like this: "What's brown and comes out of cows?" And the answer is the Jersey Ferry, because it used to be painted brown.
Oh yeah.
I don't know whether it is anymore, but the joke was relevant like 15 years ago. I'm not sure how relevant it is now.
They do have funny jokes.
Yeah. Maybe that was a joke because they really thought it was a pile of shit as well. Who knew?
Well, that would be the joke.
Yeah.
The added scenery here that we're flying over looks like it.
No, added scenery.
Yeah, like in the point of interest.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have my point of interest up. I got rid of the point of interest markers, so all I've got is the AI aircraft, and for whatever reason, like I've just got to adjust that because it's annoying me.
If anything that tells me what it is.
Go to options, shortcuts.
Definitely interest, like the port import or something.
That should be a bit better. Maybe. Who knows? Oh yeah, that looks amazing. And are you crashing or landing?
I'm in a blip.
Oh. I'm gonna have to incorporate this into a bush flight and we could travel to the Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
What I'm looking forward to seeing, and I haven't checked it out yet, is whether anything exists around the mouth of the River Thames with regard to like the rough tans and Sealand forts and the old structures there. I don't know whether anything was added. I never looked. I'm kind of hoping they did, but I'm not going to cry if they didn't.
Yeah.
That's some good flying by Max. Really smoothly done. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. There we go. My landing lights on without them flashing.
Victory.
Say again?
They probably have the Victory model.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. That'd be in Portsmouth. I've been there, I've got a photo of that.
I have not.
Where is that going to be though? It's somewhere around there, isn't it? I might just take control and fly over there and see if the victory is there.
We're on the auto.
Let me just put up maps. See if I'm in the right ballpark with that. Yeah, I am in the right place. Yeah, there it is. On that dock position. Okay. Let's oh, not too far. Yeah, so it is by that basin. So victory is there in that little section, in that hatched area. So I'm going to, once we get to this next waypoint, I'm just going to follow straight in. I'm going to fly up to it and just see if it's there.
Alright, I'm going to go direct to.
Yeah, I'm going to
I think it is there.
That'd be nice to go and see that.
No, there's Spinnaker Tower.
Spinnaker Tower is there, yeah. Well, should be.
Victory.
Not yet, Holler.
They do kind of weird things with the updates.
Soon, though. Sorry,
They
go
do
on.
Spinnaker Tower. Yeah, they do. They did Spinnaker Tower, but not the Victory, and they did the Cliffs of Dover, but not the castle. Like, it's right there, you know. Might as well do it.
Yeah, but think about the amount of things it would have to add.
Oh, to do the Victory would be hard, but the castle wouldn't be hard. The Cliffs of Dover have the castle on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend who lives just up from Dover. I've been down there a whole bunch of times. And there's one of the most interesting things is from the Second World War. Some of the old radar towers still exist. The chain home radar towers.
Yeah.
Like the original metalwork and the 300-foot tall metal pylons that exist still for the chain home radar network were there. And there's like 3 or 4 of the towers that actually still exist in real life. They're still fully up, and it's really cool. Some of the old buildings are still there. Where I used to live on the Isle of Man, there is also the remnants of the chain home radar network towers. So the concrete blocks that they were placed on and the old anchoring points are still there, but the towers themselves are gone. But the old
Kind of in the back, though.
Pardon?
Kind of on the back of the line.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's like there was 3 or 4 radar sites on the Isle of Man. And the Isle of Man was actually bombed in World War II by a rogue German bomber that was basically just getting rid of its bombs to lighten itself so it could get back home. It wasn't intended to bomb.
Right. Yeah. Quite a lot.
Okay. Take my let's take the let's fly by hand for a little bit and then I'll rejoin with the and now obviously I'll tell you what. Let's go in and level. We'll head straight for the HMS Victory. Now, hold on, it's only been 2 hours yet, man. I've got probably at least another hour left before I have to take a stop. Right, wing level doesn't work. What are you saying?
Your wing leveler doesn't work.
No, it kind of tilts it to one side and tries to turn. Yeah, they're spinning a tower. I can see the tower now. I'm going to try catch some of the sites that the UK update has had on the coast, but I'm not going to make massive detours for it. This flight is long enough already. Pretty much headed straight for it at the moment. Should we descend a little bit? You know, if you can trim the XCub out to about 6.5 gallons an hour, you can get 8 hours of endurance out of it.
I got
like the actual documentation says it'll do 1,000 miles.
5.2.
So,
Yeah.
so
I got it down. I got it down to 5.1 or 5.2 gallons an hour.
really? That's a bit lean, isn't it?
I mean,
what was the
going for
cruising speed?
endurance, it was a little lower.
Like mine, I've got it sat at about 8 gallons an hour right now, but I'm only like I don't care about the fuel usage so much. So I've got 6 stops, and this has got a big fuel tank in it. This one.
This city is photogrammetry, so I think that the victory.
The tower looks okay. I'm hoping the victory's there. The victory should be round about where that little square.
Photogrammetry is
area
really
is.
good on this. Side of the photogrammetry is like.
Let's go outside. So it should be just on the right hand side of this basin. There's a ship in the first bit, and then there's that. Wow, it's not that
I
great.
see one of the ships.
Yeah, that's the victory, the one that's built. That's supposed to be the victory down there. And then the one that's in the basin, see, the one that looks weird. So that that hasn't clearly worked.
Oh, that's fun.
I mean, you know, that's like a 3 out of 10 for effort. Okay.
Ship. I do like the photogrammetry.
Why is this trying to crash me?
Like the aircraft carrier too. It's frigates.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's get it up to 800 feet. Vertical speed, go up. 100 feet. Get some throttle into it. And it's going to head back down for our original waypoint. You see, I was kind of hoping that this little island here was built as well, because that's a little fort directly beneath me right now. There's an actual fort, like an original World War II fort, to protect the Solent River. That might be a cool thing to look into actually creating.
You know.
Okay, we're heading for waypoint number 41 out of 56 actually, so we're not that far away. Not like it's not a huge distance. We're more than halfway of this first leg. Alright then, this is doable. The second leg's a bit longer. The third leg, the next two legs aren't that long. The fourth leg I think is the longest. The fifth leg from Oban to Liverpool is quite long as well because there's a few islands to go around. But I think the longest leg is going to be the flight from Aberdeen to Oban, which is basically right around the north tip of Scotland. Get some FPS issues. Pardon me again. Ah, Willis is in as well. Ah, Willis. I didn't realise you joined. Nice. Did you jump off, Falcon?
Can't really talk.
No, no worries, no worries. Okay, 2 hours for the distance we've travelled so far is not bad. I'm happy with that. It fills me with a bit more confidence that I can actually make this whole trip work. Because I've been worried the whole time that I won't have the endurance to push through it myself. And this is why flight crew have flight hours. I like the low hum of the engine as well. It's kind of nice and relaxing. Okay, we can bring the throttle back down. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. I know I've got enough fuel to make it to the end. I'm not even all the way through the aux tank yet, and that tank is still half full. Better not turn that on. You're only allowed to test them at certain times of the day, aren't you? The ALTs. Like some random time, like between 7 o'clock in the morning and 7:05. My LED strip all sort of came loose from it. Have a look. Get to go past a couple of nuclear power stations while we're doing this as well. Like one of the waypoints is Dounreay, which is the very north tip of Scotland, and one of them that I know of is the Heysham A and B nuclear power plant, which is the largest one in Britain. And I've been right next to that on a boat. Thanks for coming along, Willis. I'm bad, Max. I was fully prepared to do this journey by myself, but I like the way people. No worries, Willis. No worries. I like having people just randomly join and do a section of the flight. Gives me somebody to talk to as well. I might get another coffee, because at this point it's perfectly acceptable for me to have one, and then after that it's water and tea. No energy drinks.
Your destination?
Pardon?
What's your destination?
Culdrose. Oh, on this leg?
Yeah.
Lyd. Lydd. In Kent near Dover. and then I take off again from lid. I have to. So the way the flight plans work, you can't load a 500 waypoint plan into Flight Sim without it absolutely destroying the performance of the sim. So, because the way the Garmin is modelled separately from the sim, uses a different way of doing it. So it doesn't really like. So I have to, when I land at lid, I have to back out of the sim, go to the main menu, load the next flight plan, and then load back into the sim. I think that's better for performance in general, so I'm happy doing it that way. But that's what I'm going to have to do. So when I say non-stop, I genuinely mean non-stop. Like I won't be, like I'm going to do the entire trip in one stream today and part of tomorrow.
LYDD.
LYDD. It's EG. Stand by. The actual. It's EGMD, EG Mike Delta, is the actual ICAO code, but the lid airfield is LYDD is just the name. Celsi. Isn't Celsi part of the British shipping forecast? Isn't that a shipping forecast? Sorry, go on.
LYDD sent me somewhere like a long way away.
Yeah, it's EG Echo Golf Mike Delta is the ICAO code for lid. Yeah, sorry.
I'm going back.
I didn't think about it until you said it a second time. I was like, oh yes. No, lid is the actual name of it. And the next leg is up the north up the coast from Lyd in Kent to Humberside, and then from Humberside to Aberdeen, and then Aberdeen to Oban, which is on the west coast of Scotland, and then from Oban to Liverpool, which is EGGP, which is Liverpool John Lennon Airport. From Liverpool back down the west coast of England and Wales to Culdrose again, and that's the final, or rather the final one is not Culdrose, it's the one closer to Land's End, but that will complete a 2,400-ish mile journey around the entire Great British coastline, and hopefully I think I'm the only person to do it, which is kind of cool. I mean, you could add a word that only person stupid enough to do it. Potentially. I mean, I'd agree with you. It's a long ass time to be flying. But I don't know, I just wanted to do it. Oh, the shadows look amazing. Bad Max is still with us. Willis is over there. Wiser Stoke Volcan's with us. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming along. I missed your comment there, Holly. You said you had the E6B app on your phone before, and I was looking at it the other day. So, sorry about missing it. I must have been saying something. I'm gonna go back to that webpage now.
I think I'm going to land here at GKC.
Okie dokie.
I'll come back later.
Yeah, no problem, man.
So, enjoy.
Thanks very much, Volk. I'll see you later.
In a bit. I mean, I'll still be on for like...
Okay, yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Well, yeah, I don't need that.
I should, I'm just having a look at the, I'm not asleep on the job, mate. I'm completely awake. I am 2 hours and 9 minutes into what could potentially turn out to be a 24-hour stream. So this is why you have to download and install Microsoft Flight Simulator so you can come and learn to fly on stream. I think it'd be absolutely hilarious.
I wonder.
Check a Discord. All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Nice.
You know, shine and kind of like.
Alright, I'm peeling
identifies-
off here.
Yeah, no worries. What airfield are you going for?
On your left. Just behind
Or
you.
is it?
Oh,
GKC.
Bognor Regis Airport. Nice. It's the English Riviera down there.
I don't know. It's there's a lot of.
Ah, of course. Look, you're at work, aren't you, Holler? There's a few people in here. Recon 3 Alpha is in.
Formerly known as Goat Rider.
Goat Rider. Oh, nice you're in a CC-19. We're not actually that particularly hugely far away from the first leg being over. Maybe let's see what kind of distance we are away. 60-ish miles, I think,
Nice.
from the first leg being over. Leg 1 of 6. We are heading towards waypoint 44 of 56. So I put the speed up just a little bit so I could get on the next leg, because I'm looking forward to flying through the mouth of the River Thames. Oh, nice. Driving home? Are you doing a short day or something? It's okay, Major. Thanks very much. It's I've basically been leaving the thing on autopilot and just taking in the view. I've flown manually for a couple of times just to fly over Portsmouth and to go and see the HMS Victory that's berthed in Portsmouth, but the photogrammetry hasn't rendered it correctly, so it just looks like a weird orange building. I've got a couple of guys who are flying with me here. Willis, Bad Max from France, and Recon. I believe he's from the US somewhere.
Correct.
And we are flying down the south coast of England now. It's just been past Bognor Regis. And I personally am on leg 1 of 6, and I don't think anybody's been stupid enough to fly around the entire UK or the entire Great British coastline in a Cub craft as XCub in one go before, so hopefully I'm the first person to do this.
Still working on my world.
Say again?
Still working on my XCub world.
And Volcan, who's on the Discord, he's doing a world tour in an XCub. I want to do a world tour, but I'll talk to you about that later, because I've got a different idea for a round the world trip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it should be quite interesting logistically, because I'm not sure how to do it.
Great.
Major, this aircraft will not have enough fuel for the whole flight, so I'm stopping at 6 airports around the way to refuel. This aircraft, I think, has an endurance of, if I've trimmed it out correctly, at the moment I'm using 9.5 gallons of fuel an hour. I can just bring the fuel back. When I take off on my next flight, I'm going to trim it down to using 8 gallons of fuel an hour, which should gives this aircraft an endurance of about 8.5 hours, so I can stay airborne for 8.5 hours. It's got an extra fuel tank in it, this aircraft, in the standard one, because it's got a cargo pod on the bottom. But the standard version of this aircraft, if you're flying in the perfect conditions, you can fly for 8 hours. It can do 1,000 miles in one go, and this whole trip's 2,400 miles. So if I want to keep up this decent time flying at 700 feet, I've got to, for the higher you fly, the less dense the air is, so you can actually fly faster with less air resistance and use less fuel to do that. That's why airliners fly that high, and the simulator models that as well. But flying at 700, 800 feet, this is the thickest portion of the atmosphere, so it uses a little bit more fuel to get through it, so my legs are a little shorter. Plus I want to be able to give myself enough time to stop, go and have a coffee, go to the loo, that kind of thing. Yeah, fuel up.
Fuel like in distance.
Yeah, fuel myself, go and get some food.
You're almost better.
I'm just going past Shoreham. that's some lag. That is some. Ooh, get some lag. Get some lag, boys. Yeah, this is going to be my last coffee though at this stop. I'm not going to have another one. Because if I keep drinking coffee, by the time I get to about 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to be able to keep my head upright. Because I'm just going to crash. And I want to be able to do this in one big flight. Like as non-stop as you can get in this aircraft. Like the only stops being stopping for fuel rather than stopping the flight and carrying on tomorrow, which is not something I'm going to be doing. Right. Hove, Brighton and Hove. We've just been past. We did. Did we go past Brighton? I'm not sure. My geography down this area is a bit poor. But I think if I did spot before, we are going to be passing Bexhill. Yeah, Bexhill is there, which is the site of the refugee camp in Children and Men. Which is a great film, by the way, if you haven't watched it. Hashtag Baps Movie Tips. Have you any of you? Oh no, have you seen Children and Men, the film?
I haven't.
Oh, it's like a weird post-apocalyptic sort of mid-apocalyptic movie, sort of. There's no nuclear devices or anything, but it's like in a future where all of a sudden babies can't be conceived. So like the youngest person on the planet is 18 years old. And
It sounds interesting.
So it's like there's a huge aging population, and like the British Empire is back to its normal tricks, that kind of thing.
They're out colonizing small islands.
Trying, yeah. Not quite that, but it's just like, imagine North Korea in Britain.
Ooh,
Like,
yeah.
It's like a dark, but it's got a couple of really good actors in it. It's got Michael Caine in it, who plays this weird pothead.
He's always good though.
Oh, he's one of my favorite actors of all time. Like, especially in roles like that, because you just don't expect it. He's like long hair,
Right.
and he's a stoner, and
Yes, that's
just
not
ends
as
up being really
typical.
funny. It's like they give
Is
out.
this building over here real? Do you see this building over here? This looks like a straight up.
I think it is actually. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm just going to take the autopilot off. Have a quick go over there. Right, let's get back in here. Yeah, this is Brighton Pier. So that is one of those towers you can get onto, and it goes up. It takes you
Oh,
up for a ride.
Does it have like a restaurant in it?
Oh, I
We got
don't
a lot
know.
of
But
stuff like that.
I
in,
imagine
in the US.
it's got at least a hot food van, like a
Yeah.
mobile catering. But yeah, there's Brighton Pier. So that's pretty cool. With the fairground right at the end of it.
Huh.
Let's make sure we got our nav and autopilot back on. Okay, yeah, let's get some throttle into it so we're not diving. Yeah, there's quite a lot of the UK stuff that I hadn't checked out, all the new point of interest stuff.
yeah. I just never know. Sometimes you get those weird polygon, you know.
Yeah, weird building shapes. But yeah, they've done a bunch of buildings around in Brighton. Like they did all the pier and the fairground on the end of the pier. Got a few people with us still. Willis, Bad Max, Recon 3 Alpha, the artist formerly known as Goat Rider.
That's
sorry.
right. Yep.
Hi everybody, it's Bad Max. I don't speak too much because my English is not very good.
I tell you what, mate, that sounded like perfect English to me. Better than
Sounds
some
fine.
English people I know. So
I think I can understand about everything, but I haven't got many vocabulary.
no, that's perfect. I unfortunately I don't speak French, so I couldn't even begin to help you.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, your English is perfect.
Thank you. Do you fly in real life?
Oh, negative. No, I wish I did. I've had a
No?
few flying lessons, but nothing. I don't have any licenses or. It's just you can't do any real bush flying in the UK, and it's the only real thing I'm interested in. If I was going to be a pilot, I'd want to be a helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
Because I love helicopters. I think they're ridiculous, and they just look far more dangerous than any other type of vehicle on the planet. And they've got a giant spinning thing above you, and it just looks fun. And I've been in a few helicopters, so.
I test a prototype of helicopter in Flight Simulator 2020, an Airbus One, an Airbus model, but it's not really interesting.
Yeah, it's the way it models the flight dynamics of the aircraft. It just doesn't work, does it? It's the Airbus. Is it the EC-135?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. So I mean, it's really. I like the way that somebody's putting the effort into making a helicopter for the sim, but until they get the aerodynamics right for helicopters and actually add that kind of flight dynamics into the sim, it's not really going to work that well. Pardon me. Where are we now? Let's have a quick look. Seaford, New Haven. I'm zooming out on two things at the same time. I'm approximately 35 miles away from Lyd, which is the first landing spot. Now seems as good a time as ever to check the fuel. Haven't even got through the auxiliary left tank yet. Doing just fine. And flying way too hard. Let's bring that back to 9.
This area was the first place we went in holiday with friends when we were 14 years old. We spent 1 week in Great Britain.
Nice.
And
Was it Brighton?
alone camping. We were to the camping in Brighton.
Nice.
We went to the camping. It was nice.
That's good. It's a good place to go. Actually. The whole area, all south of England, is quite nice.
Not a good place to swim.
No. No.
But it was our first holiday alone with no parents and family. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I can imagine that would have been. I think my first holiday away from. So I up until recently I lived on the Isle of Man, which is the island in between Ireland and Great Britain itself. And my first time away from home without family was when I was 14, and I went to. I didn't go anywhere particularly sunny or anything. We went to Inverness in Scotland.
Yeah.
And that was really nice. Walked around Loch Ness. That was good. went to York on a school trip from the Isle of Man once. That was fun. Bearing in mind living on an island and then going to see a big city. It was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of fun doing that. And then, that was. There's some very, very good. Like I don't live too far away from that now. I live in South Yorkshire, so it's where I live is quite a nice area. But it's not somewhere you would come and visit on holiday.
The hill, Man Island.
Oh no, the Isle of Man.
Yes, the
I would-
Isle of Man, because I know it because of motorcycle
Yeah,
tourist trophy.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. Yep, TT is no. I would definitely visit there. That's the Isle of Man's a brilliant place. Absolutely fantastic place, especially if you
I
if you like
imagine.
especially if you
Oh,
like
yeah.
especially if you like motorbikes, motorcycles. I haven't missed one of them since I've been
Aye.
alive. I think I've seen every single one. I've been
awesome.
to like until recently. So I don't live on the Isle of Man anymore. I live in Yorkshire in the UK. So obviously I haven't been there for the last two, but they've both been cancelled because of COVID anyway. So I haven't actually missed them.
I think it's the last race in normal roads.
Yeah. No, there's a few. There's some in Ireland. There's some in the US. So I've heard.
Yeah?
There's some on Pikes Peak. They do racing on Pikes
Ah,
Peak.
yes, Pike Peaks.
That's a
yes.
public road. They do them in
Yes.
Ireland. They do. There's the Ulster Grand Prix in Ireland. There's the Northwest 200 in Ireland. There's a whole bunch of them. There's the Tandragee. There's a whole bunch of road racing in Ireland, and it's all the same people that go to all of these events. So those guys go to the Isle of Man to race there as well. I don't think there's any in the UK because I believe it was banned. There may be a few places that they do it now, but I'm not sure. There's one in Scarborough, but I don't. That's at an actual racetrack.
And you ride motorcycle?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
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 Is it real that you can ride before the race? You can. There are no speed limits,
Correct.
and you.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's only in certain places. If you're in the middle of a town, which you are frequently, and there are still speed limits for the most part. You can't go 150 mile an hour through a town.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, but on the Isle of Man is the only place in the British Isles that when you get out of where there are posted speed limits, there is no speed limit. So there's no national speed limit that caps the maximum speed you can go. So once you get onto the open roads and the country roads, you can go as fast as you want. As long as you're not driving dangerously, you can still be prosecuted for driving dangerously. But that doesn't necessarily mean, if you're driving at 150 mile an hour, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're driving dangerously doing that, because it might be a big long straight road. And part of the reason a lot of people go to visit the Isle of Man, to watch the bikes, is because they have the ability to do that, and it's not something they have the ability to do anywhere else on the planet. You can take your own road bike out and race that basically go along the same course as the racers do, and approach some of the same speeds they do as well. If you've got the
It's a good motorcycle, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
fantastic.
and the testicle, yes.
If they've got the same size testicles as the racers, then they can. I
don't know.
I wouldn't recommend it, because I've seen some crashes, just with people doing that.
There are some deaths every year, I think. Yeah.
Every year. Yeah, somebody does something stupid. Not necessarily the racers, but definitely the people who come to spectate.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a quick look. See how far. Not too far. 6 or so waypoints away from the first landing spot for a quick refuel, and I can run and go and grab a quick drink. If you'll excuse me, I've randomly decided my nose is going to start getting blocked. There we go.
So what's happened in UK? Are bars and restaurants open?
No, not yet.
No.
No.
It's the same as in France.
Yeah, it'll be. I think next month they start to reopen a little bit.
That's
but
what they say also in France.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it happens. I'm not particularly bothered. I get to do big long flights.
We're semi-open in the U.S. Depends on what state you go to, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine it would be. Yeah.
Which state are you located?
I'm in Michigan, so we're kind of on the more closed down I guess side of the spectrum, where
Yeah.
our governor's been a bit more conservative about everything, not opening things up as quickly and
Yeah,
having more
I
restrictions.
totally understand the reason they need to do it. Like, I don't want relatives of mine or friends of relatives dying because of a virus that we could, you know, go through a little bit of
Control,
hardship
yeah.
to stave off. I don't, and the, you know, I think it's kind of a bit selfish to, like, don't get me wrong, I like a good complaint about it as well. Like, I'd rather
Right.
be able to go and do stuff, but I'd also rather people didn't die because of it. And if that means that for, you know, a chunk of my life, or at least a little part of my life, it's not a huge amount really, that I don't get to do stuff like that, then I'm fine with that.
Right. The unfortunate thing is, if, you know, especially in the U.S., we've been so quick to try to reopen and get back to normal, and it just causes bigger spikes later on. That,
I think,
like, if we just do the right thing initially, we would be done with it a lot quicker.
I don't even think that would have helped. Honestly, the UK did something very similar. A lot of places in the world did something very similar. They didn't. I mean, I wouldn't want to be any kind of government official right now.
Sure, no,
Like,
of course
'cause
not.
that can't be an easy job. It really can't.
No.
But I think it was grossly underestimated right at the start just how bad this could be. And I think they thought that, yeah, I don't know. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Sure.
And I think people who were making the decisions maybe thought they were making the right decision, and it turns out it was not the correct decision. And I think this has happened the world over. So everyone's had to go, balls, we're going to have to go back into lockdown to be able to try and get a lid on this thing. And the second bit of it has been far worse than the first.
Right.
But again, they're going to be picking this apart for years. Like, there's going to be people and inquiries and investigations and, man, there's going to be so many people making a lot of money out of investigations for this the world over, in every government department. Like, there's going to be court cases, and there's going to be everything after this in the the next 10 years. So, do you know, if I have to stay at home so some little old lady is not exposed to it, then fine. It's fine by me.
Right.
Or, you know, potentially a vulnerable person with, you know, some kind of respiratory disease. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure I've had it. I was never tested, but my partner was. My partner's a doctor. And she's tested positive for it. And we live together, sleep in the same bed, so if she's had it, then I probably had it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I didn't have any symptoms at all. Not that I noticed, anyway, if I did have it. So, you know, but there are people who are going to be it's just going to tear them apart.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, you never know, and there can be people that seem otherwise healthy that get sick and die from it.
Yeah,
which-
precisely. And I'd rather that not happen, because I've got lots of friends, and for the most part, I like those people. So,
as you should.
you know, I don't want anything bad to come, especially like my part. Like, I don't have any grandparents left. They've all passed away at this point. But my partner still has grandparents, and they're all they're getting to the point where they potentially could be quite badly affected by that. And I really like my partner's grandparents. Like, they're fantastic and always remind me of my grandparents. So I'd rather nothing happen to them as well, because they're really nice people. So So you know, it's not even a sacrifice really. It's just don't be a dick. You know? No, I don't.
I don't know. In my country, there's been a rash of people liking to try to be a dick just to be a dick.
That doesn't surprise me. Because the same will have happened in the UK.
Yeah.
We've got an F-15 Eagle coming past us at a rapid rate of speed. Currently 3,000 feet below sea level. Oh, he's just disappeared now.
You guys have totally disappeared. I'm flying on my own right now. I was waiting for you to pop back up.
Where are you?
I'm still just flying along the coast, but I lost, like, you guys just disappeared. That desync that happens.
Can you see anybody in the server?
I can see other people in the server, yeah. I just can't see anybody that we were flying with just now on the coast.
I'm just trying to...
That was the same for me during minutes. I lost Baptiste, then change of server, come back to Europe Center,
yeah.
and
works.
so Baptiste again. Yes, but I
Yeah,
lost you. I lost you also during 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you hit escape and then go click your name at the top and then just cycle servers. Just you only need to click on another one and then click back on North Europe.
Yes.
And it should re-synchronize you into this one. Major Par, we are at. Let's have a look. We've passed Bexhill. We're by a place called Fairlight on the coast, the south coast of England, and we are not that far away from Lydd Airfield.
There you go there.
So which is the first stop before Folkestone and Dover. When I land, I'm going to have to exit out to main menu, load the next flight plan, which is the flight from Lydd to Humberside. So I'm coming up to waypoint number 53 out of 56, and Lydd Airfield should be directly in front of me at this point actually. So I bring the nav map up on this. GPS tracking. So there is Lydd Airfield on the map. But I'm not going to go to waypoint 56. I'm just going to scoot straight across.
What's the word in English in front of us? To make electricity with wind, éolienne we say in France. I have a
wind turbine.
Okay, wind turbine. Do you saw them just at 10 o'clock? 11 o'clock?
First time I've seen them in game.
I don't see them yet. They're maybe not loaded. Yeah, there are a few wind farms that you can see here. Like I've seen them a few times. I don't see them on my screen right now. They haven't loaded in.
Yeah, they are right there, 10, 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking in the wrong direction. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I see them. When you said 10 o'clock, I was like, I went immediately off to sort of 1, 2 o'clock. I've only been flying for 2.5 hours. It's going to be a long day.
I'll definitely check in like at about, 10 o'clock tonight my time and see how things are going.
Yeah, I'm going to be a dribbling mess by that point, aren't I? Right, so waypoint 54, when I get to 55, that should line me up nicely with Lydd Airport runway. And there's a wind farm anyway. I'm going to taxi over to a fuel point, and I'm just going to taxi off the runway actually, and then I'm going to load back into the sim with the next flight plan. Unfortunately, there's no way around that at the moment because of the way the flight planning system works. It's just
Are you running live weather for the whole thing?
no clear skies. I want to be able to enjoy the coast.
Got it.
So I'm starting from basically 8 AM every day for every leg to be able to see the real, to get a real nice view of the entire coast, the entire trip.
Gotcha.
Alias is alien. Alil, I really apologise, but I'm completely butchering the pronunciation of your name there, sir. Or madam. Ali. Oh, there you go. I apologise, Ali. Yeah, good. If you I am on the first leg of 6 for flying 2,400 miles around the coast of the UK, so, or rather Great Britain. Not the entire UK. I'd be there for 3 or 4 days, I think, if I tried that. So I'm 2.5 hours into a potentially 25-hour stream, 24-hour stream. So we will see. Right, so now I am by the waypoint for number 55. So I'm going to turn to land at Lydd Airfield for the first. That completes the first leg of this flight, which is the entire south coast of England from Culdrose by Land's End. Right, so let's get everything wound back up to how it should be, and bring the throttle down. I'm avoiding the use of any kind of ATC because it just adds complication to the game that I don't really need. Oh, totally, Ali. Totally worth it.
The 300 extra coming through. Nice.
Oh, nice. I didn't see that. I'm in first person at the moment. Oh, there he is. The aircraft I'm flying now is like a free download. There's 5 or 6 of them, all done by the same guy. Really, really high quality aircraft. And yeah, Joy, you should get it, man. It's brilliant. Like for this kind of flying as well, it's perfect. The big airliners are great as well. But we've got a little flight group. There's about 250, nearly 300 of us actually in the Discord group that we just do bush flying, fly all across the US and do big group flights. I am far, far too high for this. Just realised. It's not arcadish at all. I'm telling you, it's full simulator. I'm flying with a HOTAS and rudder pedals right now. I've got a head tracker which I was going to put on, but I'm landing a tail wheel in wind. Wow, come on now. There we go.
Landed.
That was actually not a bad landing. Landed at 3 points there. That was beautiful. Ooh, no, too much brake. That is the first leg of the flight. Nice. If you've got Game Pass, Ali, you can get it. It's on Microsoft Game Pass. It's £1 for the first month. I recommend if you want to try it, like do it that way. Because then you don't have to buy the game, and then you've already spent £1. And to be fair, Game Pass has got a load of great games at the moment. I actually bought it outright. I bought it the first day it came out because I've always flown flight sims. Okie dokie, that is the first leg of 6. Discord is in the description, yeah.
Awesome.
First leg of 6. I'm going to back out the sim now. I'm going to go and load the next flight plan and get the next leg underway.
All right, like I said, I'll try to catch you later on.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I got to go. It's Bad Max, and I will try to join you again during this flight, perhaps. When will you end this flight?
How long's a piece of string? It could about probably at least another 16 hours.
Ah, yeah.
So.
Wow.
I'm just gonna,
Okay.
Yeah, come and join whenever you want.
See you. Bye-bye. Thanks a lot.
See you later, Bad Max. Bye-bye.
Take care, gentlemen.
See you later. That's the next flight plan from Lydd to Humberside. It says 2 hours and 18 minutes, but it's not going to be that. And we're going the same aircraft. Let me top up the fuel. Put the flight back to 8:40 because I want to do this in the mornings. Weight and balance. We need 99% fuel. 20, no. 21 will do. for me. 99% fuel. And let's go. Second one. Can I join, Ali? Yeah, of course you can join if you want. In our Discord, there's a special event section that I posted in. It's got all the flight plans that I'm using. So there's 6 flight plans for this entire flight. You're more than welcome to join in if you want. That goes for anybody who's watching. More than welcome to join. I'm going to be doing pretty non-stop, using autopilot most of the time, so I can stay awake. So I'm gonna when it's loaded in on the ground, I'm just gonna take a quick 2-minute break. I'm gonna grab a drink for myself.
Tower BR1 Bravo Romeo 1 ready at runway 21 north departure.
So I'm on the runway right now. Loaded the flight plan. If you give us just a couple of minutes, I'm just gonna go and grab a quick drink and. Hello, Ali.
Hey.
Yeah, give us 2 minutes, mate. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just gonna. So, there we go. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Whereabouts are you?
Lid Airfield. EG Mike Delta. Echo Golf Mike Delta. I've just loaded the second flight plan, so
Okay then.
let me just make
I'll
sure it's all loaded properly.
So guess what? I already have it. I just needed an update.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, cause I play DCS. That's why I'm asking you.
Got you. Well, anything compared to DCS is amateur. But the graphics in this is like if you want to do full flights, like from one place in the world to another, you can. and it's very simulation. There is no real goal to it. It's just it is what it is. Right.
Just flying, having fun. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And the game's still kind of young, so there's a lot of aircraft that that third parties will produce. So there's one at the moment, the working title one, the which it's got an incredible level of detail. The A320NX, is it NX?
I don't
It's
know
like
what that is.
incredible level of detail that they're putting into that aircraft, and that's kind of more DCS level detail. Right.
You know, the reason why I joined your stream was because you got a prop. You're not like flying in the airline, and that's kind of cool to me.
There's not a lot of people that do it. I know, I've noticed that as well. So that's I only started streaming the group flights for our group. This is not a normal group flight. I've just decided I'm going to do this. But we normally do a group flight on a Wednesday and a Saturday. So we've got one tomorrow night at about 8 PM UK time. And there's going to be a group of us flying around in Kodiak in Alaska. So that should be good fun. But anyway, I'm going to go airborne because I need to get this trip going.
Fly by my country.
Where are you?
Bye.
Pardon?
Bye. Hey.
Whereabouts are you?
Dubai.
Dubai. Sorry, I didn't hear that. We probably will end up doing that at some point. There's some really good. There's like some really good areas there.
Buildings and everything.
Yeah.
I flew by my house. Dude.
Oh, nice. Let's get that on. Nav on.
It's insane from the sky. I did that on DCS on this game, but I didn't really. It was kind of sucky because I didn't actually know what I was doing.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean with DCS. It's difficult, isn't it?
Because you're just going Mach 1 above yeah. So it's not.
With this, you can there's some aircraft you can download. You can travel at 40 knots and just cruise above stuff and just land on streets and.
You know what I did? I parachuted out of the sky just to get there. You know, you can walk.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's fun.
I haven't loaded the new flight plan in this. There we go.
Got like radar and waypoints and FFs and
yeah. This is incredibly detailed for what it is as well.
Yeah.
Let's get this trimmed out to fly at 5-ish.
I downloaded the tricycle gear cub.
Oh, the NX Cub, that's good. You'll enjoy that one because it's actually it's pretty much exactly like a Cub. It does everything a Cub can do, a normal Cub can do, a tailwheel Cub, but you can land it like a normal person can land it. You don't have to spend 5 hours just going around in circles learning how to land.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool as well with the nose gear instead.
Yeah. Accidentally nearly shut my engine off.
I just wanted to ask you about the whole IR or VR. What should I really get if you know anything about them?
Oh, the VR headsets.
VR or track IR.
Okay, so you can. So on my, in fact, I'll plug it in. You can have a look. So I've got like a homemade version of a track IR. That uses an old.
Is that a pen?
Hey.
Oh no, it looks like a pen. I'm sorry.
No, it's a 3D printed. I don't know how well you can see that. Whether it's not.
I can see it. Yeah.
And it's got three in the ends of it. It's got 3 little LEDs, and they're at a different distance apart. And you program that into a piece of software called OpenTrack, and it takes the data from a PS3 camera. So if I put that on there, and then if I can get it to, right, you can see my head now. So now, if I move my head, I can just track around the aircraft with it. And Track IR does the same thing, so I can look to a certain degree because that's how I've set it, so it doesn't look weird. But I can look up and I can look down. It still needs some setting. I'm not used to it.
Yeah,
It
works.
Yeah,
great.
But if I can just but it also works outside.
So, what I mean was that. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
I'm flying behind you both, and I can tell who's using autopilot and who isn't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, I mean, like the VR's different in that you put the headset on, you get 3D stereoscopic imagery.
But you can't see your HOTAS or your keyboard.
No. No. So it depends. Like you can make one of these if you've got 3D printer. You can make one of these for about $10, including the camera, which you get on eBay for like $6, $7, and then just plug it in and use free software, and I can tilt my head.
I did not know that.
And
Okay,
track
that's
IR,
really
you can
cool.
get a Track IR, but I think they're about $150.
They're pretty expensive.
I mean, I'm using a Dellen clip right now, and that was only £60, I think.
Okay.
And it works the exact same if you don't want to make it yourself.
The only reason I haven't been using the Track IR is because I'm streaming. I'm looking at like multiple different screens. So if I keep looking at the screens, it just shakes the screen around like that. So that's the reason I haven't been doing it.
Oh yeah.
So I've been turning it off, and then.
For me as a viewer, I don't really care. It's something through, like you're streaming, you're actually doing cinematic stuff. You're bound to be doing some things that it's not normal.
Yeah, that's it. And I don't like. I can use it occasionally, but I'm not really bothered about having it on. Like for me, I like it, but I mean, I prefer to have a VR headset. Honestly.
That's
Let me see if I've got.
people who have been using VR really, really, really good things about it.
Yeah, it is. The game's still kind of immature, so like unless you've got the best hardware, you have to make compromises to get it to run really nicely. But from what I've been told and what people have said to me, it is really, really good. And eventually, one day, I will. But at the moment, I can't afford a headset.
The only thing with the VR for me is if you're in something like the A320, all the buttons you've got to click and stuff, it's kind of hard. Like even with the Track IR, it's kind of hard, especially if like you're in turbulence or something.
Oh yeah,
like, trying to
sort of bouncing around.
Trying to click it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I imagine it's similar with the VR.
Yeah, I imagine it would be as well. You'd have to be clear skies the entire time, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
Can you Sorry.
That's alright, don't worry. I was just gonna say I got the Logitech flight panels because it makes it a bit easier. But...
I built my own button box, 3D printed button box, and I've got another one here, another one that I 3D printed as well, which I use for Star Citizen, and it's just a USB. But I've got one connected to my HOTAS, and I don't really have the camera set up in a way where I can show you it. But in the hardware section of our Discord, I've got these photos of what I've done, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that other people in our Discord group have built. Like, there's a whole load of stuff, like people have made button boxes for the sim, and just you can just have, like, I've got a gear switch, and like it's set up, all the stickers on this HOTAS are set up for Elite Dangerous. But I've also got binds in Star Citizen and this.
Oh, that's awesome. You're awesome for doing this. Shit.
Ah.
Sorry for swearing.
No
But
worries.
that's
Don't worry about
crazy.
it. I like that. It makes no difference to me.
Oh, okay.
I try and limit.
insane.
Try and limit how much I do, but
Yeah.
I'm a human being at the end of the day. Fine. They're only words. Right, so we are waypoint number 4 of how many waypoints are there this time? Not that it makes any difference this time. Oh, 54 waypoints. 54 separate waypoints this
Not
time.
bad.
And we are just going
That's not
past
bad.
Dover. We're just approaching Dover. And
It actually look like this.
the White
You
Cliffs
like-
should do, yeah. I'm not sure whether Dover will. I've only been there. I've been there a couple of times.
Beautiful.
Jazz rocks. I have a decent VR setup with Original Quest. VR is a nice thing to play with in specific instances, but any long sessions or challenging flights are done on the regular monitors. Yeah, that's exactly the way I would do it, I imagine. It's really fun and interesting to sort of, oh wow, this is great, look at this. But I can imagine that I'd immediately resort back to monitors for stuff. I do have a VR headset, but it's a DK2, so it pretty much doesn't work anymore.
It's all pixelated.
And you wouldn't have bought VR for Flight Sim. Okay, I'll accept that. There's
You
where
get
I'm-
it.
Like, I would buy VR for other stuff other than Flight Sim as well. Like, there's a couple of games that I want to play in VR. That pad behind me, directly where the vertical tail is now, is where the Mountbatten class hovercraft used to go from Dover to Calais. The world's largest hovercraft used to take like 60 odd cars.
Oh,
in.
yeah.
And there's the actual piers for. That's supposed to be Dover Castle up there on the hill, but it doesn't really work that well. And the White Cliffs are finally
That
loaded in. There we go. And there's the White Cliffs.
thing's real. Hovercraft thing. It's real.
Yeah, it was called the SRV something. I can't remember. It's called the Mountbatten class, but it's a massive hovercraft, and it could fit like 250 people in it and like 60 vehicles or something. And none of them exist anymore. They were shut down years and years and years ago. But they were really cool, massive hovercraft. Just if you Google it, there's loads of videos on YouTube of them.
But it's really dangerous. Imagine having a huge...
But they're very fast. They're very cool aircraft. They're a very cool vehicle. There we go.
Just having a big white thing just sliding all over the ocean. No safety, no regards for safety whatsoever.
You got to Dover. Jazz, I am in Dover. I've just passed Dover. This is the second leg of 6 legs. And I started the flight 3 hours ago. So I've got from Culdrose, or basically the Land's End, to Dover in 3 hours. I'm averaging, about 130 miles an hour, about 110 knots. It's definitely going to be a long day. If I expect... Oh no, this is St Margaret's Bay, isn't it? We're coming up to St Margaret's Bay, or have I want to say we haven't passed St Margaret's Bay yet, because that's another place I've been. Yeah, St Margaret's Bay is coming up.
This is crazy to me because 150 knots is landing speed for the F-18.
Yeah, I'm doing. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's, this is a place I've been actually in real life, St Margaret's Bay, and then Deal. There's Deal Castle just off to my. That's the town there. That's a really nice place.
Can you visit it?
Pubs and stuff. Sorry, go.
Can you
Go
visit
ahead.
it? Can you like go to it right now? Or does it like ruin the waypoint system?
No, it doesn't. But I've got like 18 hours of flying ahead of me, so
God.
I'm trying to stick to flying around the British coast. I'm just doing around the British coast. I don't want like I should
Yeah,
have
I get-
waypoints here a little bit closer. It looks like. But we're going to be going, yeah, up past Manston Airfield, Margate, past Sandwich, and then, yeah, Margate and Broadstairs, which are there, and so we've been past Dover. We're currently going past Deal.
And I've just lost the
Yes.
flight plan.
And then off my left wing now is Deal Castle, which hasn't rendered properly. It just renders as a weird shaped office building.
It's rendering silos and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. The silos. That's I'm pretty sure that's Deal Castle.
Good job, Flight Simulator.
Yeah. Ah, I mean, a lot of stuff renders like that. How many people come to? Oh no, sorry, that's not Deal Castle. That's Deal Castle. It's still silos.
Okay. Not far off.
So it's like it's just 6 silos
Oh,
instead of
that's-
4.
That's not silos.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
Well,
Oh,
not,
okay.
it's like round cylindrical buildings. Jazz
Yeah.
Rocks, I'm in for a long day to patching vulnerabilities for Exchange servers. Oh, that sounds like a hoot. Oh, man, yeah. Rather you than me, mate, for that. No, thanks. I've got 2 servers sat just there, but they're both running. I can't even remember. VM, not VMware. Why can't I remember? It's going to be a long day. Why can't I remember what that's called? No, it's not
don't
VMware.
pressure yourself. I don't even know what you're talking about, so you're okay, man.
The router's pfSense. It's not Hyper-V. It's not VMware. It's oh man, that's going to bug. It's going to bug the daylights out of me. That I've got. Why is it? It's not Hyper-V. It's not VMware. If I keep saying them to myself, I'll gradually get it. I'll gradually figure it out. Oh, what's it? Oh, what is it called? Not Oracle VBox, no.
Sunfridge?
It's one of the. No, it's not Citrix either. Although I do have experience with Citrix at a job I used to do. No, it's another one of the sort of open source ones, but not pfSense. That's the router. I keep saying that. What? Oh. I
We're
don't know
talking
why I
about
can't
Wi-Fi
remember it.
thing?
I ran it for so
D-Link?
long. They're both currently off at the moment, but I can't. For the life of me, I can't remember what they're called.
I'm not even on the same page with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no,
at all.
I've got a couple of servers that I used to run for game servers, and they both run virtual copies or virtual VMs of Windows Server. So that I think one
Oh,
had
okay.
3 VMs. What was it called? That's going to bug the crap out of me. Give us a second. I got to find this out.
Well, I can Google it. So
I'm doing
gaming
it, I'm
servers,
doing
right?
Because it's going to bug me if I don't do it. Oh, there was a logo for it there. What was What? Am I going completely mad?
Don't crash, don't crash.
Oh man, I'm losing my mind. How I can't remember what that's called.
I really wish I could help you. I have no idea.
Yeah, man, I don't know why I can't remember. It was quite a popular one. It's not It's not a like an obscure name or anything. Not VMware. It's not VMware Fusion. Not Parallel. It's not Hyper-V. VMware. Not VirtualBox. Not Chromium. No. No. Bootcamp. No. Proxmox. That's the one. Proxmox. That both of those machines are running Proxmox.
Smart.
Yeah, I've only been doing this what 3 hours. How am I already forgetting the name of like what my service called? Proxmox is the one it was called. Yeah.
You're tired.
I'm not. I'm not tired yet.
Okay.
Okay, we are outside. I think we're Broadstairs. We're off the coast of Broadstairs now. Coming around the east of England, southeast of England, just north of Dover.
It's Yorkshire. I heard about it. Where is it?
Yorkshire.
I know it's.
Yorkshire's right in the centre. We go past it. We go past York.
Okay.
And Jazz, I can't believe I couldn't remember Proxmox. I love that piece of software as well. One of them's a dual Xeon. Well, no, they're both dual Xeons, but one's 132 gig of RAM or 128 gig of RAM, and the other one's only got 16 gig of RAM, but it's got two really crappy Xeons in it. And I was going to run Windows Server on that by itself, but it turns out it won't because it doesn't have the C state control for the power saving control. Thanks very much for the follow, Jimmy.
Oh shit! I didn't do this when I came.
You don't have to, man. I'm not. It's not a requirement. I appreciate it if you do, but it's not a requirement.
No, I forgot. I completely forgot about it.
So we've got Wyvern still behind, NVVB, which is that you, Ali, is it?
Wait, I'm not. No, you're talking about someone behind you? Hell no, that's not me.
Okay.
I don't even know how to get to you.
No worries, no worries. Jimmy, currently flying down the entire coast of the UK, pretty much non-stop apart from refueling stops. I'm streaming the whole thing. I'm 3 hours into it, and I've got from Culdrose at Land's End to I've just north of Dover. I'm outside Margate, Kent now, which is right there.
Can this plane go overseas?
Yeah, I'm in Margate right now, so not far away, mate. I see Chatham down there as well, so 5 or 6 waypoints away, 35, 40 miles. I got a friend who lives in Medway, was in the army.
Yeah.
So if you look at little nav map on the screen, I'll zoom out. I'll get rid of some of these. Get rid of some of those markers. So this is this leg. This is this leg from Lyd Airfield to Humberside. But I've already flown from Culdrose, which is basically Land's End, to Lyd. This is the second leg. There's another leg from Humberside to Aberdeen, and then Aberdeen to Oban, which is somewhere around there, and then from Oban to Liverpool, and then Liverpool back to Culdrose. So it's going to be a long day.
Isn't Liverpool close to Ireland?
Well, not that far away, but not precisely close either. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that low flying plane over there. That.
Oh yeah, that's NVVB. Yeah, he's been flying along the entire time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think he's in the Discord, but he does fly with us occasionally, I think. Gillingham. Yeah, Jimmy, I went last week. I wanted to do something that I'd not done before, both in the sim and just in real life. Like, I was never that into doing like civil aviation flights, like, you know, big long duration sort of 12-hour long haul flights. It just, you don't get any scenery. You're looking at the same screen the entire time. I've got ultimate respect for the people who do enjoy that. and I can see where the appeal is for doing that. But I wanted to do something where I got to see some scenery, and so I decided to do an entire round the coast of Great Britain in a Cub with 2,400 miles in an aircraft that only does 110 knots, and do it all in one go. And it turns out to be much longer than an intercontinental flight. I think the flight planning software, NONSTOP, said 18 hours and 46 minutes. And when I originally planned this last week, I started testing it and putting it into the sim. The sim didn't like the fact that I was doing, it had 500-600 waypoints to deal with, so I was only getting 10 FPS. It turns out there's a limitation of the software that they've used to simulate the Garmin. So I had to split it up into 6 trips, about sort of anywhere between 50 and 100 waypoints. And I just thought, screw it, I'll do it all in one go. So I decided at the start of the week that I would do it on Friday. So I just started at 2 o'clock. And we're now 3 hours in, it's 5 PM here. It's still light outside, which is quite pleasant. And I've done some searching as well. I don't think anybody else has done this. So hopefully I'm the first person to circumnavigate Great Britain in a Cub. And I hope, yeah. I've made all the flight plans public as well, so if anybody wants them, you're more than welcome to them. I'll eventually put them on flightsim.to and some of the other sites. But for the moment they're downloadable on our Discord. You're more than welcome to join and grab them and then leave if you want, not a problem. But I've got a couple of guys following me at the moment, and anyone's more than welcome to join if they want to join me for all or part of it. Totally up to you.
As soon as this update is downloaded, I'm with.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy, I think I'm the first one because I don't think anybody's stupid enough to attempt this. Like, I'm sure there have been long haul flights before, but I just thought I've always kind of wanted to do it anyway. I'm not doing this for anybody else. I'm doing this for me because I want to do it, and it seemed like fun at the time. And I'm 3 hours in, and I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm doing most of it on autopilot, but manually flown it a couple of times. Flew over HMS Victory in Portsmouth a couple of times, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fly. I'm obviously hand flying the landings and stuff. I think Wyvern's hand flying it behind me, and he pretty much has done since the start of the flight, which is impressive.
Yeah, I haven't used the autopilot yet.
So it can be done.
I've been tempted, but
well, where are we? Thanet. Whitstable. Oh, we're not at Thanet, are we? Is this Thanet? I mean, it says Thanet Way on it. I've been there loads of times and I haven't. Whitstable and Herne Bay. I've been to Herne Bay. Drove through Herne Bay. And we're doing a quick jump across the Thames there. So we're about sort of 10-15 miles away from Chatham and Medway. Apparently I've reached 100 messages today with Restream Chat. Who knew? I don't know why it's bothered posting that. Whitstable Bay. Yeah, I think I've been in the water there as well. It was a long time ago. Sort of five plus years ago now. That whole area is quite nice though. Deal, Dover, not so much. Holy shit!
Hey!
Thanks very much,
It
dude.
worked.
You don't need to do it. Well, you don't need to do it. Thanks very much. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
I like the gift.
Well,
though. I
yeah.
like the gift. That was good. That was good.
You can do it, man. I believe in
I
you.
hope so. I hope I don't get 18 hours into it and then just start falling asleep on the keyboard and the stream just keeps going and.
I tried to do that's why I told
is
you,
it-
wait, what's going on? Because it wouldn't do it the first 2 times.
No.
Yeah, cause
The sceneries. I haven't downloaded any extra sceneries for the sim. They're all apart from the aircraft. All the ones you're seeing right now are all the standard ones built into the simulator. So what you see is what you get.
mods?
This is all the scenery you get with the. No, they're not. None of them are mods. Apart from the aircraft that I'm flying, the scenery is all standard in the sim.
Wait. You mean I can download mods?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I can play online.
Yeah. As long as the other person, if you're flying with somebody, right, as long as they've got the same mod as you, they can see the same thing. So if you download a modified aircraft, like I've got right now, as long as the person you're flying with has also got that same modified aircraft, he can see you in it and you can see him in it. So Wyvern, who's flying behind me right now, is flying a custom livery. Now I've already downloaded that livery, so I can see him in that custom livery. So the custom paint job on the aircraft. That's the only requirement when it comes to modifications in the game. As long as you've got, I think he's upside down now. It looks like he's upside down.
Yeah.
As long as you've got the same mod as anybody else, you can see exactly the same thing they can. But you can also fly with the mods, and that other person doesn't need to have them to fly with you, so you can still fly together. But if you've downloaded an aircraft and they haven't got that same aircraft, on their screen it'll be replaced with a generic aircraft model, and in most cases if it's a small one it'll be a Bonanza that it's replaced with. So it doesn't look very pretty, but you can still fly together. So if someone has a payware aircraft, you can still fly with them, even though that other person doesn't have the payware aircraft. Our flight group has this problem every week we fly together. There's always a problem where one person joins in, it's his first time flying with us, doesn't have any of the same mods, and just sees 12 Bonanzas lined up on the runway ready to take off, all set on their tail because of the way the sim deals with it. You can still fly together, it's just a bit weird. But this is all standard scenery. And they just did a UK update a couple of weeks ago, and this is all the new scenery data, so it's all basically Bing maps with auto-generated buildings for the most part, and then some custom stuff. So Portsmouth had the Spinnaker Tower, all custom made. Brighton had Brighton Pier, and the fairground at the end of Brighton Pier. That was all modelled, custom for the game. That was all put in, but that's all standard. It's all free. You don't have to pay extra for any of that. Even the base model of the game, which is just a Flight Simulator Standard Edition, you get all of that for nothing. I say for nothing. You're still paying for it. But from this kind of distance is where the scenery looks its best, I think. Like, so you can see I haven't got the world's most powerful computer. It's pretty good, but it still renders it quite nicely.
Yeah, I heard about this game. It works like that. I like that about it. It got nice graphics, and it doesn't need a really good PC to work it.
Well, I mean, you can run it on quite a lot of old hardware, but you need to turn the graphics settings down to get it to run, or to get it to run at an acceptable frame rate. Like this one right now, I'm running on I've got a Ryzen 3900X and a GTX 2070, or RTX 2070. My apologies. And it's running in ultra. Most of the details are in ultra at 1080p, and it's getting anywhere between 35 and 40 frames a second, which is perfectly playable. I'd like it to be 144 frames a second, but this is perfectly fine.
You got the same setup as me, by the way.
Yeah, it's good machine.
Yeah.
I love this. But I've also got another machine that's doing the stream encoding, so
I got an idea for your Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you do a mod channel?
Oh, I've got a mod channel.
People-
If you look down, there is a mod channel. There's four or five of them.
I don't see that.
Did you join? Did you click the accept button when you joined? Let me just have a quick look at you.
I wouldn't be able to join the chat thing without accepting.
Oh yes, of course. You should be able to see it. There's mod add-ons at the bottom. There's add-ons, mods, right at the bottom below the voice cells.
Add-ons. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And there's
perfect.
all the ones that our group uses for their bush flights. Stand by. No worries, Major. Thanks. Okay, there we go. Try that. I'm Jeff. I'm at RX580 and have to put it on medium to get a consistent 40. Yeah, that's it. You don't. Like, it's one of the few games that I've come across where you don't need to be on ultra settings to get a really nice looking game out of it. Like, medium is perfectly acceptable. Like, perfectly, like, for what people, for this kind of flight, it'd be fine.
I
I'm
like
a bit.
the reflection. The reflection on the water and like the clouds when it's really cloudy.
Yeah.
Yeah, in BCS you don't get the same feel. In the lightly clouded, it looks like dead souls leaving Earth.
So here we go.
Just
We're at the mouth of the Medway now, I think. So I'm just gonna turn in for Jimmy there. I've taken it off autopilot. I'll just. So we're coming towards Chatham, and I'm not going to go too far in because again it's a long flight and I've got quite a bit to fly through.
the windmills.
But yeah, the
It's a lot harder upside down.
yeah, yeah, I don't doubt it. I'll get rid of this now because we're not actually using it.
Fly through them.
Let's get outside. We can see you can see this. The only thing I don't like about it is because the ships, the game's still immature. The way the ships are rendered at the bottom there, they're on the satellite imagery. But because the AI that builds the scenery from the photogrammetry data doesn't know that that's a ship, it won't build that. Oh, let's get that back.
So it looks like a dock to the AI.
Oh, the ship. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. So this is the mouth of the River Thames. So I'm not going deep into the Thames. That's for another flight. I'm thinking about doing, like, while I'm flying this, I've got all kinds of ideas. I've written a couple of them down already. I want to do the rivers. Global ship traffic. Do you know what, Jeff? I didn't realise that was a thing. I did not, like, I don't know why, but I didn't know that was a thing that you could add to the ship traffic. I'll have to check that out once I'm done. Yeah, Southend, yeah. Gonna be there soon. Grays. Grays is a bit further in, isn't it? Yeah, Grays is there. Southend. Yeah, Jeff, I'll check that out once I'm done here. I didn't, honestly, I didn't know that was a thing. I was kind of, I think maybe I've heard that in the past, but I didn't specifically know that there was a mod that allowed you to have ship traffic in. I don't know why I didn't know that. I think most of the flights I do tend to not be over a lot of sea, because we're always flying little single engine cubs, so we tend to do the bush flying stuff in Idaho, Alaska, BC, Colombia. We've done Peru now. We did Pakistan a couple of weeks back. That was really good. And we tend to not be over the sea a lot, which is a shame. And the coast is really quite nice in the UK on this sea. I've been quite surprised at it, especially the south coast looks really good. I'm looking forward to getting over the Scottish Islands, because the way I've planned it is to avoid actually going over the islands and just sticking to the actual mainland. I don't want to call it mainland to anybody who lives on an island, because it's kind of insulting. It's not the mainland, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to, so I'm going through some of the islands rather than flying around them as well. But to get to go and see some sites such as Dounreay nuclear power station, and Heysham A and B reactor. And there are some sites along this trip that I know. There's a lot that I don't, and I'm just sort of going along for it and seeing what I can see, and then just using a little nav map to see where I am and researching a little bit. But there's some that's like I would like to do. I would like to do the Rolls-Royce engine trip, so do all the rivers like the Trent and the Avon and that kind of stuff. I think that would be quite good, and do it in something with a small Rolls-Royce engine.
And you should have done this trip with a Spitfire.
That would have been cool. That would have actually been quite cool, yeah. Oh, that's actually, there you go. I could do it. I could do that trip in a Spitfire. I do the rivers, because Rolls-Royce, well, apart from the Merlin, obviously, they name all their, I think apart from the Merlin, might be
the last.
But they name their jet engines, their turbine engines, after rivers. So there's the Rolls-Royce Haven, there's the Trent, there's the there's other engines. There's other engines. So where are we?
The BF-109s were the BMWs, right?
BF-109, I think, is BMW. Yeah, they used to make props as well. That's why their logo is a spinning prop.
Yeah, the Spitfires were Rolls-Royce.
Yeah, the Spitfires are Rolls-Royce Merlin. Yeah, Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, 12-cylinder, 27-litre supercharged V12 engine.
It's funny how they join together now.
Yeah.
The world
Yeah,
is
so
a
there's a
crazy
few
place.
manufacturers that did that after the war though as well. So MAK used to make engines, and they made ship engines as well, and they still do. But they partnered with a UK company afterwards as well.
Mac, you mean like the truck? Mac?
No, there's a European ship engine manufacturer called it's spelled MAK. Mac, however you want to say it, and they make big boat engines, and they also made the engine for the Tiger tank, the German Tiger. I can't believe you're still with me, man. Well, okay, I'll tell you what. I'll back the throttle off a little bit and let you catch up.
I mean, I'm not that far back, but I went. I flipped back over the Thames and then I lost you for a second.
No, no way.
So wait, you said Mac made tank engines?
Yeah, MAK, not the Mac American truck manufacturer. MAK.
Yeah.
The boat engine manufacturer used to make smaller vehicle engines, and they made the engine Mac. Made the engines for the Tiger tank. At least they were one company that made Tiger tank engines. Right, so let's have a quick look at the map, see where we are. I've just passed Southend. I'm at waypoint number 24 out of 55, I think, on this one, isn't it? 54, 55, going towards Humberside, which will be my next fuel stop. We're going to pass Felixstowe and Harwich and Ipswich. Some great town names in the UK, isn't there? Look at these. Hopton-on-Sea. It's like looking at Transport Tycoon Deluxe, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
The town names.
That's the long way to go.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah. So that's how far off from Land's End. I'm just north of London now, and I'm doing the entire UK coast in one trip.
God
Good
damn.
times.
So I played Euro Truck Simulator, and this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is
Oh, well.
insane.
Well, so far
Luck,
I've
man.
done.
Seriously.
How many miles have I done? What kind of mileage is that? I couldn't even tell you. I should really be keeping an eye on it, but so far I've been streaming for 3 hours and 36 minutes, but of that probably 3.5 hours in the air, maybe 3 hours 20 minutes in the air. If you include the refuel and starting on the ground and chatting for a couple of minutes. And
You should bypass by Isle of Man.
sorry, say that again.
Isle of Man.
Oh, I used to live there, man. I've done a flight around the TT course once. I haven't streamed it, but I will do at one point. I'll do around the coast of the Isle of Man, but that won't take more than probably an hour. So the coastline is only 100 miles.
So it's a small island? It's a big island?
Not really. The entire coastline, if you were to walk around the entire coastline of the Isle of Man, that's 100 miles.
But it's really beautiful. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful place. Fantastic place. Recommend going there if you've never been there. Go there, 100%.
I will.
But yeah, I lived there. I lived there for over 20 years. I just moved back to the UK actually a year and a half ago with my missus.
Awesome.
Oh, there's another wind farm coming up. Where are we at? Keep looking. Burnham on Couch. Burnham on Crouch.
Still got my landing lights on.
Yeah, so have I. I've left mine on, but I've put mine to. Oh no, mine's gone back to strobe because I reset the sim, didn't I? I like the strobe. Lets people know I'm here. But you can change that if you go to that switch there and go steady. I just have steady lights on. Let's turn them off. Don't technically need them on, I suppose.
I spent ages the other day trying to find the actual key binding for that switch to change it from steady to pulse because I've got everything else set up as a button on my controller.
Yeah.
Apart from that, and I just can't find what.
There's another guy looking for the same thing in our Discord.
Yeah, I posted on Reddit about it, see if anyone knew, but I just don't think there is one.
Okay. Yeah, there was a guy in our Discord that actually did the same thing. I don't know whether he ever fixed it either. Yeah, I know what you mean though. The completionist in me doesn't like that.
Yeah.
Because I want to have all the buttons there. I'm actually doing 6.6 gallons an hour now. Like with the fuel load I've got in, now that's a 10-hour endurance. But I want to go a little bit faster. Because I don't want to spend. I was just about to say I don't want to spend all day in this aircraft, but that's exactly what I'm going to do anyway. Yeah.
You can go higher.
No, I want to enjoy the entire coast. That's the whole point. I mean, like, I could go higher, have like a slightly higher cruising speed and lower fuel use, and get a lot further in one go. But it would defeat the object of me flying around the entire coast. So I want to fly around the entire coast of the UK. Like I'm avoiding stuff like this because I really don't think if I flew around that entire thing, it would really add a great deal. except you know several hundred extra miles for all of the ones all the way around the UK. So
the point is, so you can have fun. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I'm just doing it. So I'm doing the entire coast. So parts of it I'll be going overland slightly. Parts of it be oversea. There's a Eurowings aircraft, nice. And then all the way around to Humberside in this leg. Should be quite good. So I can stop zooming out. So that leg is to Humberside. This is leg 2 of 6. So on Humberside, our next one's from Humberside to Aberdeen. And then Aberdeen, Oban to Liverpool, Liverpool back to Culls Rose where we started off 3.5 hours ago.
There's a weird thing with Humberside at the minute, where I'm guessing it's just because of the photogrammetry update.
Yeah.
The gate where the KLM Embraer boards, that's all hollowed out on the sim.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll get to see that.
So I don't know what's happened with that, but it didn't use. That's one of the things that the update messed up.
Yeah, there's a few random photogrammetry glitches and stuff, isn't there? London, there's a few weird areas in London, like the canal, the river that goes through Reading.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what it was called. My geography of that area is not that great, but it's like it's been sunk about 100 feet, so it's like a massive canal. Jimmy, I am lucky to get some not really British weather, mostly because I changed the weather to clear skies because I wanted to enjoy the coastline and not have to fight headwinds the entire way. Do you have a quick click on it and see what it's actually like in live weather? Give it a second to load.
Right now.
Okay. So there you go. Actually, what happened there was, I instantly got a tailwind of 26 knots. It's nice and clear, though, to be fair. Nice and clear. Have I got to turn my autopilot back on?
So your autopilot does the whole thing for you?
Yeah, it's also yeah, I'm currently, which is great. I mean, I've got a 24 knot tailwind, which is great for time, and it's great for the weather, the sea state as well. Sea state looks pretty cool.
That sunset's amazing if you put it on live time for a second.
Oh yeah, I don't like. I've been trying to so I'm at 8:42 right now. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to do it. I want to do. It does look pretty cool. Oh man, 8:42. That's close enough. Stop it. Yeah, I don't. The live weather is so unbelievably unpredictable. I wanted to enjoy the entire coastline like uninterrupted, and there's no guarantee of that on live weather. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to drop to 500 feet. Drop to 500 feet and bring the throttle back. Yeah, they do for the sea state. Looks great. The textures for the night time and the sunset going down look really good as well. In certain places, in certain other places they don't so much. But I don't want to do the entire trip like overnight. I don't get to see anything. I don't get to like see the whole coastline. That's one of the reasons I chose to do it. Daylight hours, and with clear skies. Basically, if I get a headwind of 30 knots, it could potentially add, like if I'm going down one side of the UK, could potentially add about 3 hours to a trip. So yeah.
You do it at dawn though.
Say again, sorry.
You do it at dawn, like when the sun.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll do the next one I do. I couldn't tell you what it does. When I take off, I'll do it just before sunset. Sorry, just before dawn, so we get the sunrise coming up.
What you gotta do is Spitfires and Typhoons, and that's gonna be great.
You have to do a long distance flight in the Spitfire. There's a lot of hand flying.
Hell yeah.
That'd be
Oh, no autopilot with that.
No. So I'll bring it down a little bit further. There we go. No, not too close. That's probably a bit better. Not clipping yet. Okay. Right. I have a separate microphone for the Discord and the stream. So this one's the I speak a bit quiet because I'm a bit closer to it. So the stream gets a bit of better quality than the Discord would.
Actually, I feel like the Discord one is much better than the stream.
Do you reckon?
Because it's much crispier and clearer.
Yeah, I think Jimmy,
No,
the night time would be, if you're flying inland a lot, it's a lot in cities and stuff. It's a lot more fun. You get a totally different look, but I like seeing like this. You see the way you see on the screen there, the currents in the sea, and I just think that's fantastic the way they've included that. Like, and then you'd miss the sort of wetlands area around here, and I guess it's just one of the reasons I chose to do this whole thing during the day and see what happens. Bearing in mind, it's the first time I'm doing a flight at this length. Whereas it stands right now, probably about around the 20-hour mark. Excuse me, and 3 hours and 47 minutes in. But it looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, hell yeah.
It looks so good. Like even the sewage treatment plant down there. I think it just looks brilliant.
Are you gonna post when you're gonna do that trip on Discord?
Yep.
Or is
Yeah,
it
I'll
on-
probably end up doing it. I'll probably end up posting about it.
Yeah, that's good.
I like.
I can't.
Yeah, this is the first time I've done one of these, this kind of format. So, I mean, I don't like if anybody else wants to join, they're more than welcome to. But any other trips that I do, again, you're more than welcome to join any of them. It's fine.
I can't promise you that I'm gonna be there because you might be doing this when I'm at work.
Okay.
I'll stay at work for 2 days.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Ah, of course, there's an F-15.
Hey, there's an F-15?
Yeah. Oh, the F-15's cool. Now it is. When it first released, it wasn't. But now that they fixed it all up, it's real nice. Looks incredible as well. Oh, I'm getting some frame rate issues. I'm heading to. Let's see what this is about. This is like a marina there, isn't there? Like a dockyard, a container. And if you're just far enough away from it, like there, it does look, except the cranes and the boats themselves, the containers do look kind of cool. Yeah, Timmy, the bush flying in this is, I maintain from the very start, the VFR flying in this is where this simulator has its strength at the moment. Until all the errors and stuff are fixed in the airliners. There is no the greatest strength in flight sim is the VFR flying and bush flying. 100%. At least for the moment, that's where it is. Like you can fly over, like it just looks fantastic at this height. Like I don't know, like I get the appeal of the airliners, but I don't know why anybody. Like I'd want to fly an airliner at 1,000 feet just so I could look at the terrain as well. Just be constantly plagued with terrain, pull up. There's that F-15 again. But yeah, it does. It feels so real. The closer you get to it, the more you can see the errors and the problems with it. But from here, it just looks brilliant. Like if you, one of the trips, one of the guys set up. In fact, more than one now. For our flying group, he did one that started in Austria. Basically, went through the Austrian Alps. And the scenery was incredible. Probably the best scenery I've ever seen in this sim. You did airlines before. Like I've no like. I see the appeal with airlines, and I like bombing around an A320 or a 747. But I much prefer, like, if we're talking about airlines and doing that kind of flying, I much prefer the turboprops like the Q400 and not so much the ATR, but. I like the dashes. I really want someone to release a Dash 7, you know, the big 4-engine Dash, mainly for bush flying, so I can do a larger aircraft but still land in 700 feet. And helicopters, yes, I agree with the helicopters. I'm really looking forward to that. I don't think that's going to be for a while yet. But I am.
So they don't have it yet.
They don't have well, there are people who have modelled helicopters into the game, but they're not that good. Like the flight model doesn't work right.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's someone's done an Airbus helicopter.
Yeah, they've done EC-135. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking. So who was I on the? Who was I talking to on the chat that's flown one of those? Oh, it was Big Max. He was flying with us before. He was flying he downloaded the EC-135. On the Guppy. I'd like a Guppy as well, the Super Guppy. All that entire line of airliners, I'd like. The original Guppy, the Super Guppy, the original Beluga, which was an A300 608 ST, the Beluga XL, the Dream Lifter. I can't help but feel they just made a massive tube and then just bolted the front of a 747 on it, the wings and the tail of a 747 on it. I love aircraft like that. Just those weird, outsized, ugly-looking aircraft. My favourite types are the weird ones, or the ones that haven't been built much, or the prototype, like the XB70, the Valkyrie, the TSR2. Absolutely love a TSR2.
What about the Antonov?
The 225, yeah, 225 is cool. That's a very cool aircraft. 124. Even stuff like the 24, the Antonov 24, I like those smoky old Russian turboprops as well. I got to do I used to work at an airport, EGNS, Ronaldsworth in the Isle of Man, ground staff dispatch and ground. And doing, on a Sunday morning, the boat wasn't sailing, so the newspapers couldn't come from the UK. So they flew them in, and it was an AN-24 that brought them in, and my God, it should have been scrapped years ago, but the guy came to the door and it was a Russian crew or Ukrainian crew, I couldn't tell you which, and he just shouted out the door, "Ground the power!" And the place just stank of smoke when we went on there. It was such a cool aircraft though, because the APU is, so the main engine is like an overwing turboprop, and the exhaust fires out the side. If I'm correct, yeah, the exhausts fire out the side of the nacelle from the engines, and the APU fires out of the number one engine straight out the back. So there's this big flap that opens up mechanically, and they've launched they start the APU, and the APU is louder than the aircraft, but it was snowing this day, and the APU was firing directly at the ground and melted this huge patch of snow. But it was so loud. But it was very cool being in that aircraft and like skulking around and being in AN-24. And then there's like a oh, this is cool. Where are we now? This looks like the UK's version of the Kennedy Space Centre. I bet you it is, isn't it? It is. I'm pretty sure it is. Can someone confirm that for me on the... I'm pretty sure that is like one of the test ranges in the UK, or used to be one of the test ranges in the UK. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, Orfordness. I'm pretty sure it used to be, because right here we're flying over now used to be a massive radar setup, so you can see the actual lines in the ground. Let's get that off. That there used to be a there is still some stuff there, but that is a radar, like over the horizon radar that points obviously north towards the Soviets, or where the Soviets would have come from. But that's very cool. Get that back on.
You got a lot of history in the UK. I respect that shit.
Well, it's just like nerdy wanting to see it for myself. Like you know how you like every now and again you'll find something on Wikipedia or something, and you'll end up in this spiral looking through Wikipedia articles for about an hour, and you'll wonder how the hell you got there. That's exactly how I know about it. But I'm pretty sure that, like, if that was an over the horizon radar, and I'm not entirely sure whether it's still there. I know it definitely was. Let's go satellite.
They probably switched it
Cobra
off,
Mist
right?
radar. I was correct. It was called the Cobra Mist. And that's got to be a that's got to be a Soviet Cold War era. Here we go. Let's bring the Wikipedia article up. Cobra Mist was code name for an Anglo-American experimental over-the-horizon radar from Orfordness. It was originally intended to be mounted in Turkey, but no, yeah, it was a over-the-horizon radar. There's one in they still have got systems like that. I know one of them's in RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, and then there's like the Russian variants of those things. Yeah, Jazz, that was it was Orfordness in the UK. This is on the UK coast. It was called the Cobra Mist. Cobra Mist radar project. But I spotted the first bit because I remember reading something randomly about there being like a missile test range that fired off into the North Sea somewhere years ago. I can't remember when I was reading that, but I remember seeing it in the the satellite images on Wikipedia or whatever. But definitely remember the radar. Like I've had this weird fascination with those radar type things. Like I've got spent Orford, ARFORD. Or you type in Cobra Mist, like a Cobra and MIST, and it will show you. It'll show you exactly where it is because that's what the radar was called. Yeah, ORFORD, NESS was the place it was based, right on the coast there. Yeah, thanks, Jazz. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those. They're really interesting. Like I used to be into my SDR radio and building my own antennas and stuff like that, and it was like super interesting to hear different signals from around the world. Like you get pager signals, you can pick up all the air traffic stuff, and you can pick up one called not the woodpecker. The buzzer UVB76, and you can actually, like, I set up an antenna outside this house when we first moved in here a year and a half ago, and sure enough, you can pick it up from here. The Russian Cold War number station. Apologies for that. My USB just had a weird disconnection. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Let's get our settings back in order. Okay. At this point we need to go for the left tank. Yeah, I had a weird weird USB disconnection issue there. You just that can't be. Hopefully, it's not related to that weird USB AMD connection issue, but I mean, probably is, isn't it? Right, let's have a look. Let's get
I saw earlier they've got a fix for that now.
Have they? I know there's one that turn your make sure it's PCI, turn your PCI Express from auto to 3, because it tries to use PCI Express version 4. Come on, right, let's get this. I don't need to do my mixture because I'm only at 700 feet. I want to get that fuel per gallon down to about 8. Fuel per gallon? Gallons per hour, rather down to about 8. There you go, 8.1, that'll do. There we go. Look at that. That's a wonderful area as well. Let's have a quick look at the nav map, see where we actually are now.
To be honest, I mean, anything looks good from an airplane. So.
Sorry, say again, mate. I could barely hear you then.
Anything looks good from the air, so.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have a quick look. Oh, nice. Bring that up. Staring blindly at the map. The legs aren't particularly interesting. This part of the coast of England is just mostly flat and we do get to pass Skegness though. What a place! Wow. Are you still flying with me? You are? Wow, impressive.
Yeah, I'm keeping up.
Nice. I'm doing about 110 knots, pretty much smacking between 109 and 110.
Man, I'm done. I want to go to sleep. I'll catch up.
Yeah.
When I wake up, you'll probably still be up once.
Probably, yeah. But the way things are going right now, this is. So 4 hours. I've probably at least got another 12 to 14. Well, I've got at least another 14 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'll be up.
Yeah.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah, see you later, dude.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Dude. You too.
Like that. Oh. Sorry, my man. I accidentally hit pause.
Oh yeah, I lost you for a second.
Yeah, right. I'm right in front of you now. But you know what? If it's going to be like this, I'm going to drop it another 100 feet. Yeah, there we go. Just get down by that coastline a little bit more.
Hello.
Alright, North.
How's the flight going?
I haven't crashed, I haven't died yet. I haven't lost interest in it yet. I haven't fallen asleep. I've been going for, I think, the time I started was just under 4 hours. I'm coming up to the 4 hour mark flying wise now.
And you're not bored yet.
I've had one stop. I stopped at Lydd Air Force Base, Lydd Airfield, and I am now just coming up to.
Oh, I'm right behind you.
Oh, are you? That was quick.
I am.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What in the world? Never mind. I crashed. How did that happen?
Did you? Did your game crash?
No. My plane crashed. Not my game.
Oh, maybe you
I
were
was just-
overspeeding?
I might have been.
Overspeeding the engine?
Yep, not paying enough attention. So
I'm guilty of that from time to time. Yeah. Couple of wind
All
turbines
right, I'm
there,
back.
real nice. Part of the coastline, yeah?
Oh, so it looks like what time are you flying in game? I'm gonna change.
I am currently flying. It is about, I'd say about 9:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, 9:10 in the morning. UTC. The reason being, I want to experience the entire thing in daylight. I'm going to start the next leg from dawn, so at least I get sunrise.
Aha. Good plan.
But I want to do the whole thing in daylight, so I don't want it to go to night time, and then it might trick my brain into thinking it's sleep time, and then want me to go to sleep. So I'd rather.
Right, because you've got to be up for a full 18 hours.
Yeah, I've looking at it right now. I've got between 14 and probably anywhere between 14 and 18 hours remaining. So, yeah, good times.
Oh man, you are something.
I picked a good one, yeah. Well, it's something that can be done in 24 hours. I mean, don't know why anybody would want to do it in 24 hours. But you can do it.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, I've been searching, and I think I'm the only person to do this in a Cub.
Really?
I think so far, yeah, in this sim, I think I'm the only person to go around the coast of the UK.
I still think you should have really manned up and done it in the bird dog.
I'd be stopping at every single airfield. I'd have to pretend to have fuel bladders in the back because that thing carries, what, 80 litres of fuel in total?
Yeah, and it burns through it at 80 liters an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, lower stuff. See, that looks really cool above there. That looks really cool.
I've been working from home all morning and just had your stream on in the background behind my laptop with no sound or anything, but I was just kind of watching once in a while, and the scenery's been good so far.
It's been really good, hasn't it? It's really surprised me how good it's been. Like,
yeah, it is.
Like there's some obvious weirdness. Like when we flew over Portsmouth a couple of hours ago. We flew over HMS Victory, which is the oldest commissioned vessel on the planet, oldest naval commissioned vessel on the planet, I think. It's really bad. Like, hopefully someone's done I'd love to see someone do like a 3D model to replace that, because it's such a shame not having that there. But it is what it is.
I see you've had Wyvern with you for quite a while.
He's been in there since the start.
That's awesome.
I think I left for about an hour and then came back.
Yeah, he had a quick break, and he's been there since the beginning. And better yet, he's been flying the whole thing manually.
No autopilot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
pretty
Have
impressive.
you been flying autopilot for a bunch of it?
KS Boyle. The graphics card is a 2070 with a 3900X CPU. Most of the stuff is on Ultra. A couple of things knocked down. Nothing big. I actually just changed it. I put it back up yesterday. But the biggest thing is it's running at 1080p and not 1440. So that's like what more than 50% less pixels it's got to deal with. But yeah, I think 1080p is perfectly acceptable in this game. I'm getting anywhere, like sometimes the FPS is dropping, but right now I'm getting anywhere between sort of 35 and 40, 45. More out over the sea it goes up, I can get anywhere up to about 80 frames a second.
I never get that high, but I'm flying with similar components to you right now at 2K, and I'm hovering in 40 to 45.
My frames per second is probably higher than that right now. It's just my brain not liking it. But yeah, it's like you don't need a 3090 to play this game. Like a 2060.
No, you don't.
1080, 1070 is fine. Knock some of the settings down.
Good.
Even on medium settings, it does not look bad.
I was gonna say I'm flying 2K with a 2060 at all high settings, and it's perfectly. I mean, for bush flying in small aircraft, it's perfectly good.
Yeah, just travelling over Great Yarmouth now. It's actually a nice place. IRL. Looks really good from here. Needed to. Some of the waypoints are quite far away from the coast, but you get a nice overview of the whole thing, I think. And if anybody sees and anybody wants the livery that I'm flying with, it's available for free on flightsim.to. It's actually made by the guy who started flying with us, North Coast of 76. So there you go.
Don't tell everybody that. They'll all know.
He's done a whole bunch of them for our flying group. They're all great.
I do like that you enjoy that jazz one because I think.
Yeah, I
that's
like
funny.
it. It's nice and colourful. I just like it. Also, the aircraft. There's a wind farm actually out on our right hand side, way out in the sea there. That's cool.
Pretty cool.
Really cool addition, yeah. 3600 you should be getting exactly the same performance as I get on here. Boyle. In fact, probably better because I'm running like what 6 or 7 different applications as well as running OBS to another computer which does the stream encoding. So, I mean, you should be getting either equal to or better than this. 3600 isn't a slow CPU, and this is.
Nope.
Oh, there's NVB and the Eagle going past at Mach 8. Nice. It's a heavily sort of single-threaded performance. Like it's heavily biased towards being single-threaded. I mean, it is a multi-threaded game. It will use multiple cores, but it won't use multiple cores up entirely. Like I know that because there's probably, if I go to look at the task manager on this, there's probably 1 or 2 cores being used. And this is a 3900, so it's a 12-core. Well, allegedly capable of 4.7 gigahertz, but I don't think I've ever seen it go that high. I think the highest I've seen it go with water cooling is 4.5. Some of the north coasters off there. That wind farm looks incredible. That looks really good. There's a whole bunch of those wind farms off the west coast of England, especially down towards sort of Morecambe and Lancaster.
It does look really cool.
Yeah.
I love that they're actually modeled and it's not just the ones that are, printed into the ground.
Yeah.
Like I've seen in other spots.
I think it's really cool that they've told the simulator to generate those.
Yeah, me too.
So we're just travelling just north of Great Yarmouth on the east coast of England. If anybody wishes to join for part of it or for all of it, I mean, you're welcome to. It's going to be a long flight. The flight plans, I've made flight plans, made them available publicly for nothing. They're available in the Discord, which should have popped up on the Twitch chat just there. If not, type in !Discord. I will put them up after I finish. I'll put them up on flightsim.to or one of those, and people can fly them if they want afterwards. They probably won't, because I mean, who would want to do this, right? This is stupid.
That's all the time I have for now, but I might pop in again later.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'll be here.
All right. For the next 14 hours.
Yeah, probably. See you, Nov.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to get a snack or something to eat on the next stop.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Let's have a quick overview of where we are in relation to where we started from. So, the yellow aircraft is where I currently am. I started off from Land's End, which is actually started off from Culdrose, which is there. And that's how far I've gotten so far in 4 hours. It's not insignificant distance. And I've got to go around the entire coast of the UK, all the way round, and then I've got a separate flight plan for each leg, because it turned out the sim didn't like a full round the UK flight plan. But my next stop is Humberside. After that will be Aberdeen. I think that would be the longest single leg, possibly. Either that or the flight from Aberdeen all the way around the coast of Scotland to Oban to Liverpool, EGGP, and then Liverpool back to Culdrose. So second leg of 6. Oh. And the scenery is looking glorious right now. Over here. That's all up and running still. Wyvern's still with me. Wyvern's been basically flown the entire flight with me as well at this point.
Yeah, and I haven't got the flight plan, so at the minute I've got to
And yeah, manually.
fly it. I did have the flight plan for the first leg, but I didn't want to use it. Now that I kind of want to use it.
Yep. This is one of the longest legs in the trip. This leg itself is 10.9 miles, 10.8 miles, 10.8 miles. There's a 12-mile leg there. Well, they're all 12.5, 15. All right, maybe I was lying. But for the most part, 17.9 mile leg. Actually, not that far away from Humberside at this point.
No, not doing too bad.
No. I'm smack on 110 knots at the moment. Oh, you know what? I'm at 800 feet, and when I went onto live weather, I changed the barometric pressure changed. So there's 400 foot height difference in the barometric pressure. Let's stick to 600. Oh, Major Par streaming now as well on Twitch. Oh. I love the shadows as well. The shadows work real nice.
Yeah. This would be the kind of thing that would be really good to do real life.
Yeah, I would love to do this. I mean, there's no way you'd be able to do this in one go in real life. You'd have to do. Well, you could make a week of it, couldn't you? You could do like one leg each week, and then one leg each day, and then like spend a couple of hours flying, and then spend the day in that town, get something to eat, get a nice night's sleep, get back out to the aircraft, do the next leg the next day. I would love to do that.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
And fly around the entire UK that way. That would be a lot of fun.
Expensive though, but
yeah,
it'll be worth it.
I'd also like to do it in a boat, believe it or not. I think that'd be good. Fairly large-ish. That'd cost a fortune in fuel, that would.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to stop at some of the Scottish Islands as well. Where are we? 42, waypoint number 42. Out of 54 waypoints for this leg. 4 hours and 20 minutes. I actually fully intended to have a timer counting along at the same time. Installed all the software for it, and then when I started the stream I forgot to start it. And I can't get it to start from 4 hours. Which is annoying. Okay, let's have a quick watch. You get a bit closer to the and then we're doing a Newbrow Kings Lynn. Well, this is some of the longest legs on this trip. Oh, bit of an FPS hit. Something happened. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, that's bad. Every now and again since the last update, the sim just does that. It'll smooth out in a second. There you go.
Yeah, it's just there's like small boxes of different areas where it just hits you.
Yeah. Waypoint number 43 of 54 in this leg. We're going around some real nice scenery again. But this whole trip's been fantastic so far. Look for it, the way it looks, apart from a couple of random areas that have been a bit broken.
I mean, I doubt they'd want to fly 20 hours around the coast to check it all.
No. 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 Let's check the fuel.
That's one thing I don't think is fair about when the game first came out. Like, some people would like critiquing them on that some areas were glitched, but it's not like they've got the time to check every single last part of the planet, is it?
No, the part of it is like the photogrammetry data is broken from Bing, and that's part of the reason. But also the AI they use to build the scenery and the to put the trees in, or to generate the buildings, has got to work out what is what. And then it's taken data from so many sources that it's bound to get stuff wrong. And I've no problem with that, because they will eventually iron it all out. It might take a couple of years for them to do certain areas, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference, does it? I mean, this area looks fantastic. The satellite data is amazing. The coastline looks mostly like it should. The land surrounding it looks amazing with the different coloured farmlands. Like, I remember the original Flight Sim, just every single field with the same colour.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like there were no individual houses. The houses were literally just like really bad images on top, like textures. And now everything's a huge. It takes all the satellite data from Bing Maps, and although Bing Maps probably isn't quite as good as Google Maps. There's a golf course. The fact that I can tell that that's a golf course, like, that's fantastic. I mean, how can you be mad about that?
Yeah.
It looks amazing. Yeah, it's called Royal Cromer Golf Club. There you go. But you can tell if you just look at the sim, and I think that's where this game has its strengths at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Do need a quick sip of water. There's like a staircase running down the on the next leg, I will I'll plug the Xbox controllers to get some drone footage while flying. Oh, excuse me. I'm not even tired, I don't know why I'm yawning. I should have made the waypoints a bit tighter to land in some of the places. Not that far away from Humberside at the moment.
I have to remember that I'm in the tri-gear version of this and not the tail dragger, else I'll try and land it like that.
Yeah. Do you want to fly? See if you can fly up next to my wing, and let's see if we can get a shot of that. Like I can see the nose gear on it right now. See, that looks incredible. It's a great aircraft as well. That's the new version of the XCub by Carbon Prop, the same guy who did this aircraft as well, model this one. It's the nose gear, the NX. It's currently in beta right now, I think. But it's if you don't know how to fly a taildragger, boom. It's a Cub with a nose gear, and it's actual real plane. It's not just modified for flight sim. It looks very cool. Oh, you're disappearing now because of the conflict thing. It looks. It's even got big bush wheels on it. Let's have a field check. Yeah. I know. I'm currently at 400 feet, am I? Oh, come on now, load, will you? There we go. Let's get back to 600 feet and then... An XCub download is on the Bush League Legends Discord at the moment. If you want the beta, if you don't want the beta and want the proper release version, they post it on the Bush League Legends website along with all the others. But I don't... Based on the speed of which he's released the other ones, I'd imagine it'd be out within a month. But the beta one's free as well. They're all freeware. He's done, like, the guy's pretty much been working solidly on these aircraft that he's built. I mean, there's, I don't know whether you've tried the other ones as well. There's a Tundra tired version. There's this one that I'm flying with a cargo pod, which is basically just the normal XCub in game, but with a cargo pod underneath and a larger fuel tank. Because you can have fuel bladders in the you can have a fuel bladder in the cargo pod, which is the left auxiliary tank. So that's why that tank, I'm running off that tank, but it's still showing full. And there's a fuel pump for it as well. And I started on that tank for a little while, get it down to about 15 gallons, and then that's just like a 5 gallon. You're only supposed to have a 5 gallon fuel mismatch, I think. So I tried to. Yeah, tell me about it, Jazz. It takes a long time to learn how to tail wheel. Like, without nosing it over every time. Ask any person in our bush flying group, any of them. They all have the same problem, and it takes hours of flying in the simulator to figure it out. And then once you do get it, it's like, it just, from that point on, you just have a much easier time landing. It's one of those things that just randomly falls into place for you. And you basically just have to land nose up, slow it right down, get it on the throttle, and then land with a bit of power, and you'll eventually get it. But it's more about learning the gliding, and you can pretty much descend completely flat. It's in the Bush League Legends Discord. It's in the let me have a look. It's right there. It's called the XCub Dev Releases section, and that's they've got the. Let's see. It's the beta is still on.
Second to last.
Yeah, the beta is still on 0.4. But the actual full releases are available on their website. The Tundra with big tyres definitely makes it worse. Not so much the landing, but the stopping that makes it a lot worse. Because the brakes are a bit bigger on those. So you hit the brakes. I'm lucky I've got a set of pedals, and it's got analog brakes. So when I lean into the brakes a little, I can be a lot more precise with them, and that's probably the biggest bonus of having rudder pedals. I'd say personally. I would totally recommend getting pedals if you haven't got them. Get the simple Logitech Cytec ones. So 10 out of 10. Oh man, yeah. If you hit the parking brake when landing, that's it. You're done for. But as soon as you drop, my technique is come in, flare the landing, and if you're on full flaps, you land like land literally. Hear it, so the stall horn starts to go off as you start landing, and then the moment you touch the ground, lift the flaps straight up out of it, so it just plunks you down onto the ground, and then you immediately pull back on the stick, like I just did then, but try not to be in the air when you do it. And if your speed is low enough, you won't go airborne again, and then you can get on the brakes pretty hard, but you've got to keep the stick full back. It stops the tail rising up and you nose striking, or prop striking it, and that's a common thing. That's one of the emojis in the Discord, is a prop strike cub. It's just something that happens to everybody more than once on a flight. I mean, our last group flight I streamed, I'm pretty sure I nose striked more than one time. So like, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's just going to happen. Well, let's have a quick look, see where we are. We are Sheringham, approaching King's Lynn, sort of 20 miles away. We're going to turn into the coast, end up almost heading south again for a little bit, before we head west again, and then northwest up past King's Lynn and Boston and Skegness, going along the coast of Skegness, which is, if you've ever been there, oh, it's a wonderful place. Well, the way I do it is, when you're landing with full flap, if you're landing with most 2 notches of flaps or full flaps, when you start flaring up just before touchdown, make sure you're on the stall horn, and the moment you touch the ground, take the flaps out. So drop the flaps to 0, and you'll dump all your lift, but the flaps are good for drag as well, to slow you right down. And then the moment you touch the ground, dump the flaps out, and you can start easing back on the stick and getting the brakes in. I'll try and show you at the next stop, if you're still around. Remind me, and I'll try and show you what I mean on landing. Like, I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to get it right. It does take some practice, but I'll show you what I mean. So I'll land with full flaps. What I'll do is I'll land on the grass to the side of the runway, and I'll try and show you what I mean with the full flaps. And then you basically remove all the flaps just as you touch down, and it gets rid of all the lift off the wings and the flaps that are created, and then you can get straight on the brakes. And it means when you pull back on the stick, you don't immediately go airborne again. I don't know whether I'm explaining it perfectly. This is like a floodplain, like a wetland over here. Looks really, really cool. That's like a low tide. Now, when you say it makes perfect sense, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic there. Like, part of me hopes you are being sarcastic, and then there's other part of me that hopes you're not. Say again.
It made sense to me, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try and show you. I'll try and. So, I think the idea is find out. Also, a good thing to try is getting any cub, the cub of your choice, the one you like flying the most, and then fly around at a couple of 100 feet. Yeah, you kind of know when you've. It's. I suppose it's even more difficult. Like in a real aircraft, it'd be a lot easier to do that, because you can feel precisely what the aircraft's doing through your backside. The seat of your pants flying thing, and you can't do that in an office chair sat in front of a computer. But you can gradually get it. You can, as soon as you hear that stall horn, you know that you're right on that limit. But the best thing to do is get in the cub of your choice, and then to fly around really slow and find out where that stall point is, and then you kind of they sort of react the same. They go a bit sluggish, and then a wing will drop, and then that's it. You're stalled out, and then just keep a note of that speed, and then you can adjust your approach speed accordingly depending on how much fuel you've got in. So that's very cool. The Wyvern's still with me, flying manually as well, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me anyway. But you'll see what I mean. The moment you take the flaps out of it, you're getting rid of a bunch of lift, because the thing doesn't have spoilers. But if you watch any of the bush flying guys on YouTube, that's essentially what some of them do. I don't think all of them will do it, but the moment you see the flap lever, the moment they land, they get rid of the flaps, so they're losing a bunch of lift. So the thing wants to sit on the ground a bit harder, and then you can get into the tail, pull the stick back, bury the tail a little bit, and then you can get right onto the brakes. But then having the pedals also, the analog nature of the pedals means you don't have to put 100% braking into it straight away. You can just feed them in and see what the tail does, and you get to a certain point where you can pull the stick right back and just stand on the brakes, and it'll stop and it won't flick the tail up. Oh, this is cool. Right, let's have another look where I am. Okay, yeah, not so far now. Waypoint number 46 out of 55. 10 miles, 15 miles. 15 miles. Not that far to go, actually. Jazz, I didn't think of the flaps for ages. And it was somebody else that mentioned it to me, and I was like, oh, of course. Of course. Why would you, like, you're in an aircraft that has a capability of doing that. It's not, you haven't got these big electromechanical flap surfaces you have to press a bunch of buttons to get them to retract, and they take ages. But in this, you just hit the lever and bam, you've got no flaps left. Hello, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, man. It's 6:45 in the evening for me. I've been flying for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm just coming up to maybe 20 more minutes, and I've got the next fuel stop. Sorry, what were you going to say, mate? I cut you off right as you were about to speak.
No worries. I was just going to say I'd never thought of the flap.
Yeah, it's just same with me. It's just not something I ever thought of. I didn't think it was a thing that you did, and the more I flew the Cubs with and the bush aircraft, I just thought, well, why wouldn't you do that? Like, there's no spoilers on this aircraft. There's no sort of anti-lift devices or. Yeah, I need to check. I'll check my oil now. Everything's green. I've got it trimmed out for 8 gallons an hour. I'm drawing from the left-hand auxiliary fuel tank right now, which feeds into the left-hand tank via a fuel pump on this, because there's a fuel bladder in the cargo pod. But yeah, there's your flap lever. It even says flap lever on it. Like, it's all mechanical in this thing. There's no electronic assist, and no electrical assist or servo assist. But it makes perfect sense. If you watch any of the YouTube guys flying the bush planes, even on takeoff they do something similar as well. They'll sit pretty much on full power. They'll go for their takeoff roll, and just before takeoff they'll put a bit of flaps in, and then almost immediately, just to hop them off the ground, and they'll get rid of the flaps almost immediately. And I think that's fascinating. Yeah, I probably would have burned through about 10 litres of fuel at this point. No, maybe not. I mean, I'm treating it as a brand new aircraft. 2,500 miles, 20 hours of use. Check the oil, but that being said, we got a place I used to work, got a brand new van, like literally brand new. It had the mileage on it to drive it from the docks where it got delivered by boat. And in the first 2 months of that, that thing used, the first 2 months was about 1,000 miles, maybe a bit more. It used 5 litres of oil for a brand new van. It should not use that much fuel. It should not use that much oil. That was maybe 8, I think it's probably closer to 2,000 miles. And it was probably 6 or 7 full fuel tanks to get that. But bear in mind the place it was, there was a lot of stop-start driving. We'd use pretty much a full tank of fuel in a week. Even got onto the dealer about that, and he said, "Oh no, it's normal for it to use was it 2.2 litres of fuel per 1,000 kilometres? How is that normal use?" Sorry, I'm blabbering now. Wyvern, you can tell me to shut up at any point.
Well, I'm just trying to find you, to be honest.
Okay, let's see.
It makes it harder because I don't have name tags on.
Yeah, I'm trying to see your name tags. Well, I don't see you. Maybe. Do you see any name? Oh no, you might have dropped out of the server.
Might have.
Yeah, it might have done that dropout thing. Because I can see everybody else right now, but I can't see you.
I just refreshed it, so.
Let's have a look. Charles, yeah, don't worry about it. That was the how do I put it? It was just that was something that happened to everybody on every flight we have, every single one. If you go back and look at any of the streams I've done on YouTube, any of them, they're all there. It happens probably in the landings we do out of maybe a group of 20 people. It happens at least 20 times. To various people. I've pretty much done it every single flight. You mess something up, you forget something, it's just something that happens. And eventually, like, I think it's the fear of doing it in front of so many people. You figure it out and you get it done. Plus also in that kind of environment you can use it as sort of training as well, because you can follow somebody that you know who can land well. Like Volkan's one of them, he's not bad. Mojo Mike's good, although we've all had our nose prop strikes, you know. But you can follow one of those, and you can match their speed, and you can see exactly what they're doing, and you can just figure it out.
I see a light off in the distance. I think that's you.
Let's see. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Sorry, I was too busy chatting, and I forgot to mention it. So if you just if anybody's in the chat and has just joined us, we are currently by King's Lynn. I started off from Land's End at about 2 p.m. this afternoon, so 4 hours and 48 minutes ago, thereabouts, on our round the coast UK trip in one go. And the next fuel stop, I say it's non-stop for the most part. The only reason I'll be stopping is for fuel, because obviously a Cub doesn't have the endurance to get round the UK, which is 2,400 miles ish. So it's non-stop in that I'll be doing it all in one go. And that's how far we've got so far, from basically Culdrose, which is down here on the tip of by Land's End, and we're by King's Lynn, which is I've followed the entire south coast. We stopped in Lydd Airfield, and now coming up to the second stop in Humberside for the end of leg 2. And there are 6 legs in total. So it's going to be a long day. And if you want to join as well, There's a Discord channel. All the flight plans are in there. There's nearly 300 other people who like to fly bush planes in that Discord. We do regular group flights twice a week. You're more than welcome to join in any one of them. We've got guys who create scenery, we've got guys who create liveries, we've got guys, there's one guy, Tyler, on there, an incredibly talented 3D modeler, is making a proper Piper J3 Cub, and he's actually almost fully modelled Draco, Mike Patey's Draco, if you're interested in that as well. I'm not sure when that's going to be released, or if it's going to be released on FSX for a while yet, but I know he intends to release it on P3D initially, because he has permission to release it on P3D from Mike Patey. But I'm not sure about the I'm not sure about Flight Sim 2020 just yet. But he's definitely doing a Piper J3 Cub, which is going to be incredible. If you look at the images he's posting in the Discord for the build. North Coaster makes our liveries. Mojo Mike's made scenery. I've made scenery. There's a couple of other guys made scenery. And we do flights twice a week. And this is just an extra one that I decided to do because I had some time off and I decided to fly around the entire coast of the UK in one day. This is one of the longest legs, 12 and then 15 nautical miles are the longest legs of this. And then Skeggy, Skeg Vegas, Skegness. Wyvern, you ever been to Skegness?
I haven't, no. All of my friends have,
Oh,
but I've
mate,
never been.
I wouldn't wish that place on my worst enemy. Well, that being said, I went to an event there that was held at the Butlins. And if you're from anywhere else in the world, Butlins is one of those weird, like, sort of holiday camp places. They're probably versions of that everywhere in the world. And it's like beautiful 80s, like everything looks out of date. Because it was built at the sort of heyday of that type of holiday, and this particular one's in Skegness, and it's got, no word of a lie, it's got the highest ratio of people to mobility scooters in the UK. Jazz, you can rewrite by using you can write the aircraft if you've got NYC champ, I'll be within 2 seconds. If you... No, don't uninstall it, man. You figure it out. It takes a while to learn it, and my frame rate's taking a beating right now. We've got another one of those weird things. Jazz, if you've turned off realistic crashes, which crashes your game into to a black screen, you have to restart your flight. You can turn that mode off, and it just noses you into the ground. And from there, you press Y, which is... It puts you into slew mode. So you can, if you've got an Xbox controller, you can move your aircraft anywhere in the world at like Mach 5, up or down. You can go to 250,000 feet if you want in a Cub. But you can also use your numpad on the keyboard, and it can move you around. But if you press Y, it puts you upright, and hit Y again, and it just plonks you back down on the ground. That's the quickest way of doing it. I won't demonstrate that because I'm going to try not to crash. But champ, don't like if you want to join one of our group flights, like, you're more than welcome, champ. Like, install the game, and even it doesn't even have to be on a group flight. Slew mode is Y, yeah, Jazz, yeah. If you want to join a flight and just fly with a couple of people, like no pressure, and I use a joystick full HOTAS setup, which is a joystick separate to a throttle and a pair of rudder pedals as well. But you can use your keyboard to move yourself around. You can play on a keyboard if you want, if you're that kind of sadist and you really like punishing yourself. You can do it. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. I don't know what the controls are because I I don't think I've used a keyboard to fly Flight Simulator since Flight Simulator 95, which I've got somewhere up there.
I mean, I used the PlayStation controller for a bit.
No, that's fine. Even that's cool. An analog controller is what you need. You can use an Xbox controller. There's a couple of guys in our group do it, and it's fine. It works. Let me just get the mic out. I've got somewhere up here. I've got. Oh, where is it? I must have moved it. Unless I'm being an idiot, I just can't see it. I'll have a look for it later. I've got a copy of Flight Simulator 2002, an original one. I'll have to find it later. But the Champ, use a controller if you've got one, as long as it's got an analog stick. Keyboard is stupidly hard because that's it. The keyboard doesn't center, so when you press down, it acts like it'll just keep going up and up and up and up and up, and it's cumulative. The more you hold down the key, the more it'll move that control surface, and it'll just stay like that until you press the down button and it'll move it back. An Xbox controller or PlayStation controller is just fine as long as you've got the analog controls. It's a great place to start. And having the triggers underneath can use the rudder pedals, and you have an analog rudder. But if you can get hold of a cheap joystick with a throttle on it, just like I've got like my old one, it's Cyborg, they're like 20 quid. Get one. It is game changing in flight sim. So let's have a look. Boston, we're here now. Wonderful river. Wyvern's still with me. Wyvern's been an absolute champ. He's been with me since the beginning, bar about maybe half an hour, 20 minutes. Flying manually.
Like
Champ, you can, if it's USB, or unless it's an Xbox controller, it'd be the wireless one, won't it? But I'm pretty sure you can get a little dongle for the PC to be able to use it. Xbox controller or PlayStation controller on a PC, and they're not expensive. But before you do that, before you spend the money on that, I would get that anyway because I'm on an Xbox on a controller. You can do other things with an Xbox controller with a PC anyway. I am stopping for fuel. I'll be stopping 6 times. I'm not that far away. If you look at the screen now, I'm just moving the map. The next stop is Humberside, which is, you can see where I am now compared to how far I've got to go for the next fuel stop. And that was the second leg, and I started from all the way down here in Cornwall 4 hours ago, Penzance, Land's End, Culdrose, from that airfield. And this is the second leg, and I've got, after this, 4 more legs. And I'll be stopping. This thing's actually got quite large fuel tanks in it. Well, that's not a bad idea. Again, I don't have any experience of setting up a controller for use for a flight sim because I've always had a joystick. Even with I bought this I bought this HOTAS to play Elite Dangerous, and then Elite Dangerous got kind of boring, and I moved to Star Citizen and Flight Simulator. But if you can use a USB, just plug it into your PC. It should download the drivers automatically if it's Windows 10.
What's Star Citizen like? Because I've seen loads of people saying it's good, but then other people saying it's not worth it.
Oh, 100% it's worth it.
Because one of my friends had it ages ago.
I'm a member of another group for flying in Star Citizen, actually 2 now. You've just missed there was a free fly week, or 2 weeks, where you could try a load of ships out. And it's great fun if you're with a group, but it's also fun to just sort of cruise around and play with friends and fly the ships and I recommend it. I definitely recommend it. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's got some bugs. It's still an alpha. But when the game's finished, man, it's going to be insane. Champ,
Yeah,
my
'cause
piece... Sorry, go on, mate.
I've seen videos about it and it looks good, but then I've also seen some people saying it's not worth it. But I mean, loads of people say it's good, so
Yeah, I would definitely do it. Like, get the cheapest one you can, and mess about. That's all I would say. It is worth it though. I do enjoy it. Champ, my PC is not particularly. I mean, it's good, but it's not the best in the world. It's a Ryzen 3900X with a 2070 graphics card, 32 gig of RAM. So it's pretty good, but it's not the best one. I haven't got a 30 series graphics card. I'd love one, but again, money's I can't afford it. The game is big. I do have 4 hard drives in that thing, 3 SSDs, no 5 hard drives, sorry, 3 SSDs and 2, and all of Flight Simulator stored on SSDs. I think it runs quite well on this.
I mean, before I was running on a 1070 and it was fine.
Yeah.
On a 4K monitor, so.
Yeah, that's it. You can. If you turn it, you don't need the settings on Ultra. I've got most of them on Ultra at 1080, and it's great. Got the set. Oh, Tiki got your setup today. Nice. Nice. What have you got? Have you? Thanks, Pat, for the invitation. We've been present over here. Jazz, your invitation is always welcome. You're always welcome to join. Like, there are absolutely no skill requirements in our group. We are a bunch of casual players for the most part. There are some more serious guys who do more serious stuff as well. But the whole idea is we go and just explore and fly around and have a laugh and be in a group and chat, and that was the whole idea of that group. 10700F 3060, yeah, there you go, mate. You should be getting at least the same performance as well. The 30, is it a 3060 Ti or is it the new 3060? And Champ, you have a Ryzen 5 36. Yeah, the RX 570 should be absolutely fine for this game, mate. You might have to take some of the settings down to medium, but it's almost you won't notice the difference between this, what I'm seeing, and what you see. And that spec should run Flight Simulator no problem at all. You should be getting at least, well, I'd say in this, like, I'd like 60 frames a second all the time, but between 35 and 40 frames a second is perfectly acceptable and playable and nice in this game. Well, I tell you what, let's have we're getting close to the next waypoint. Oh well, no, we've got a little way yet. That's right. Just gotta fly over Skegness now. Throw some hand grenades out the window on the way past. I have flown over New York City. It gives this computer a bit of a beating. I like flying, Rikers Island and going over the Governor's Island as well. New York City is always somewhere I've wanted to visit, and one day I will. And one day I'll go and see the Ghostbusters Firehouse because I've always wanted to go see that as well. But I say Ryzen 5 3600 and RX 570, you should play this game no problem at all. And a 10700 with a 3060. Say all the benchmarks I've seen, the performance is around the same as a 2070. So you should have no problem with this at all. Oh yeah, man. I mean, New York is fairly accurate. Like, you can't, if you go too close to it, you start getting the weird graphical glitches because of the way the scenery is modelled. Like, the buildings are a bit weird, and they're still, but there's going to be 2 more world updates for Flight Sim at least to improve the way all of the US looks. Because the place is so big. They've already done one, there's at least 2 more they've said. There's going to be another one for the UK, there's going to be one for Europe next, I think. The next one's France and Europe. I don't know when the next US one is, but it is really, really good. It's just satellite imagery, man. How much more accurate can you get? So it's going to look good. It's going to look good. Right, so we're flying over the mystical, magical town of Skeg, Vegas right now, which is the UK's answer to Vegas. It's called Skegness. Yeah, they just did the UK and Ireland, champ. We're flying over. That's one of the reasons I chose to do it. They did all the photogrammetry and all the load of custom buildings for the UK, and we've seen a few of them already. You probably see more on the way around. But we'll fly over Butlins in a second. I'll show you. There it is. I'm pretty sure that is. Yeah, that's it. That's a Badger, because of the karting track.
Is, yeah.
And then there'll be a bunch of like. I'm pretty sure that is, isn't it? Unless I'm going mad. I can't. Honestly, now that I've said that, I can't. There's another golf course. North Shore Golf Course this time. One more noob. Thanks very much, mate. Thanks for the follow. I like your name, by the way. That's good. Are you hearing the notification for that when it goes off? Because like the streaming PC that I've got doesn't have any speakers attached to it. In fact, I might do this. No, sod it, I'll leave that. I can't hear if someone's like, I've got to keep an eye on it. One more noob. I do like that name. Yeah, look, champ, from this height, and thanks for the follow as well. Thanks, champ. From this height, everything looks so good and so accurate. The closer you start getting to stuff is where you start to see like little errors and stuff like that. But it's not a huge problem, I don't think. I mean, how you can't have something that detailed and run. Like, Tiki, you're more than welcome. We've got I don't. Did you join the? We've a Discord for our group. If you type in ! Discord, it should give you the link. If not, there's like a timed thing that'll come around. Just jump in, and we do flights twice a week. More than welcome. If you joined, wonderful. I can never remember if someone's joined or not. You're more than welcome to. But just keep an eye on. We do events. Say we do 2 events a week normally. This is a 3rd one. I'm just doing this because I fancy doing it. One more noob. This is almost a stock plane, so technically it's not. But it's a free one. It's a freeware one, and it's a the stock aircraft is basically the same thing, but without the cargo pod on the bottom. And it's the XCub. The XCub, and that's a stock aircraft in the sim. This one is a modified one done by a guy called Carbon Prop on the Bush League Legend forums, Discord, and website, and he's done 4 or 5 versions of this aircraft now. He's done one with big Tundra tyres. He's done one with the skis. Tiki, yeah, he's done one with the skis. He's done one with floats. And he's done one with Tundra tyres and the cargo pod. And he's currently doing one with a nose wheel as well, which is called the XCub, which is a variant of this aircraft in real life as well. But they're all free as well. There's a load of really good free aircraft for this already. There's a load of payware ones as well. I've got a bunch of payware ones like the F-15, the M339, a bunch of like fast jets. There's a couple of payware bush aircraft, because there's one called the CH-701. That's a lot of fun to fly. I was flying that yesterday, the day before Wednesday. Whenever Wednesday was, it's Friday now, so yeah, 2 days ago. There's this thing called the Power Solo. Yeah, do it then. It's going to take a while because it's 120 gigabytes or something. But I'm going to be streaming. Pardon me. I'm probably going to be streaming this for at least another 15 hours, I think. So you're more than welcome to join. And the Savage Gravel, yeah, I've flown that one as well. I've got that one. That one's great. That was one of the first ones I downloaded, I think. It was it's kind of the comedy the comedy Cub. Ah, Mojo! Hi, mate. The Savage Gravel, you know, it could climb up 4,500 feet a minute, which was kind of a bit arcadey. And a lot of us flew that for quite a while, and then sort of gave up on it because it was just too easy to and we enjoyed the challenge of the slower, less powerful aircraft. But it's a lot of fun sometimes if you've got certain place you want to fly, valleys or whatever. It's a lot of fun. The Savage Carbon that the same guy made, I think it's Got Gravel, the guy's name. The guy who made that one, he made a less ridiculous version of the same aircraft, which is a lot of people fly that on a lot of our bush trips. NYC, if you've got the Game Pass, get the Premium Deluxe one, because you get the Dreamliner and stuff like that, and you get a bunch more airports. You don't it doesn't take that much longer to download it, so just do it. Oh, nice. Mojo Mike. Thanks for the follow, Ivan. Thanks, mate.
It took me ages to remember my Twitch password.
Thanks, mate.
I've been trying to log in the whole time.
Oh, no way.
Trying to remember it.
Mojo Mike is one of the guys in our Discord group, actually. He's not in the voice chat right now. I don't know whether he can hear me. I hope he can. He's really, really good at making scenery, and when he does his group flights, his planned group flights, he every time he's done it, he's made scenery for the trip, and they've been absolutely brilliant. He's the one who set the bar for the quality of our bush trips. Noob, I didn't make this one, but it's done by another guy in our group called North Coaster 76. He was flying with you just before. He will be flying again at some point. He's made I couldn't count how many, but he's done a lot of liveries now, and I think the aircraft that Mojo Mike is in, I think that one's got. I think the reason he's in that livery is because I can't see the one that North Coaster just made for that aircraft. But he does them in a big pack, and they're all free to download. Yeah, North Coaster does all his work for free as well. He just enjoys doing it. He's made probably 10, 15, something like that now. Some of them are really, really good. This one's just really bright and colourful. I like this one, so I chose it for this flight. Yeah, Mojo's got a good. He does really good scenery. He's made our scenery for New Zealand, and he's our last New Zealand flight, and it's absolutely brilliant, the stuff he came up with and the flight plan, and he made basically a Bushrat's New Zealand base, and he did one in Austria as well. He's done a really good flight through Austria, and I'm looking forward to the next one that he does. I'm looking forward to the next one. It's tomorrow by North Coast has done one for tomorrow in Kodiak, in Alaska. Lots of float plane landings. Well, let's see how far we are away. Not far away from the next stop, which is Humberside. Echo Golf November Juliet. If anybody's wants to meet up the next flight, I'll be exiting out the simulator just quickly, or exiting out the game to just reload the next flight plan, because it doesn't like it if you do it any other way. So it's the only real way I can do it. I'm going to take a quick break, grab a drink, and then it's a couple of minutes, and I shall be back. I'll load the next flight, and we'll go on the third leg of this flight, this stupidly long, ridiculous flight that I've decided to do, which I'm only 5 hours into. Let's have a quick check of the fuel situation. Not even got through the auxiliary left tank yet, so plenty. Probably could just continue on. How long was my longest ever flight? In this aircraft, or in these Cub aircraft, probably the longest one I've ever done is 4 hours, maybe. Hi, Mojo. There you go. There's a guy in Twitch now. The guy who does all our... He's done a load of scenery for our bush flying group. He's one of the mods, the Discord mods. One of the OGs who came in originally. Yeah, I'm going to try... I'm not going to... Like, I've built it up so much in my own head and planned so much and spent ages planning it that I'm just not willing to give up not finishing this. So, like, let's have a quick look on, we'll go back to the coast view because that was better than the other one. If you look at the, so that's the position, the yellow aircraft is my position in the UK right now, and I started from Culdrose, which is that airfield there, and flew all the way down the coast, all the way down the south coast, through between the Isle of Wight, through Portsmouth, flew over the HMS Victory, and I'm currently, well, it says, well, about 20 miles away from Humberside Airfield, which is where I'm going to be landing for the next fuel stop, and that will take me to about, yeah, 5 hours. I'd say I've been flying for about 5 hours and 10 minutes. I've already had one stop, and that was at Lydd Airfield, which was where I started this leg from. I will exit out of this. I will reload the next flight, which will be from Humberside all the way up the coast here to Aberdeen, which is on the top. Maybe not Aberdeen, actually. Now that I've said that, I can't remember. I'll have to wait until the flight plan loads. I'm already losing it. I'm pretty sure it's to Aberdeen, which should be somewhere around there. The scenery looks great here as well, the sand, the low tide. I'm thinking this is the right place. It's just like where Donna Nook and stuff is, isn't it? Yes! This is like a huge area where seals live, and people go and visit the seals and stuff, and I went there last year. Me and the missus went, had a quick look around. Heard a load.
There when I was younger.
Yeah, heard a load of seals making the sex, and just making general seal noises, and they're loud. And there's literally hundreds of the things. Mojo, landing at Humberside if you've got the flight plan loaded up. When I land in Humberside, I'm just going to take a quick couple of minute break and reload the next flight plan, and then start the next leg. No worries, Mojo. No problem. So change the batteries in the old. Donna Nook. I was going to. The airfield I was going to stop at was going to be Donna Nook, RAF Donna Nook. But I don't think it exists anymore, and I don't know what I was looking at. But there used to be somewhere around here, there used to be an airfield. And I could be completely losing it already. But I decided on the Humberside because that means the next flight plan I can go over the Humber Bridge. Ish. Maybe. That's how I feel.
Before the update, that was just a plain straight bridge.
Yeah.
But now they've actually modelled it.
Oh yeah, Jazz. Yeah, remind me to that. I'll see if I can not crash and do that landing. Oh, sorry, mate. And dropping the flaps out of it. We'll get prepared for this landing by winding the prop RPM back up to normal. None of this air traffic control nonsense. I'm just going to blast straight in. I didn't want to overcomplicate my all my flights by using ATC. Another wind farm coming up, I think. Nobody needs ATC, Tiki. Nobody. Except professional pilots. Or in real life. Might probably be nice to ask to land. But I'm not going to use it. It's dreadful in this game at the moment anyway. Half of it, sometimes it doesn't work. Sends you in a random loop. Let's have a look at this actual airfield. Right. I know it says 2.6 is out of use, but I'm using that because I want to. Yeah. So, coming up to the end of the second leg. Wow. Let's have a look at the fuel as well. 7.6 gallons an hour. Yeah, it does. It does random it doesn't know where to send the air traffic control doesn't know what taxiways to send you down. The only ones I haven't had a problem with too much are some of the one I did try was a third-party airfield, and the guy had basically completely relayed all the taxiways out, and it seemed to work really nice once he'd done that. But I think it was like, oh nice, I've got a Bonanza following us, nice. Gnarless Rex, nice. Frame rate's dropping a bit now. Yeah, like it seems to like auto-generate the taxiway positions, and quite a lot of them just don't work. That sort of auto-generation of them doesn't really work. Whereas the ones that have been custom made, they tend to work a lot nicer. It's a lot of the auto-generation stuff in this game is really good for what it's been asked to do, but not without its problems. So I'm not trying to badmouth the developers or anything. They've done they've done a stunning job of getting a really good flight sim together, and it's still new, it's still immature, and the software needs to mature. And as if by magic, I get a free FPS decrease as well. Right, I'm going to try and land this on the grass next to the runway, if there is any grass next to the runway.
Yeah, I think there should be a little bit, but it crosses over another runway. So.
Yeah. Oh, this can land in that spot. I think this has got a documented landing distance of 120 feet, 200. It's something stupidly low.
Yeah.
Some of them can land in like the gravel, and some of the other bush planes can land in 60 feet. Right now, I'll say probably 200 feet. Yeah, there's a few really terribly done, like the way the photogrammetry you just don't. There is a built-in developer mode in this game where you can make your own airfield and scenery, and that's mostly how it's done. And you can flatten areas and make sure those bumps go away, and you can edit it and then allow people to download the results. There's a lot of airfields like that. There's also an airfield where I used to live that doesn't actually exist in real life, and the game has decided to import that into the game. Yet it's missed out two of the others. So it's not 100% accurate in what it deems to be an airfield. I've got really itchy nose. Right, how far are we away? Not that far. Tiki, you should do it. There's a whole bunch of really good videos on YouTube for. There's a whole bunch of really good videos for looking at. That's what I used when I made my first one. And once you're into it, and once you've got the file structure set up to begin with, afterwards it's actually really quite easy to make this stuff. It's easy to add. There's a big menu. Oh, I want to place that there. Just click and it adds. And you can move it around, resize it. It works really well. So you should definitely try it. Ooh, excuse me. Not even tired, promise. Nearly there. Nearly there for the second leg of 6. Nihilus Rex. Doctor is back, yes. Nice. I don't know whether you can see the stream or even if you know you're on a stream, but and please don't tell me the game just crashed. The game just crashed.
Oh yeah, you just disappeared.
Yeah, the game just completely crashed out. Oh, nuts. Right before.
I mean,
right before landing.
You basically made it to Humberside.
Yeah. I tell you what I'll do to make up for the fact that the game crashed. Like I was saying just before, Flight Simulator is not without its problems, right? Man. I'll load the new flight plan for the next one, and I'll take off and I'll do a landing, and then once I've landed, I tell you what, the Doctor, the game crashed. It crashed completely. But thanks very much for joining. You came in on one of our last bus trips, and we've got a Discord. You got to join it, because the guys were asking for you. I tell you what, while it's loading up, because it's going to take a while, I will do the break now, so we're not wasting any time. So, Doctor, thanks very much for the follow, man. While it's loading, I'll be 2 minutes or so. Go and have a quick break. I'll grab a drink and stuff. I'll leave the sim running. And I'll see you in a minute. I'll just go and grab a drink. No worries, Tiki. I'll see you shortly. Thanks very much for coming along. Okie dokie, I am back. There we go. The old jumper off. Oh man, I can't believe that, Mike. I hadn't had a single problem. And then it just crashes right before landing.
I just landed and parked up.
Oh nice, yeah, I won't be a second.
I think I'm going to leave it there for now, because I've got some stuff to do, and then maybe I'll join you again later.
Yeah.
But if not, good luck for the rest of it.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks very much. Yeah, you're more than welcome to join at any point, though. Just jump in.
Yeah, we'll do. Cheers.
Right, see you later, man. Right, so I was mistaken. I'm not going to Aberdeen. I'm going to Lossiemouth, which is further north than Aberdeen. I think this is either the longest or the second longest leg. Cheers, Wyvern. See you later, man. Right, let's get that flight conditions. There we go. Wrong. There we go. Is that about right? Yeah. Bad Max. I can add him, he's alright. I do, Doctor, yeah, I have the flight plan for this. It's number 3 we're on now. It's in the special event channel. And I'm just loading back in. There's a flight plan for the whole thing, so there's 6 flight plans in total, and this is the 3rd one. Your autopilot should be able to fly this, no problem. And this is the one we are going from Humberside to Lossiemouth, which is a military base. It's where they scramble the jets to go and intercept the Russian bombers that try and test UK defences every now and again. Just get this all done as well. I'll do a quick landing, Jazz, show you what I mean by the flaps thing. Now that, because I didn't get a chance to. Now we've got to deal with the air traffic just talking a load of crap. Right, so we're going from dawn this time. Let's see if I can keep this steady. Right, so as you're coming in for your landing, I've got all my getting all my flaps in, ready for landing, full flaps. Nose starts pitching up, but I've still got power on. Concentrate face now. You can. Oh no! Don't! Yes, I didn't get it perfectly, but but if you just the moment you touch the ground, I didn't have the stall horn on there, so let's give that one more go. And then the only problem with it is I'm running a full fuel load right now, so the aircraft's quite heavy, and I don't normally do that. I was so lucky. Let's get back in the and see where I'm wrong. Okay, that is the next flight plan. This is 85 waypoints. This is quite a bit longer than the last one. So it was a lucky save is what it was. let's just get one. Okay.
BR1 Bravo Romeo 1, continue for race departure. I will contact you next when you leave my airspace.
There we go. Dawn on this takeoff. Dawn does kind of look cool. It's 733 kilometers. This leg isn't isn't even at the link. Yeah, this is Dawn. Yeah, I decided to change it to Dawn. Like I say, I want to experience most of the coast in daylight, so that's why I'm not doing live time. But I give I wanted the sunset sunrise type effect. See what it was really like.
BR1 Bravo Romeo 1, did you copy?
Flying right over Dock Door now. I'm just going to mute myself while I hit a crisp.
BR1 Bravo Romeo 1, please acknowledge. BR1 Bravo Romeo 1, ATC service is terminated.
I hate hearing people eat, so I don't like subjecting everybody else to it. Ah, because I haven't loaded the new flight plan. There we go. Onto Little Nam map. So from Humberside to Lossiemouth. This is going to be quite a long one. Oh. Oh, it looks amazing. It looks really good, doesn't it? I'd say at this point it looks kind of real. Let's get us trimmed out for actual flight. That might be enough. You coming with, Doctor? Yeah, he's airborne. There he is. And Stairway to Bacon. What a name. One more noob. Is that your name in game? Is it Stairway to Bacon? Yeah, Jazz, I'm not hugely familiar with this place, with Humberside and Humber River, but it looks very cool at this time of day. Oh, excuse me. The wind farm out there. El Professor. I'm really hoping Stairway to Bacon is your name in game. It's either that or Thunderbird 2. There could be any one of them, to be fair. So this is our plan for this leg. I have to go over the Prime Meridian. They're probably sort of further down there, aren't they? I've not. Quite a lot of the stuff like that doesn't. There's a viewer. They don't really render in game. Yeah. There's some crop circles. Oh, he's in the XCub. Nice. I like your aircraft, Doctor. Hopefully, I am high enough to be out of the way of those wind turbines. I think so. I'm really hungry now. Have a crisp or two. Oh, that's cool. You see, I wish they would put Google Earth's photogrammetry into this game, but there is no way Microsoft is going to pay Google for something that they already own, no matter how inferior it might be compared to the Google version. That's a real shame. That's why a lot of people have started importing their own photogrammetry from Google into Flight Sim. This is going to be sketchy. Am I gonna clout this wind tower? Luckily, no. But that was close. You're getting two. I don't understand why you're getting 2 or 3 FPS. What are you trying to run the game at? Like, are you got like an old graphics card or processor, and you're trying to run it like too high a rate, or This doesn't, yeah. Doing it on an old computer is kind of a bit of a pain. They don't require. A lot of people seem to think this game requires the newest, most expensive technology to run it, and it doesn't. But on the other hand, it won't run on a potato. Oof, yeah, that's the biggest problem. It doesn't matter about the CPU so much. But if you were to get a graphics card of some kind, you'd be laughing. It'd still run, and it'd run quite well. You have to turn the graphics down, but it would run. You go yourself on eBay and see if you can get yourself a GTX 970 or a GTX 980. Perfect for a perfect for a system that old. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but the wind farm that's just out to sea with the sunrise in the background looks incredible. I'll take a quick screenshot of that. Yeah, I knew that's one of the biggest problems. It's like it uses the RAM as video memory, so you've got two things fighting over the same memory, and like this thing really requires 16 gig of RAM to run nice. A lot of people say you need 32, and that's just not true because I ran 16 gig for I don't even know how long, because it's one of my RAM sticks failed, and at the time I couldn't afford to buy a replacement. And it ran just fine. I didn't actually notice that much of a difference when I put the 32 gig kit back in it. But when your integrated graphics are trying, yeah, 16 gig shouldn't be too bad. But you've got the integrated graphics are going to use that RAM as video memory as well, whereas a dedicated graphics card has its own onboard memory to use, and that makes quite a bit of difference. Because video memory runs a bit faster than normal RAM as well. Yeah, that should be about right, Rock. Yeah. $16 is a fine amount of RAM though. The DDR3, I mean, I've got knocking around somewhere in here. I've got an old i7 that uses DDR3, and that still runs, and that's 12 years old now. And I ran that every day up until about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I loved that machine, that was great. And then I discovered I didn't upgrade for years because I just didn't think I needed to, and I didn't really. It was fine for what I used it for. And then a few games came out and I realised I needed an upgrade. And then I upgraded quite quickly, like since then. Rock, have you got Flight Sim? You need to get you get Major Part, download it, and it'd just be, I think it'd be hilarious watching him let it fly. Give him like a joystick and there you go. now try and take off. And I think it'd be entertaining to watch as well. So I'm kind of hoping if he does get it, he streams it. I'd be quite happy to sit down and laugh at him while he does it. I'd even give him some pointers, but it would be funny. Right, let's have a situation update. That coastline looks amazing. Sun's just starting to come up properly now. That is the flight plan from Humberside to Lossiemouth. Leg number 3 of 6. It'd be a short flight, yeah. I gotta say, I think I'm thinking of the same. It's not. He doesn't seem like. I don't want to badmouth the guy. He's not here to defend himself. But I think it'd just be funny to watch because I don't think he would. Like, he would have the instinctual. I don't know whether he'd instinctually get it. Quite a lot of people do, and quite a lot of people don't. But I'm leaning on that side of the fence that he wouldn't be the person that would just pick it up like that. I could be completely wrong. He might do. But his first few sort of flights are going to be hilarious. If he does, I keep trying to talk him into getting it. Because I reckon he'd have quite a lot of fun with it. It's not cheap. I mean, if you've got Game Pass, it's free on Game Pass. You can use it on that. I would recommend doing that because at least then you get to try it out. It's flying quite far away from the coast until we get up to sort of Scarborough. That's sunrise. That's amazing. What are we actually approaching? Where are we approaching? Don't know, there's a waypoint directly over the top of it. Bridlington. Jazz, it'll be 16 gig of system RAM. I don't think any graphics card's got 16 gig of RAM. There's like the 3090's got 24. I don't remember ever seeing anything that had 16 gig itself. But if he's got no graphics card, if it's an integrated CPU, GPU, APU or whatever it's called, then it'd just be system RAM. But it'll run slower using system RAM than it would its own dedicated video RAM. Wow, nearly 6 hours. Still got ages ago yet. Coast looking good as well.
Hi, Bap.
Hi, North.
I'm coming back in to join you.
Okay.
What leg are you on?
Leg number 3.
leg number 3. Okay, I'm gonna download that, or your flight plan, and load that in.
Yeah, I've got Doctor with me as well. He's back.
Oh, I don't think I saw him earlier.
No, he just joined.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
I'll make sure my fuel is doing 8.1 gallon per hour. I mean, I could trim that even further down.
My sim's still loading up, so it should be just a couple minutes and I'll be in on you.
No worries. I don't know what I've done with this waypoint. I just basically smacked it in the middle of the city. It's just a bit weird place for me to put a. But we get sunrise over the coast of Bridlington. Oh, that's beautiful. Get over here. Look at that. That sunrise looks amazing.
Huh, that is pretty good.
Yeah. Running okay. Ever since I moved my stream machine to a different PC, I haven't had a single problem with it.
Interesting. I remember you were having those issues for a while there.
Yeah, just streaming Flight Simulator. It does not like to stream it.
Huh.
It's like it requires so many resources that it just doesn't like. Sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it just doesn't like it. So I'm glad I moved it over to a separate machine because I haven't had an issue since then. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
the simulator is just ridiculous.
That other machine, just doing the encoding. So it's got control of the microphone. It's got control of all of the little widgets that run on OBS. And it's encoding just using CPU only because there isn't a decent graphics card in that machine. It's just a crappy one, and it's using 36% CPU on a 1700X. And this one, I don't even know what this one's at. My hardware monitor decided to pack in about 2 hours ago, and I'm not restarting the computer to get it working again.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I just don't. Ignorance is bliss, right? It's fine. There's going to be nothing wrong with it. It's just
it's totally fine.
The 3900s and the 3000 series CPU. Sorry, they run really hot.
Yep.
And it wasn't something I was aware of when I bought it, so I saw the temperature at 25 degrees higher than it ever had been before, and I was like, oh, what have I done? I've done something wrong.
But it's like, nah, don't worry about it. You're good.
Jazz, that's exactly the way it works. You can throw as much money as you want at this, and it can still run poorly. There's a guy the guy in our Discord he's got a 3090, and the thing won't, the sim won't even launch for him. It literally just crashes the desktop on startup. You can't even get into the sim to play to see what it's like. That's Section.
Oh man, yeah. He's been struggling. That's that's so frustrating. I feel for him.
Well, he spent what, $2,500 on that machine?
I thought he said something like 5 for his whole setup with the machine, plus all of the peripherals and everything.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably, because he bought a Honeycomb Alpha yoke. He spent a lot of money, and he can't even get the sim to run, and he spent 2-3 days trying to get it to run. I think it's a limited case, Rock. It's not. I don't think it's like typical of the 3090 user, but like, wow.
No, I don't think so.
It's
Sure hope not.
He's just having such bad luck that he spent that much money, just managed to get a 3090 and I can't remember what CPU's got, but it's not cheap either. And he just the sim won't even load for him, and we've spent a couple of days trying to help him work through a bunch of things to get it running for him, and it ain't happening. I'm still putting my money on the fact that it mustn't have downloaded properly to begin with.
I think so.
And he can't. And he's on a limited bandwidth internet policy, so he can't just re-download it again, which really sucks. Like, I hate those artificial scarcity. Oh, you gotta pay for bandwidth.
Yeah, I know.
Piss off.
It's totally bullshit. But yeah, I'm feeling for that guy, because I mean, I'd have to think, since it worked for him once, that it downloaded mostly correctly the first time, but then with the recent update it must have changed something that broke.
Yeah, 9900K and a 2080 Ti will be fine in this game. Like,
I would say so, yeah.
I would kill for a 2080 Ti or a 30, even a 3070 or 3080. I would love one. But you know, I just can't afford it. Oh yes, nice one, Rock. Nice. He just bought flight sim.
You're not flying. You're not flying live weather.
Nope. Am I hell?
Okay.
I tried that, and I had for part of it I had a 30-knot tailwind, and then for part of it I had like this 35 knot sort of head crosswind, and it was just it wasn't like it was going to take me. It was literally I think it was going to add 3 hours to the journey. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Because the moment I go to the other side of the UK, it's going to swap directions. And I'm going to have a headwind again. So, no, I'm not having it. I'm not doing that.
I just loaded in live, and it's just totally overcast, fog, and rain.
Yeah.
Well,
welcome to the UK.
Yeah, miserable weather. Yeah.
Go Manx Telecom downloading powers. The guys I know from back in the Isle of Man's just downloaded or just bought Flight Sim. I have to warn you, it is. I think the game in total, as it stands at the moment, is about 150 gigabytes.
It's crazy.
So it is quite the download. And better still, that's not all you've got to download, because if you can fly like that's fine, but if you go to in the content section, there's a bunch of free content upgrades directly from the developer, and they made them optional so you don't have to download them. But each one of those is 4 or 5 gig, and there's one for the US, there's one for the UK, and there's one for Japan. So there's 3 of them as well. The Quadro P4000, wow. Yeah, 40 FPS in this game is not bad. Especially on a Quadro card. I've got my laptop that's running here to do all the stream related nonsense. Just for the chat and to make sure the video's streaming correctly. That's got an old Quadro card in it. It's a Dell Precision laptop, like full steel case. I love that laptop, it's great. I've got another Quadro card up there somewhere, but it's like a super old Quadro. Yeah, the coast around here is a bit broken, but I think that's potentially the distance I am away from it versus the download. But 40 FPS is fine for this sim, yeah. I think I'm getting about 40 now, and it's perfectly playable.
I'm going between 30 and 37 with this with live weather on.
Oh, nice. I should be a little higher than that. Then I should be. It's not guaranteed.
It's working.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch to clear skies because this is miserable.
Yeah. The reason I chose clear skies is I wanted to see the entire coastline while doing this, and I wanted I wanted it to be daylight. So this time, Jazz, I think, said he wanted to see the sunset, so we compromised and said we'll do a sunrise instead. So you get the same
That
lighting
works.
effects, but at least I get to fly during the day.
Holy, that's why I'm having such a hard time flying. My autopilot set my trim to -5,000.
You like got full back on the stick with your knees on the dashboard, like ah.
Exactly, yeah. And I'm still diving towards the ocean.
Doctor, if you live weather sometimes breaks, the only way to resolve it is to restart the sim.
Yep.
Sometimes it just does that. Like, welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just one of those things that it's not a huge like priority for them to fix, because for most people it works fine most of the time, 99% of the time. Every now and again it just breaks a little and you have to restart the sim to get it to work. Or alternatively, if you turn it on live weather, I've heard of stories where randomly it'll just start working about 20 minutes later.
Really? I haven't heard that one yet.
Like the flight plan, the navigation and the nav map in game.
Yep.
Like sometimes it won't display the route, the GPS routing that you've placed on your flight plan, but sometimes it will be just fine. And you can load it up and it'll show the first leg and then the rest of the leg will disappear. You can get up airborne, take off, the autopilot will follow the leg perfectly whether it's displayed or not, and then halfway through your flight it'll randomly appear again. So they've definitely, the software that drives the Garmin simulation and the waypointing and the nav map, there's definitely like bugs in that still. Like I found that out when trying to load the original flight plan that I planned for this flight a few days ago.
Oh yeah, there was some limitation on how many waypoints.
Yeah, but if you've got over a certain amount of waypoints in your nav map, it just won't. It'll try to load them all, and it plummets the game performance to about 10 FPS. And it took me a good hour to figure out that because I thought it was the new update that had broken it. I didn't clock that it was the 600 plus waypoints in the flight plan that were causing that issue. And when I split it up, it was just fine. Oh, I think we are at Scarborough, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Scarborough? Are we at Scarborough? Yes, we are. I've been here. Went here quite recently, actually. It's really nice. The beach down there is really, really pleasant.
Sounds like a good place.
Yeah, they were doing some filming on the beach. This was after the first UK lockdown, but between the two. So me and my missus went for a weekend because it was we hadn't basically been out of the house for months.
Yes.
And we just needed a weekend away, so we went to Scarborough, and it was really nice. Stayed in a really nice hotel. And just spent the weekend. Went to there's a sea life centre there. There's a really nice beach. I mean, it wasn't winter, but it wasn't summer either. You know, it wasn't warm. But we had a really nice time. We had a few beers and just enjoyed a nice weekend together.
That sounds great. That's what I need to do.
Jazz, I couldn't agree more with you, mate. One noob, yeah, man, like, listen, I stream all our group flights, so come say hi if you want. You're more than welcome to join any point. Join the Discord, and then the moment you've got a system that can run it, or you've got it, jump straight in and play with us. We're not fussy about it. It's completely casual about it.
Yeah, completely.
If you need any help with it, any help setting it up, anything like that, we've got a really helpful community. You're more than welcome. Jazz, I really want a new GPU, but like when a 3070 is supposed to be 469 UK pounds or something like that, or less, I think. Yeah, I can't justify. Like people are selling them for £600-700, and that's just stupid. That is stupid. I don't need a like this 2070 I've got is one of the low-profile 2070s. I got it because I think when I got it, it was £440. It was one of the cheapest 2070s, and they've all got the same 2070 chip in them, right? And I plugged this in, put MSI Afterburner on to overclock it, and put the power back up. And this boosts to over. It's like I think the highest I've had it is 2100 megahertz. Like, and apparently it shouldn't be able to do that, but it just can. So. And it doesn't crash. I don't run it like that. I think it's stuck at 2,000 right now. It runs just fine. Water cooled.
Did you see me just go crash into the ocean?
No, I did not. Where? Oh. No, I missed that. Sorry, I might have seen it, but I don't think I was looking at you.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. I just know that the 172, while I was flying it, just engine out, and that was that. I don't know what
just
caused
reminded
that.
me to check my fuel.
I had just started, so I know I had fuel and everything. I really don't know.
Okay, no, both my fuel tanks are full because I'm drawing from the left aux tank still. So I'm going to carry on drawing from the left aux tank until I'm drawing from the main, and then I'm going to swap it over to the right.
Good plan.
Yeah.
I'm loading back in an XCub instead.
Nice. What, did the GPS just, the autopilot just plummet you into the ground?
No, it was an engine out. I don't know why. That was really strange.
All right then.
I didn't have any failures set or anything. It just, that's that. Okay. That was after I finally got my autopilot to stop from crashing me, and then then my plane's like, nah, sorry, that's it.
Rip.
Yeah. There wasn't even enough sand on the beach at the base of those cliffs for me to emergency land on. I just crashed into the water right at the base of those cliffs. All right.
This is going to take. Right. It's 8 p.m. I started over 6 hours ago, and potentially this might be a quarter of the trip so far. Oh man. Right, let's have a look where we start. Yeah, this. No, I'm not. I'm past a quarter, maybe a third. Maybe a bit more than a third. Yeah, we'll see. Doctor, my autopilot has been absolutely spot on all day. I haven't had a single issue with it. I did have that issue where it crashed just before Humberside, but I was that close to Humberside that the distance I've travelled still equals the distance I will have had to have gone around the coast, so I can live with that. And I'm not going to redo an entire leg just because of that. North Coast from Doctor. What was my fuel?
Here,
8.1,
present.
Yeah, 8.1. 110 knots. Let's bring that down just a touch, see if I can get it just to 8. There we go. That'll bounce up to 8. That'll do me. Ground speed 110 knots. That's about really nice cruising speed for this aircraft, I think. Were you here when Mojo Mike was on?
No.
No, he popped on for a little while.
I saw the screenshots. Did he show up in the CJ?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. It was in your livery as well, but because I failed to download that one, I couldn't see him in it.
That's okay. What's a bushrat pilot doing in a CJ4 anyway?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he just did a flight from Austria apparently.
Yeah, I actually, when I was loading in, I saw that he was still on the world map.
Waypoint 13 out of what? Was it 80 or something in this one? 86, 87 waypoints. Nice. NYC, nice. Champ is re-downloading Flight Sim. He's going to join us as well.
Nice.
Champ, at the very least, if you miss this flight, we do a normal group flight on Saturday, which is, well, tomorrow. At 8 p.m. UTC, so 8 p.m. UK time. It's normally mid-afternoon US. In New York, it should be Eastern, shouldn't it? It's Eastern time, so 5 hours. So about 3 p.m.
Yep, that would be right.
3 p.m. your time, we do a group flight. You're more than welcome to join in there if you want.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's Kodiak Island.
Kodiak Island, yeah. I've been telling anybody who'll listen, to be honest.
What's that?
I've been telling anybody who'll listen. I've said it up 6 or 7 times on stream there.
Oh great, so I'm gonna lead it and then I'm gonna have a whole bunch of people going, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Can't even follow his own flight plan.
Yeah. You're not the only one. Both me and Wheels have done the same thing as well.
That's true, but I think Wafa started it, didn't he?
Gone the wrong way for 20 minutes before... my frame rate's taking a beating right now going out to... Is this Whitby, is it? Yeah, Whitby. Whitby is... it's smoothing out now. It's going to take a while, champ, to download that. It's, you know, we were saying before, it's about, I think in total about 150 gigabytes. So, and the Microsoft servers are not fast. I'm doing just under 110 knots right now, indicated. I wish little nav app would stay zoomed out. Quick fuel check. We are all good. I'm getting really hungry now.
You're gonna have to set it on autopilot and go have some food.
No worries, Jazz. Thanks very much for stopping by, man. Thank you. We'll I'll be here for a while yet. So what yeah, so it's about 3 p.m. for you then, right now? Are you north? Are you eastern as well?
No, I'm central.
Central. 4 hours then.
Yep. Yeah, it's just about 2:30 for me.
Okay. 5 hours.
Is it 5? Oh yeah.
5 hours, yeah.
Oh, but we're going to daylight savings time this weekend, so it'll be 3:30.
No worries, Jazz. Thanks, mate. Thanks for chatting. Yeah, it's yeah, 5. Wow. Yeah. It's only the mid-afternoon in the States.
Yep.
8:30 in the evening right now. I did have a new piece of tech that arrived today, specifically for this stream. It was a tiny little 15-inch monitor, just to yeah, because my main streaming machine's it's on a 19-inch monitor right now because it was all I had lying about and it doesn't quite fit that well in the gap. So I wanted a 15-inch monitor because all it's got to do is show me OBS. So I went on eBay and managed to get a 15-inch monitor from like an ex-IT supply company for like 15 quid.
Oh, nice.
It didn't come with a stand, and I don't need
do.
a stand. Yeah, I just thought, like, get a second cheap-ass monitor. I would look. I would love a couple of little 10-inch monitors. The little 1080p 10-inch monitors, that'd be great. But because then I could run them underneath these screens. I've got one 8-inch there. I could have two. I've got another 8-inch monitor somewhere up there, maybe. Oh, it's up there. But it's just the resolution isn't good enough to put OBS on because they only run at 800 by 600, I think.
See. Yeah, I'm just a single monitor, so I could just use a second one just to have, you know, Discord or something open on the second one to watch.
Yeah.
But I'm just always alt-tabbing.
Yeah, I'm right at this minute. There's 6 monitors running in front of me. And I still run out of space. So my main machine, there's 4 monitors. So there's the camera, there's the monitor above that, which has got the stream chat and the YouTube, like the channel director thing. On this is the main game. On the third monitor over here, I've got a little nav map and Discord running, and it's normally the hardware monitor running on the little screen, but it's not running at the moment. It's too small to really display anything useful. And then I've got my screen for the streaming PC, which is next to that, and a laptop that also is just a backup for the channel information thing.
That's a lot going on.
Yeah. Then throttle, keyboard, second little keyboard, third little keyboard, fourth keyboard. This little homemade keyboard with my stream buttons on it. I just 3D printed a case, and it's got a little Arduino and mute. It's really handy little thing, that.
I'm not so advanced.
I love my little gadgets. It's great.
I still have to build myself a decent desk to put my computer on.
Yeah.
I've got a junk table that it's sitting on that I've been using for too long, but
Island coming out.
I was supposed to build a desk a couple of weekends ago, and it hasn't happened, so hopefully, not this weekend, but the one after that, I will actually do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Coming up soon. Okay, we've got Newcastle upon Tyne coming up. South Shields. Oof. Oh, nice. Six hours and 25 minutes.
Hey, you're a third of the way.
Yep. Oh, man.
Any regrets yet?
Some. We'll see.
There, I'm right off your 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I see. I'm focused on you right now. Oh, I love the wind. I love the wind farms work now and the wind turbines work now.
Me too. It really adds to it.
Just see one randomly in the distance over there. It looks really cool.
Yep. I like it.
some dude over there called Ball Grab. I love some of the names you see in this game.
I know.
The dude there called the 86th Beaver. Ball Grab.
I've got.
Let's have a quick flow about this bay to stave off the insanity. So have a quick. Where actually are we? Come on now. Where are we?
I don't know, but I like this little point here. I think I'm gonna have to go in and land on it, and then I might have to jump back in and join you again later on today.
Middlesbrough. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll be here all night.
Yep.
I chose this path. I've got to follow it now.
You did. Good luck. I'm gonna put down on this beach, and then I might hop back in and see you again.
Yeah.
A little later on.
No worries, man. Nice to see you.
I'll try and pop in on you once or twice throughout the day.
Okie dokie.
I'll see you back.
See you later, man. Hi, Braino.
Hey, how you going? I've just dropped in a couple of miles behind you here.
Yeah, I see. I'm taking it off the beaten track at the moment. I'm I'm off the autopilot route because I just wanted to just fly into the beaches and just get a little bit closer.
Star.
Because I've been doing this for 6.5 hours now, so.
Yeah, when you started would have been like midnight 1 a.m. for me, so that was a hard no when you got started.
Yeah, hard no. Yeah. It was 2 p.m. I started this, my time. So 6.5 hours ago. It's currently 8:30 at night. And I'm maybe a third of the way through. Maybe a little over that. And I'm just going down over the beach and getting a bit closer. And
nice. Are you flying with live weather?
No, negative. No, I'm flying. It's in the morning at the moment. I set it to sunset to take off from Humberside. And to tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you what time it is now. It's 7:04 in the morning in the sim, and I'm flying on clear skies. Mainly because I wanted to be able to see the entire coast all the way, and when I tried live weather, for parts of it I had a 30-knot tailwind. For parts of it, well, there was a 30-knot wind, so that was either tail, head, or crosswind, and it was always unfavourable for my flight. So I chickened out of doing live weather.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I was like, no, I'm not dealing with this. So plus I wanted to see all the scenery as well. I didn't want to miss out on anything because of low cloud or whatever. And I didn't want to fly IFR. I wanted the whole thing to be visual, and the whole thing I could just sort of take control of it off the autopilot at any point and just sort of fly around.
Completely makes sense. I've spawned in live time, which is evening. It's a beautiful starry night, but it's still weird flying a Cub at night.
Yeah, that's another thing. I just wanted to see everything. I was going to do the whole thing live, and one day I will. What I'm thinking of doing is doing a full cross-country US one as well, and I might do that live, but I'm not 100% sure. I've got a plan for my round the world trip as well. But that's
going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that in one go though. Like I'm going to spread that out. That there's no way, like that would take probably 4 or 5 days solid of just flying. So I'm going to do it in sections. I think I'm going to do another. I might do another 24-hour one at some point. I might go down the west coast of America and go from. I see how long it is. I'm not sure the distance, but go basically from Alaska all the way down to the tip of Baja, California.
I feel like there'd be some good scenery on that route as well.
Yeah, I think there would be as well. Yeah. You'd basically go from ice and snow to sunshine to desert to. It should be quite good. I'm coming up to waypoint 20 out of 87. On the third leg of my tour of the coast of the United Kingdom. Or rather, just Great Britain, not all of it. Probably could have done that in 24 hours. Probably could have done a full tour route, including the coast of Ireland as well.
I just changed my weather settings to 7 a.m. sim time. It's the morning now. It looks amazing.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? It's really sort of. I'm really enjoying it. Just a quick look at the things. Okay. I'd like to get other people into this as well, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, I just woke up and thought I got nothing else to do this morning.
Yeah, nice lazy Saturday. What time is it there for you? What time is it for you, dude?
0736.
Wow, you are up early. Yeah, my original planning, this trip was probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 19 to 20 hours. Like the original flight plan said 19 hours, or 18 hours and 47 minutes. But I've had to stop. I've had to split the flight plan up to 6 to avoid in-game limitations.
Oh, with the route planning?
Yeah, the software that simulates the Garmin is almost not quite, but almost separate from the simulation of the flights and stuff. It's the software is provided by, or the solution is provided by a company called Coherent GT, and that is what draws the Garmin and does the like the panels, displays and stuff in game. And it doesn't like when I have over 600 waypoints. so it plummets the game's performance to about 10 frames a second. So I had to split it up into 6 equal-ish parts. Well, I mean, I could have done it in 4, but I wanted to keep the waypoints under 100 for each leg. And it gives me a chance to get 1 or 2 extra breaks. And like I can run up and grab a drink, grab something to eat quickly. I'm definitely going to have something to eat this next one. Which is quite a distance away. I might have to grab something to eat in the meantime.
You don't have a box of snacks at your feet there somewhere?
I've got some like crisps and stuff, some snacks, but like I'd really like something a bit more substantial that's not just crap food.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to, be 6 hours from now, 7 hours from now, like hanging off my chin strap because I'm so tired. And if I haven't really eaten anything that, like I had breakfast. Well, I said I had some lunch and that was about it. And it's 20 to 9 now, and I've not really had anything other than some couple of little snacks. So. I'm just enjoying the view. It's been fantastic so far. And a guy was really nice enough to give me a donation as well. I thought it was nice of him. That's the second time someone's donated money to me on Twitch.
Nice.
That's yeah, I thought it was nice. That's cool. That looks really nice.
It's a nice, interesting coastline. I've done a few mini trips flying around, or intending to fly around Australia, but there's so much just boring coastline in this country.
I think part of it is when they did the world update this month, they improved a lot of it in the UK, so it's worth it now. And there's a lot of seaside towns as well. Whereas I know there's nothing for 2 days in Australia. Then
yeah, that's accurate, especially along the west coast.
Yeah, it's with the sat-nav, you're driving down a highway and the sat-nav says, in 2 days, turn right. That's
accurate.
Like I've been to Sydney and Melbourne. I went 2019. It was brilliant. Had an absolutely brilliant time driving around in Melbourne and Geelong and that whole area down there was fantastic. Going down to the beaches, it was all just a bit incredible. Like the landscape is so much different. There's so many bugs.
Yeah.
Sydney was good as well.
Be this way.
Sydney was good. Sydney was brilliant. We spent a week in Melbourne for a friend's wedding, and then went to Sydney for a week as well. And we arrived there just when those really bad bushfires were happening, just up north. So the sky was orange most of the time, and it looked fantastic. Like it just, we did the normal touristy things, climbed the harbour bridge, went to the zoo, went to the ballet and the opera house. Those things you can't miss when you're there. It was fantastic. Loved every minute of that place. Other than the oppressive heat. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say Sydney and Melbourne are different enough that they're both worth seeing. They've both got completely different vibe to each other.
Yeah, they have. It seemed like that to me. Yeah, Sydney was horrendous. The heat. The one of the days we were there. Oh man, it's like 38 degrees or something, and I was like, nah, I'm fine without this. The hottest temperature I think we had hit last year in the UK, the hottest it was 28, 29 degrees, and that was like 2 days, and then it went back down to being 21, 22. So, stepping off the plane in Sydney and it's like 35 degrees already. I was like, You can keep the weather and you can keep the bugs. But other than that, that place is amazing. And seeing the ballet, going to see something in the Sydney Opera House was incredible as well. I was really happy I did that.
Yeah, I haven't even done that myself, to be honest. And I've lived here for 20 years.
Oh, that was great. I'd never. Obviously, I'm not the. I don't know. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But I'm not the ballet type. But we were there, and I was like, well, I mean, it'd be stupid to miss something like that, and it was absolutely incredible. Like, the amount of like, it was just like completely incredible to me how long they could stay airborne for, just jumping around. It's like they were airborne longer than the Wright brothers' first flight. It was just nuts. It was just crazy. They're unbelievably powerful human beings, and it was just brilliant to watch as well.
Yeah, I'm not an aficionado either, but I get what you mean. I was trying to get tickets to see the Bolshoi Ballet I was in Moscow at the time. Yeah. And I just couldn't get tickets, but otherwise I definitely would have done that because, Bolshoi Ballet Moscow. Yeah. Well, yeah, besides that, I mean, why wouldn't you do that? Like, yeah, we went to see the Royal Australian one in the Opera House. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of the ballet, but it was amazing. And the champagne before and in the intermission, and the little food trays, the whole thing was incredible. Whitley Bay. I'm gonna DC the autopilot and go into hand fly it around for a little bit, I think. I'm slouching in my chair as well. I really need to not do that. I'm gonna buzz this cruise ship over here. You got a cruise ship? I don't even think I've got sea traffic turned on, That could be at the moment, Doctor, it's 30.08, but bear with me. Now it's 2992. I've just hit the. I think I changed the weather before, and it just messes with the barometric pressure. I've changed it to 2992. I'm just going to quickly check, pause just very briefly and check my traffic and see if I've got... Yeah, I've got ships on. No, have I? I've got road vehicles turned off. Let's put ships up to 100 and leisure boats up to 83. There we go. Okay. I still don't see a cruise ship near you, There is a fair bit of air traffic around. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I'm just gonna hand fly it for a little while and as long as I stay in the same direction, I'll be fine.
nice and close. Excuse me. That's a marina. Nice. I'm hoping they sort out the automatic sort of boat generation.
Yeah, of all of the improvements I've seen people talk about in various places, the one for me is just everything to do with water.
Yeah.
Like get the placements, like the levels right, so boats are on top of the water and not under them.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see some water effects as well. So particularly if we get more and more float planes into the mix.
Yeah. Well, that'll just something that happens naturally. There'll be more and more and more and more and more.
Because it kind of feels like you're landing on a mirror at the moment.
Yes, it's very difficult to see where you are. Let's get some wind turbines in. Let's allow that to take over.
What livery are you using at the moment?
I'm using the Jazz one of the North Coasters ones. In the purple and blue.
Oh. Yeah, I know the one, but I just have you as a Bonanza.
Oh, right. Did you... he just recently updated his livery pack, and there was a Cub update. Like the carbon prop ones were updated. So it could be that.
Yeah, I'll double check, because I got... I installed all new ones like last weekend, and then I updated all of the FS 2020 stuff last night, so maybe something's gone weird.
Oh, okay. No. No, the FPS is getting a kicking. Oh, this looks good. I'm manual flying now, but hopefully the FPS jumps back up again, because I just want to have a quick explore over here. 500. There we go. That's better.
Oh, this is cool with all the wind farm stuff.
Yeah, and the like random golf. It shows how many golf clubs are around the UK. I've flown over probably about 8 or 9 of them just on the coast alone. This has to be a power station of some kind in real life. Has to be. Like cooling ponds and stuff. Let's not crash into the
Yeah,
beach.
definitely. And they've just used the building textures of apartments or something.
Yeah. I wanna say that's got to be some kind of power station or something. I look completely bald on my camera, you know. I have got some hair, I promise. Not that it makes any difference. Oh, the FPS drop. Every now and again you get this really horrendous FPS drop. Snackage. I forgot that. Oh, in there. I know what I've got upstairs. It'd be really nice later on. I got a last night. We went to we got a takeaway in a way. There's a place not far from us that does these absolutely amazing milkshakes, and they do like hot cookie dough as well, and it's covered in chocolate and whatever. And I always drink the milkshake because that's the best bit. I love that milkshake, and then I eat some of the cookie dough, but it's always just a bit too much for me. So I save it and have it the next day, and I forgot about it, and it's in the fridge, waiting for me. I'm gonna have to have it because it's real nice. I'm gonna mute the stream while I eat. So
that's probably a good idea. But that does sound delicious, though. Ah, gotcha. I picked up the Aramaki jet yesterday as well, so I did a fly around with that last night. Yes. Yeah, nice. I'll definitely do that. I definitely need to get some more flight time in it, though. They handle rather differently to the overwing planes I've been flying. Well, with the exception of the TBM, I'm a huge fanboy of the TBM 930.
I too enjoy a TBM, but I think the only reason I enjoy it is because there's a guy on YouTube who records in a TBM 830. Was it a TBM 830? Steve-O1 Canevo. And he does these really...
I don't know if I've seen him, but there's definitely a lot of TBM content on YouTube.
Yeah, he's got... Basically, all he flies is a TBM 830 and a Cessna Caravan. And he flies around Florida, so he goes to all the Florida Keys and flies in the mainland US and sometimes goes to Cuba and stuff. And does a really good job of filming the whole thing. It's not... He himself is potentially... He's not the most interesting guy on YouTube. He seems like a really pleasant guy. But the way he films stuff is really good. And he explains stuff really really concisely, real nice. And that's why it's entertaining to watch. Plus he does really good sort of cinematography. And he's clearly a good pilot. But I did watch the one of the new Mike Patey video where he's explaining the wings on his Cub. Have you seen what he's doing? Do you know? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
He's building that scrappy plane, isn't he? That incredibly powerful Cub. And he's thinking about, from what I gathered from it, he's going to have a variable geometry wing.
Oh, okay.
So
a manually controlled one, or
yeah. So what it sounds like he's going to do? He's going to for stall landings, the whole chord is going to extend backwards. So he's going to basically extend the chord, the width, the length of the wing, not the wingtip to wingtip, but nose to tail. And the guy's clever enough to pull it off, to be fair. But that should be interesting. But that aircraft is going to be insane. Because he wants the best of both worlds, you see. He wants to be able to travel at high speed, but he wants to be able to land real slow. So we've been like he bought a whole new computer to model the aerodynamics of certain wing types and like wing geometries, and he explains the whole thing and he's what he wants to do, and it was really interesting. And his computer was really nice as well. He had like 4 Quadro graphics cards in it, like brand new, or Tesla, or one of them really expensive ones.
Yeah, nice. I'll have to check it out. I have found myself watching a lot more flight videos recently. I started watching, I can't remember who recommended it on one of the other flights, but Missionary Bush Pilot in Papua New Guinea as well. His stuff is amazing.
That's one I haven't checked out yet.
If you sort of squint your eyes, it looks like he's in a caravan. He's actually in a Kodiak, but it kind of almost looks like a caravan.
Isn't a Kodiak just a caravan anyway?
Oh, maybe.
It's just a slightly shorter caravan, isn't it? I think it was built originally to rival the caravan. I might be messing up. It might have been the other way around, but it just turned out to be never as popular as the caravan.
Yeah, I've been checking out some of the strips that he lands on. I'm definitely checking them out in the sim as well because some of them are pretty crazy.
Yeah. I think this castle come up, sorry, that's not quite been rendered correctly.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's been like auto-rendered.
Oh yeah, that's not great.
Is it basically a big giant office block, is it?
Drop down.
Oh no, I don't know. No, it's Castle Wall. Yeah, no, it's Castle Wall. It's just, I don't think it's... Maybe that's just that castle. It's just not complete, maybe.
Yeah, it probably makes more sense if you know the actual spot.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not a brand new section of wall like that.
It might be a castle ruin or something. It's just the way it's been rendered doesn't. So I just hit the 7-hour mark.
Nice.
Oh man, that doesn't, because it means there's like at least 11 hours to go.
You just got to start looking at it the other way.
Yeah.
I've done 7 hours.
When I hit that halfway point though, I'll be happy then. Waypoint number 29 out of 86, 87. It's a long ass flight.
Some nice beaches down there.
Yeah, some of them are probably fantastic as well. They'd be really clean. I mean, there's only like 6 days a year in the UK when it's possible to sunbathe, so.
Yeah, so not a lot of human traffic.
But you can guarantee that on those hot days, those beaches are going to be packed. There used to be a load of nice beaches where I used to live. Like, I'm kind of landlocked. The city I live in now is nowhere near the beach. In fact, it's probably about as far away from a beach as you can get in the UK. And the place I used to live had a couple of absolutely fantastic beaches. Or some really nice places to eat around them as well. Because there's one particular place when I was a company I used to work for in a work van, I'd always used to stop there and have lunch because it was just such a nice place to sit. Oh yeah, I put the waypoint over here because there's a couple of little islands. So it's sort of I pop the waypoint out to fly over these little islands, and then I think it flies back in, and I believe there's another castle or something. Am I passing it? Is that it? Could be a castle. Could be a castle. Oh yeah, there's another little island that sort of weaves in between.
Yeah, as far as the beach goes, I'm pretty lucky. It's maybe 300 meters from where I am right now.
Oh wow. You said you live in Sydney?
Yeah, that's right.
Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me the exact address or anything, just...
GPS, no,
yeah.
on the north side of the Harbour Bridge, so what we call the North Shore, or Lower North Shore.
Oh, nice. I'm trying to work out in my head where... Oh, I can't think of it, sod it.
Yeah, it's not really an area, like a touristy sort of area. It's like, most of the touristy stuff is on the southern side of the bridge.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how you to get out. I can't orient it in my head correctly. Like the directions you have to travel in. So what I'm gonna do is
Well, that's all right. Even if you wanted to fly over my house, it's not in an area that's been particularly well rendered anyway.
No, no, same. But mine's not too bad at the moment. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just trying to think of the places that I went while I was there, you see. So there was... we went on the ferries a couple of times. We went to, like, Watson's Bay and Bondi Beach and stuff like that. I'm trying to think if I went any further than that, but I can't.
Yeah, depending on which ferries you were on, you might have sort of gone roughly in the area.
Yeah.
But the ferries are good too. That's one of the things, like when people come to Sydney for the first time. It's inexpensive and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we did a ferry from Melbourne as well. We did Melbourne to Geelong, so that was like an hour and a half. It was brilliant, brilliant little ferry. I'm remembering being there now, and it was fantastic. It was such a good time, such a good experience flying around. Not flying around. I'm flying around the UK now. Just travelling around in Sydney and Melbourne and stuff. And just we were in Melbourne. One of our friends was, well, two of our friends. They were getting married, and they just moved back to Melbourne. One of them's from where I used to live, and one of them's from Melbourne. And for the entire 4 or 5 days leading up to the wedding, everyone was drunk every day. We were doing different stuff every day. we were like, her dad was, you know, every time we went round to their house, her dad was like, it just hand you another beer. It was just fantastic.
That does sound good.
Oh, it was wonderful. And that's where we got the like I developed a love for stubby holders.
Oh yeah, I don't know why they're not a thing all over the world.
Neither do I. Like I've got actually the one I got while I was there, with a can in it right here, and it's from the wedding. They had stubby holders made up for their wedding. So we there was like one when we got to the wedding reception afterwards. There was one at each position of the table, and each one of them there was a stubby holder for everybody, and a caramel koala in each one. And I'd never had one of those before, and they do the same thing in the UK, but it's called something different. It's not a koala; it's like a Freddo. It's a frog, but it's the same thing. And nobody was taking these stubby holders, so me and my missus basically went to the groom and said, "Listen, can we have a couple more?" She went, "Well, if somebody hasn't taken theirs, just take theirs." So we literally had pockets full of the things by the time we left this wedding. It was so much fun.
The funny thing about stubby coolers is that they're not even particularly a New South Wales thing. They're very much a Queensland and Northern Territory thing where it's actually warm all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm from Queensland originally, and when I first moved to New South Wales, people would give me weird looks because, like in Queensland, it's completely normal that you would turn up to a party at someone's apartment or at someone's house where there was going to be drinking, and you would bring a stubby cooler just so that your beer doesn't get hot.
Oh, yeah.
And I started doing that in New South Wales, and people are like, "Why do you have that with you?"
It's like because it's like etiquette or something, isn't it?
Like I don't want warm beer.
Yeah, like it's even handy in the UK, and it's not particularly warm here, but it's handy to keep it colder for longer. Like if you're a slower drinker, like depending on the situation, I don't just neck a beer straight away. I take a little bit of time, enjoy myself, and the stubby holders keeps the beer colder for longer.
And even when I've been camping or something like that, where it's been cold, the last thing you want to do if it's freezing cold is hold on to a cold beer as well.
Yeah,
Works on many levels.
That too, yeah. Let's have a oh yeah, not doing too bad. That looks nice. Where are we coming into now? Berwick upon Tweed. Wow, we're just about to cross over the border into Scotland.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. So, wow, yeah. Probably am about just under the halfway mark.
Nice. Yeah, I just pulled up my little VFR map.
Yeah.
Goswick Sands and a little island we flew over.
Yep.
The island had like a massive apartment on it or resort or something.
We are not far away from bonny old Scotland. Let's go a bit manual and well, once we get back on the autopilot, I'm going to check the fuel again because
oh yeah, good idea.
I haven't even got remotely close to being at the end of a fuel tank yet. And I've already refueled twice. I'm at 78% fuel right now. Right, we're about to cross the border into Scotland.
Nice, I just changed my fuel tank because my left tank was down to like 3%.
The left one? What I always
Yeah,
do
take
now
off
is
the
I
left one.
change it over immediately to your right tank on the start of the flight because your engine will only start on the left-hand side tank.
The irony is that's exactly what I was saying last weekend, and then I've gone and not done it because I started mid-air this time, so it was like wasn't mentally in my pre-flight checklist mode.
Alright, so wind turbine again. And we are... Let's see if we can see Hadrian's Wall. Does it exist here? Don't know.
Gosh, that must be what the big purple line on my map is, the border, I guess.
I'm not sure whether it's there or not, but we're just about to cross it. There's got to be that lump in the road there, hasn't it?
Yeah, crossing it on my map too.
Yeah. There we go, we're in Scotland now. Welcome to Scotland.
Nice.
The coastline is a little bit more interesting up here. Well, it's not just flat. Welcome to Scotland, Doctor.
Turned into like
Doctor.
cliffs.
Sorry, mate, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say there's no less beaches, more cliffs, but is this a big stately home on the left here? Looks like a very well manicured lawn down here on the cliff.
I don't think it's a stately home so much. Just a farm, I think.
Oh yeah, it does look more like a farm. What a place to live though.
Yeah. Just an incredible view out the east. So that's quite a cool little spot as well, a little cove. There's a load of these. There's I'm gonna have to get up and stretch. I've been sat down entirely too long at this point. 7 hours and 42 minutes. I've done a full shift in the chair already. Nearly, well, hour and a half away from a full shift. The sea masking looks quite good here as well. I mean, it's not. It's just the satellite textures, but it still looks good. Like the rocks and.
Yeah, it does for me too. It's a lot sharper.
Yeah.
A lot more accurate.
I'm gonna have to stand up.
Yeah, this marina down here on the left looks cool as well.
Hopefully you guys didn't hear my back cracking on that microphone there. That was quite loud. That's a bit better. Doctor, you're talking about, yeah, that was a great place to live, but if you could afford a place like this, you would also have a man to cut the lawn for you, so you wouldn't have to. I mean, personally, I would. I have a team of gardeners manicuring that daily for my World Championship croquet field.
We just got goats or sheep in real life.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what it is that does it, you know. It's probably sheep that cut the grass. They do a fairly effective job of it, and they don't wreck up the place either. But if you could afford a place like that, you could probably afford a guy to come round every now and again with his ride-on lawnmower and give it a mow for you.
Oh, for sure.
Oh. I'd love a place like that. Just nobody else anywhere near you.
Get those perfectly right-angled lines on your hedges.
Yeah, yeah. I tried that with ours out the front of our house. Just doesn't. I can't do it. I don't have the talent or the skill, or I don't know whether it's like specific to one type of bush that lends itself to being trimmed like that easier, or that it takes, you know, potentially years to. You've got to trim it, you know, several times a year, like very specific. And who knows? I haven't got the patience or the time to make that work.
Well, I figure anything that actually requires a trade, like apiary, is that what it's called?
Oh.
Anything that requires a trade is probably not something you could just like pick up and do
No, yeah.
with a bit of work on the weekend.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I'm probably bad-mouthing a whole generation of people who are professionals at doing that, and yeah. I don't mean to do that.
I just mean, you know, like it's my dad was is a cabinet maker.
Oh,
the amount of times I've watched a couple of YouTube videos, I can just build a shed. No, you really probably can't.
I used to build wardrobes for a living.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't you couldn't never have called me a cabinet maker. I like this desk that I'm round now is like 5 meters long in total, and I built that, made all the legs. I built that whole thing myself, and it's absolutely solid. It's not going anywhere. And I've stood on it, so I know it's not going anywhere. Like I know, like the wardrobe we've got upstairs, like was a flat pack wardrobe, but it was too big for the room, so it was too tall. It wouldn't fit, and part of the job I used to do was like you'd make a wardrobe fit a room perfectly. So you'd have to like plan the whole damn thing out, and that's what I used to do. And we had a lot of people who would buy those wardrobes from us and didn't want to pay the fitting charge, which is fine because it was quite expensive. It was like, in some cases, it was almost as much as the wardrobe itself. And they go to fit it, and you get several phone calls over the space of 3 hours because they just either can't figure it out or have messed something up in some way. And they expect you to basically go around and help them do it, even though they haven't paid for it. So it got like that quite a lot. We got that quite a lot, and people just thought they could do it, and a lot of people could, but a lot of people couldn't either. It's quite a specific thing. If you've spent a while learning how to do it, like I was not a professional in any way, but I consider myself handy enough to be able to make just about anything at this point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So part of my father's gig for a while, he was a building contractor, so he's responsible for pretty much building houses. But so he knew a little bit about all of the different things, a little bit about electrical, a little bit about plumbing, a little bit about tiling, But even just as a kid, watching him do it versus bringing in plumbers, tilers, bricklayers, roof makers, stuff like that. Like there's all specialties, and all those specialties do it way better than you think you can.
Yes,
even if you're in a related trade.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be people who've specialised in doing a job really well, and they're going to be far better than you. That's why it kind of annoys me when people try and ask for jobs done cheap. It's like, come on now. What is that over there? I'm flying over there just to see what that's about. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've got to... there we go. Oh, I'm getting some lag.
Castle or is it a town?
I'm not entirely sure. It's broken, whatever it is. And the lag that the FPS drop.
Oh, dude. It's a Torness nuclear power station.
Oh! Nice, we're going past a few of them. I've said that. We're going past at least 2 others as well that I know of.
Welcome to Torness.
That's Torness. Okay, we're going past the one on the north coast of Scotland is Dounreay. So we'll be going past Dounreay at some point, and on the west coast in a place called Heysham, there is the largest one in the UK, the most powerful one in the UK. Heysham A and Heysham B nuclear power plant.
Nice.
That's Torness. Wow. Okay, we get to...
badly modelled when you get up close. It's pretty sharp.
Do we get to the power plants of the UK? There's a mine of some kind there as well.
Yeah, the only nuclear power plant I think I've been to in real life is, ironically, Chernobyl.
the only one that blew up that spectacularly. I'd love to go there. I would love to go there.
It's very, very, very cool. I'm a bit of an amateur photographer, and my favourite thing to photograph is like abandoned places, old buildings, and broken down factories and stuff. So I was already in Eastern Europe, so
why not?
That's obviously high on the list. Not so much Chernobyl, but Pripyat, the city that's nearby.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I've always wanted to go there. It's fascinating. So, let's have a quick update. Where are we going now? Where are we? We are by this town/city of Dunbar. We have crossed the Scottish border. We are finally into Scotland. We are closing in quite rapidly on Edinburgh. My apologies. And so far, that is where we are on the map. And we have travelled from Culdrose, which is right there. So roughly halfway-ish, maybe a little under halfway. And I've been in the air for, not including the 2 fuel stops, 7.5 hours ish.
I've got a pilot to my 11 o'clock called FNYGGEHYGGE.
I can't even see that.
I can see people are going to have a difficult time.
I can see Corporal Loadercarp. Greca. FNYGGEHYGGE. Yeah. That's a hell of a name. That's
it's an interesting choice for sure.
And a Bragg Omnivore 323, that's a Wi-Fi password if there ever was one.
I've got Chalky UK 19, which is probably the most British sounding name I can think of.
Where is he? Chalky UK 19. that is pretty damn British. That is. But the best one, Pilot Man 76.
Pilot Man.
What's your name? Pilot Man 76. And then he's got to salute you afterwards as well. Oh, I'm going to quickly fire up a...
I've got to say, one thing they've done really well with this sim versus any other air-based game I think I've ever played or sim is the colours of the farmlands and stuff, the different greens and stuff like that when you're flying over this kind of land. This looks really realistic.
Yeah, I love it. That's probably what I'm most happy about. In the satellite imagery, because I always hated the textures in like FSX. It was never good, but like here it's just fantastic. How can you not like this?
Oh wow, I've got an Archerfield airport, or Archerfield airstrip to my 11 o'clock. There's an Archerfield airstrip in Queensland, in Brisbane, near where I grew up.
Yeah. So
I mean, we did borrow pretty much the names of everything from the UK, so that's
yeah.
not too surprising.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It wasn't borrowed. It was just when the people arrived there, they were just super lazy, and they called everything new something.
I've got a whole bit about how lazy people were when they named things in Australia. It's like the bottom of the country. It looks like something's taken a great big bite out of it. What do we call that? Oh, the Great Australian Bite. on the east coast of Australia, there's a large reef system that acts as a barrier that stops any shipping from making it into the coast. So
can I guess?
Big.
Can I guess what this is called? This is called. Let me guess. Yeah. This is going to call. This is the amazing Australian reef. No. Wait. We can go easier than that. The Great. It's got to be the Great something, hasn't it? The Great Barrier Reef. There we go. Boom. What a name. Yeah. Yeah. England's like that though as well. Human beings in general are pretty lazy when it comes to naming stuff. Look at NASA or any government acronym. Like any one of them, they're all stupidly named. Like I'm trying to think of an example now, and now they all escape me. They just vanish off. But like any NASA acronym, like the best ones are the telescopes. So they've got these incredibly expensive, very very high power telescopes looking all over the world, all over the skies. And one of them's called the VLT, and that's the Very Large Telescope. And then they've got the radio telescope, and one of them's called the VLA. And that's the Very Large Array. It's like they're so lazy when it comes to naming stuff, and then just slapping an acronym. And there's the LBT telescope, and that's the Large Binocular Telescope. Wow, that's some really original sort of thought there, isn't it? I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love it though. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, in Sydney as well. You probably wouldn't have noticed it unless someone points it out, because I didn't notice it until someone did. But for a while, in the very early days of Australia, or the early days of Sydney anyway, we had a governor called Governor Macquarie, who was quite the fan of naming things. So there's more things in Sydney named after him than I think anything else.
Yeah, I do remember Macquarie being there a lot. Dr. London EGPH to refuel. Okay, no worries, man. Let me find EGPH on my map. Is it Edinburgh? EGPH is Edinburgh Airport, yeah. Okay, tell you what, Doctor, I will. We could have had EGGU, man. Well, there's one. EGRK is just north. If you can hold on fuel-wise, or a bingo. Okay, no worries, man. I'm going to go just a little bit deeper into this because I want to explore some of Edinburgh. I'm going to go just a bit closer. I might fly just up to Edinburgh, and then allow the autopilot to take over again. Oh, what the hell did that add? That added a random waypoint. that's better. Back to normal now. Yeah, Doctor, I'm going to fly a little bit closer to Edinburgh than was originally on the flight plan, so might give you a little bit extra time. Lord Monkatron. I like that name.
Yeah, I like that. Also, out that way, a bit further to the west is Pilot Man 76.
Yeah.
Speaking of imaginative names.
Yeah, that's yeah. I noticed him before. Pilot Man 76 reporting for duty. Oh, what a bad name. Someone's called themselves Uncle Bill over there, but spelled it with a 1 and an 8.
Yeah, worked in IT security for a little while. It's just like, why would you? I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest that Pilot Man was born in 1976. It's like, why do you give away that information?
Well, North Coast is 76, but he wasn't born in 76. Because I'm pretty sure that was asked of him on day 2.
Ah, okay, yep.
So it might not
that
be.
assumption as well.
But with that name, I don't know. That might well be his year of birth. It definitely sounds like his router password, though, doesn't it?
100%. Ooh, I've got a POI. Place of Holyrood House.
Holyrood House. That's Scottish Government. Scottish Government building. Holyrood.
Sounds like we're about to enter some seriously restricted airspace then.
Well, I mean... Whereabouts are you? I mean, I'll invade Holyrood's airspace. If you do it. I don't have the POIs, you see. I took the labels off because it was just annoying. Especially in the UK because there were so many of them at that point. This looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, usually I have, if I'm doing one of the Bushrat's flights, usually I have external view or internal view with everything turned off, so just because the videos look better. But,
yeah.
I've also got that tiny POI and tiny label and all those tiny mods on, which are just amazing.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually my first flight in the UK anywhere since the update, and I don't know if this is better than it was before, but these buildings and neighbourhoods look amazing.
Yeah, they do, don't they? The thing was, it was some of the bits were absolutely terrible before that update, absolutely horrendous, and they added a whole bunch of architectural building types specifically for the UK because the architecture is so much different here. Especially all the random US style buildings that just happen, and they added churches. So there's another couple of churches down there. In the last update, they added a load of building types, and it's improved it greatly.
Yeah, I'm noticing the building types. They're yeah, they've done a great job.
There's Edinburgh Castle, where the home of the tattoo. With that massive open drill square is. That's great. That looks amazing. That looked incredible.
Yeah, the Houses of Parliament look amazing. Just coming over the castle now.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, the Edinburgh Castle looks amazing. Oh yeah, that does as well, doesn't it? Right, I'm going to hit the autopilot button and get back on track because I hope I am. There we go. Oh, there's a guy up here called Glasgow Scott.
Oh, yeah, I can see him. Just to remove any doubt about where he's from.
Yeah, just to, you know. What's this? You're probably from Edinburgh now. Oh, I got a message. What's going on? Ellen, I know it's entertaining. Because I'm hilarious. But so if anybody's watching that didn't, I am, basically I made a flight plan right the way around the UK, and this is leg number 3 of 6. And about halfway through this particular leg, I started down here in Cornwall at Culdrose. Oh, where did I start? Yeah, Culdrose. I think I've been picking the wrong airfield. I think that's Culdrose. And then I've flown basically around the entire south coast of the UK, around the mouth of the Thames, and all the way up. And I've got this far, and I've been streaming now for 7 hours and 39 minutes. And I'd probably say I'm about just under the halfway mark, maybe. I'm leg number 3, waypoint 48 out of 87, and 3 more legs to go, including the whole north of Scotland, all the way around the top, all the way around and to Liverpool, or to Oban and then Liverpool. It is going to take forever, Alan, 100%. I have no idea why. I just decided it'd be a great idea last week, and then planned for today, and had a nice long lie in, and started at 2. It is 20 to 10, and I'm, I say, pretty much roughly the halfway point, maybe a little under the halfway point. Doctor, is he in the air yet? Yeah, he is. There he is. I'm going to. What kind of fuel usage? 8.6. That's too much. Oh, check my fuel. Check my fuel. I still, Braino, haven't got to the end of the auxiliary tank yet. My wing tanks are still full.
Did you start off with 100%? I'm guessing.
Yep, 97 or 98%. It's got that weird overweight bug, so you have to put it like 99, 98. And I've been using round about 8 gallons of fuel an hour, maybe just a bit more. I'm going to back the throttle down to 8.1. Actually, I'm going to put it up.
Yeah, I'm at like 12 because I'm just trying to catch up.
Back the RPM down. See if I can get to about 8. There we go. Sit it on about 8 gallons an hour. And this thing's got an absolutely ridiculously long endurance. Like, with the extra fuel tank in it, probably about 10 hours. Or maybe, say 8. And you could, for the longest amount of endurance, you could trim this thing out to 6.5 gallons an hour, 6 gallons an hour, something like that, and get like out of the standard XCub you can get 8 hours, like 1,000 mile.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 1,000-mile range in a little tiny aircraft like this.
Yeah, I'm in the standard XCub now, but I was in the XCub, the one with the skis on it the other weekend, and when we were flying really, really slow up the front there, I was getting, I think, like 4.5 gallons per hour. That was doing like 75 knots or something, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. The coastline looks amazing here as well. It's been like absolutely incredible pretty much the entire trip. There hasn't really been anything that I can point out and say that was absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I've just set it to like light cloud, I think it is, and it even kind of looks authentic. It's a little bit of cloud. I wasn't expecting to fly over Scotland and England and have it be blue sky.
Yeah, Danny, could it fly that long with a full load of hot pants? I don't know, maybe. Like I'd never be able to get around the entire coast anyway. So I do have to stop for fuel. So me saying non-stop is kind of cheating a tiny bit. But what I meant by that is I'm going to do it all in one go and stop for refuel and carry on. But I reckon it could still. I reckon you could still get a 6-hour endurance even if it was full of hot pants. Yeah. What do you reckon?
Easier with hot pants and hot pockets.
Yeah, they wouldn't stay hot for long. Hot pants, they're going to be hot forever. Like, it's got a cargo pod. I mean, that's a good flight time to hot pants ratio. Yeah. So, I mean, if you were to scatter them out of the cargo pod above a major town like, say, Buckhaven, where I am now, I should have dumped half a ton of. No, actually, it's got. What's the cargo on this? How much cargo can you have in these? A couple of 100 kilos of hot pants. That's a lot of hot pants. That is a lot of hot pants. What is that? Yeah. I've been. Oh man, I'm already not even halfway, and I'm flagging.
I don't know, what is that thing on the left supposed to be?
The thing that's in the water. There's like
like maybe a navy base or something like.
This isn't, I don't think. Well, I mean, it could be. The submarine base in the UK is Fastlane, which is on the other side of Scotland. And I'm pretty sure I put the waypoint to go somewhere near that. You're currently on a minibus in Slovenia. I'm going to assume it's filming related.
Okay, it was called
what are you doing out there, man?
Whatever that is.
Anything cool? It's got to be cool, right? Oh, wow. A bit dizzy after that. Wow. Right, 110 knots. 8 gallons of fuel an hour. I wish it showed litres per hour, not gallons.
That would help me.
Filming an action series for Amazon. Oh, very cool. I was looking at your IMDb page the other day, dude. That's very cool. I don't think I've ever met anybody else with an IMDb page before. There's a guy. Yeah. I do wish it was litres per hour, because the fuel tank is it's avgas, obviously, so they do it in litres, and then the Garmin says gallons per hour, which is absolutely zero use to me because I don't speak in gallons. Oh, it is doing the nice. Nice. Yeah, they don't. Like, I don't know why. Maybe you can change it in this. I'm not sure. I haven't found a way of doing it yet. There's a guy in the chat, Braino. He does. He flies commercial drones for filming. One of my IRL friends, and it's very cool. I used to work with them a little bit, and it's very cool. Except I think the hardware he's flying now is probably worth 12 times what it was. Maybe even more. I know that camera's worth more. That camera alone was about 100 grand, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a cool thing. I used to actually fly like homemade radio controlled planes
back
in the day. Not with a huge amount of success, I'll be honest. But
yeah, Danny does as well.
Started with some gliders and stuff.
I think that's how he got into it. It's like flying radio control helicopters, and then it went to like planes and stuff, or went planes first, helicopters, and then drones. And well, they weren't. We didn't call them drones back then. That was an irritating name, but the name sort of stuck. And I hate calling them drones, but what can you do? And but now he, does actual proper commercial filming for films and stuff. So
yeah, it sounds like a fun gig. One of the guys that I work with, excuse me, does it as a hobby, but he works with surf lifesavers in New South Wales. So he basically, whenever they do promotional videos, he's the guy they call to fly the drones and film all the drone sequences and stuff. So he had to
cool.
get a commercial drone license and all that kind of stuff as well.
Like I remember doing it with Danny. We filmed for rally driving. So we went to the Ulster Rally in Ireland. Filmed that one time. We filmed rallies on the Isle of Man, where we're both from, pretty much. And we did Rally Day, like this massive rally like event in Castlecombe, which is in the south of England, a racetrack, and got to do some really cool. Like the footage was like way better than anything they had at the time. Like the footage that we got that company for their television broadcast was like an order of magnitude higher quality than the stuff they were recording.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. One of the places I used to work a few years ago, we sponsored the Australian Rally Championship for about 4 years in a row.
Oh, nice.
So in my role, I got to go to all the events and stuff like that. So
yeah. Well,
one of the events.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
One of the events we towards the end we were trying to do something even more over the top for the clients. Just the whole reason we sponsored it was to bring clients along to get the VIP experience. And so we chartered a helicopter. So we had this guy who was just taking us up in groups of like 2 and 3 and just chasing rally cars through the forest.
Nice.
Just over and over again during the day. And then we'd get out of the helicopter, smash a few glasses of red wine, jump back in the helicopter, chase some rally cars down through the bush again. Yeah. Obviously the pilot wasn't drinking the red wine, but yeah. And yeah, just even the still photography I shot from that, and just the experience was just incredible.
Yeah, he's just said like Danny moved on from doing the rally. When he left the island, he took a job with another company to do all kinds of other cool stuff and get paid quite a lot of money for doing it. But he works for another company in the south of England now, and they're currently doing all the drone footage for the Mission Impossible film, new Mission Impossible film. And I know he's done previous ones. Was it the footage of the Daily Mail photos of you on the boat with? Was it in the Thames or was it Venice? Somewhere like that, where you were in the boat and the drone was there, and the what's his name, the short guy was Tom Cruise. The short guy was in the boat next to you or something. That was pretty cool. Yeah, we had a top team back then. Yeah, that was so much fun though. I enjoyed that so much. Like that drone, like, sorry, I'm going to call it a hexacopter because that's exactly what it was. Like that generated by itself more interest than a lot of the vehicles there, and that was at Castle Coombe. I remember, that was so much fun, and doing the one in Enniskillen, that was great fun. Doing that, having that conversation with the Irish Marshal, like asking her like what we could and couldn't ask about, right on the border of Ireland. That was a hoot. That was so much fun. I enjoyed that so much. Right. It wasn't even. We weren't really doing anything to like push the boundaries of anything, but it was just like the footage that we got for that was just. I just remember that one spot that we parked up and we were filming in some guy's front yard, basically, or backyard. We took the thing off and we were following up this hill, and they used a load of that footage, and it just looked so good, like just chasing the car up the hill. Well, there's a little go-kart course. I'm gonna have a. Oh, that's cool. There's the airfield here, and then there's a little go-kart track.
Oh, nice. I saw the airfield, completely missed the track.
How cool is that? Yeah, yeah, that was the guy. Just the guy who was. There was a guy there, and we stopped, and it was. I think it was a different place, but he started asking us, like, "Are you English?" We're like, "No, mate. I'm Manx from the Isle of Man." "Is he English?" "No, mate. We're both from the Isle of Man." And then his tune completely changed, and he was really nice to us. I got a bit worried then. Oh. Hi, Lanky. Yeah, this 8 hours I've got. Oh, I see. Let's see. Look at the little nav map, man. This is that's where I am now. From starting at Land's End and going around the entire coast. So, you know, halfway-ish. And I've been 8 hours so far. It's been a long ass time. I'm landing at Lossiemouth this time for the next leg, and I am absolutely stopping for 5 minutes to have something to eat. Yeah, that's the guy I meant, Danny. Yeah, we were asking whether we could take off from his garden, and he just started questioning us loads, and I was like, I don't know what to say. Whatever we say might be the wrong thing. So, but that was such a cool trip. And then you lose. I just remember you losing your credit card, your business credit card, the first stop we made, just getting off the boat to get breakfast or something. Leaving it in the ATM machine or the card machine or something. That was a laugh. There. Are you guys really busy still at the moment doing your? I imagine you probably still are quite busy. I mean, because that, you know, life has to go on, doesn't it? But that's man, I'd love to do that again. I'd love to do that again. That would be so much fun. I don't know. It must be pretty. Like, you've done it for quite a while now, so I don't know whether you have the same feeling about enjoying the work as much as maybe when you started. And the travel must get a little tedious, I imagine, as well. Hi, Lanky. Lanky, are you coming on the fly for a little bit as well? I mean, it's a Friday, isn't it? I mean, you don't. I don't know whether you're on. You said you were on call or something. I can't remember. Oh, nice. Okay. So it's like 2 p.m. there then, or what? 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Wow, that's a long lie-in. Oh yeah. I think I woke up this morning at about 11, and then decided no, I wasn't getting up, and I would just sit there for half an hour. Oh wow, yeah, I've got that to look forward to this tonight. Because I am committed to seeing this journey through to the end. I want to be, from what I can tell, I'll be the first person to have ever done this in a Cub. So I want to see this through to the end. I've got a plan for another one afterwards, but I'm not quite sure where, and it won't be for at least another week after this. Maybe in a couple of weeks I'll do another one. I'll do one to I was thinking down the west coast of America or the east coast of America. Either way, do one from like New England or something all the way down to you know, the tip of Florida. I don't know what kind of distance that is. Oh no, there's like a weird. That's the first weird graphical, like texture graphical thing. Yeah, I'd like to do another one like this, like do another coast, just a random place. Why am I running 12 gallons an hour? That's not acceptable. 8 gallons an hour. I still have not used my auxiliary fuel tank yet. No, Lanky, I haven't seen, like, that was the first one I think I've spotted. That I've just gone past. There's been no real, like, all the beaches look correct. We went past nuclear power station before, which looked a bit broken. We've got at least 2 more to go past. But so far, no. There's only been like a couple of weird randomness, like the tree line here is not perfect, but I mean, I'm not really going to complain about that. And there is. Where are we going? Are we avoiding this? Yeah, we are. Dundee, Perth, Dundee. And then it's all the way up the coast to past Aberdeen. Not that far away, actually. Not that long to go. Waypoint number 58 out of 87. And quite a lot of these waypoints are quite close to the coast as well, so it should be quite good. Yeah, I think we'd have the same problem if we did a coastal trip. We'd have to split it up into like flight plans of 100 or less waypoints, because it just the Garmin simulation that doesn't like any more than 100. But I'll once I'm done with this flight tomorrow, maybe before our group flight, I'll have a look and see if there's any other places that can be done sort of within a reasonable time in the Cub. I reckon, Danny, I think back then it was probably, there was more like experimenting with how to do stuff. You get to choose where we took the shots. We basically got to choose what we filmed. I think that's probably part of it. I imagine. Like now you get told the kind of shot that you need to take. I imagine. So it's kind of tricky in like deciding how to best do that. Which probably takes the fun out of it a little bit, I imagine. I still wish I was doing it, though. That'd be so much fun. I'm not so much the travel. The travel would probably kick my ass a little bit. Getting old now, you see. But I still would love to do it. Going and seeing a load of interesting things, interesting places. Where are we actually? Where are we? There's another golf course. That's like golf course number 9, I think. Arbroath. Okie dokie. I think we're going past the largest heliport in Europe as well shortly. Or potentially one of the largest heliports in the world, which is Aberdeen Airport.
Nice. I just did that thing where I ran out of fuel in one tank, plummeted almost to the ground, got my engine restarted, almost stalled it, and
yeah. Yeah, I think we've all been there. Yeah. Like I haven't even got into the main fuel tanks on my aircraft yet. Haven't even touched them.
Yeah, I'm just in the standard cub, and I started with like 49% or something.
Ah, right, okay. So I might be getting to the end of one tank right now, because the auxiliary tank is about the same size. How's that? Oh, actually, no. I think I can start to see the start of the line of fuel. So I'll keep an eye on that. Didn't need to pick an aircraft with an auxiliary fuel tank, to be fair. Just didn't need to do a wheelie. It doesn't have a nose wheel. I mean, in a particularly 80s liveried aircraft as well, which is wonderful. Danny Bugard. Holy shit.
That's nice. You can even see the effect of the waves, like sort of moving into the shore on the left there.
Oh yeah. I can see. Do you remember FSX used to have this, like this weird, like single repeating animated texture? And this one's.
No, I never really played FSX. So.
Oh right, okay. There was this weird to do waves on a shore. They used this like it was like almost like a really crappy GIF image everywhere, and it was the same thing repeated everywhere. And there's maybe a few different variants of it. But here, because you can do like the wave, the sea state changes with how powerful the wind is. Like right now, we've got there's a 2-knot wind. But because of the way the satellite imagery is applied to the game, and then the water is sort of laid on top of it, it looks like an actual proper. It's done really well.
Yeah, even though the static images of like the the surf breaks and stuff like that they use generically, even that looks pretty good, especially when you're up like at least over 600-800 feet.
Yeah. But the quality that since that world update is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah, I imagine it is, Danny. It's like that's what I thought it would be. It's like back then we just had a laugh. It was just funny, and there was nobody behind you saying, right, you need to get that done. You need to make sure you get that. Really, maybe a little. Because money at the end of the day. nowadays you've got like a specific, like there's a specific overall picture of how something's supposed to be, and if you need to get a specific shot for something, then you've kind of got to facilitate that and do, you know, use your ability and your expertise to try and get it. I'd still love to do it though. It'd be great fun. Like that's clearly broken because they are polytunnels for farming, and it's randomly spawned a bunch of buildings in because the AI thinks it's terraced housing. But, you know, that's only the second or third proper error we found flying over. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can almost give it a pass for how good the images of the water hitting the earth or the ground are.
Yeah, it does.
The rocks and
that's what I meant about because it's a satellite image that's taken instead of like some really terrible GIF being applied or like weird texture. It looks so much better now, I think. Like the whole scenery does. I mean, look at that. That's amazing. Like the tracks through the fields where the tractor's been, the slightly worn out areas, the drier patches are all visible, and that's fantastic. Little ponds and streams and right, let's have a quick look at the nav map. Wow, not terribly far away from Lossiemouth. Maybe 100 miles, a little bit more. And that'll be leg number 3 over. And hopefully it doesn't crash on landing. Oh, don't. Oh, I thought it crashed then. Fuck.
Is that a castle to your 9 o'clock in the distance?
I don't think so, but I can't really see anything, to be honest. What, on the coast or?
No, inland, probably 5 miles.
Oh, I have no idea. I can't see anything. I've got no POIs or anything like that.
Yeah, it doesn't have a POI, so it's probably just a building.
Yeah, I got rid of all the POIs because oh, nice. There's just round that area, that top coast is Dune Ray as well, the nuclear power station. We've already been past one. We're going past Dune Ray, and then there's obviously Haitian as well. There's Sellafield, sorry, so 4 then. Going past Sellafield. I'm not sure how close to Sellafield we'll get. But I might go over the top and just give it a quick sniff out the window. Montrose.
Yeah, I don't know if it was supposed to be a castle or just some really, really fancy house, but that was pretty cool. Just to the south of the Montrose Basin Nature Reserve.
Huh? I don't know why I put the waypoints so like weird here. Like I haven't. Like I know I wanted to try and limit the actual individual waypoints so there weren't going to be like 200 or 300 in each flight plan. Because of the stupid limit that it comes up against within the game. but I should have maybe added a few more. Smooth out some of these. Let's check. Have we still got Doctor? Is he still here? Impressive. He is. Wow. There was a guy, yeah, just before you joined, Braino, there was a guy who did basically the first 2 full legs with me. And he did them all hand flying. He didn't, and that was like 5 hours nearly. Maybe a bit more. Hand flew the whole lot. Yeah, that, Doc, I was looking for you, just behind us.
Actually, speaking of development news, as we were before, one thing I would like to see before I even see water updated is the ability for the game to download and cache liveries so that you can actually see what other people are flying in.
Yeah. What my one that would be before that even entirely would be the ability for an aircraft developer or a livery creator to specify the standard object that should be used if that person doesn't have the livery or aircraft. So say if I'm in this Cub, instead of me showing up as a Bonanza to everybody else, if they don't have this aircraft, the guy who did the aircraft should be able to specify if the other person doesn't have a livery, they are to show up as aircraft X. So you could, in this case, just have it spawn as a normal Cub in a standard livery, because then at least somebody would get the right aircraft shape and size, relatively similar performance, expectation out of the aircraft, and it would sit right on the ground. So you could specify a tailwheel aircraft or none. So if you're flying an A320 in game, then anybody who downloaded say an A319, A320, A321, if you don't have that, they would all show up as an A320, or that kind of thing. That is what I would like to see implemented before, and then the livery thing would be great. So like even like the livery thing would be great, but I just don't see them doing that, because at that point the simulator servers would have to download every livery that it ever came across and then serve them out. So you have this huge amount of data that they were having to push out, as well as on top of all the simulator data, so all the ground stuff. So like it would be really nice. Yeah, I just don't see how they would do that. Yeah, Doctor. So like we've been talking about this since we started group flying. That'd be a great. I'd love them to do that. I would love them to give the ability. Say North Coast, who made this livery for this aircraft. I would like him. So if nobody else on the server had this livery, instead of them showing up as a Bonanza, he could specify what livery was to be displayed in its place. So you could just specify that I want the standard XCub livery. Because the aircraft itself is exactly the same. It's just a different paint scheme. And yet, if somebody doesn't have this, they spawn as a Bonanza, and when they're on the ground, the Bonanza sits on its tail. It's just stupid. So.
And you're also flying with your landing gear down the whole time to everybody.
Yeah.
Which also is...
It's weird, and I don't. Honestly, I'm not a developer, but I don't think that would be that hard to implement. I don't know whether I'm speaking, talking out of my ass, and maybe it is super complicated, but I wouldn't have said that was that difficult to sort of specify what was to replace. I'm showing up as a BLL livery. At the moment, I'm showing up... yeah, because for whatever reason, the BLL livery pack overrides the standard default liveries. So the default livery in the game is no longer the default livery when you have the BLL livery pack. I don't particularly like that. I think it should still just be the default livery. But I'm not going to complain too much. Right, let's have a quick look, see how far we are away. Oh, we still got quite the distance to go yet.
Okay, I may have just done a cheeky air-to-air refueling because apparently 7% means you have no fuel left.
Yeah, the usable amount is 3 gallons in each tank, so that's about 7%. Oh yes, I finally got through the aux tank and I'm using the main wing tanks now. So it's time to switch to the right hand side. There we go. Make sure I don't switch off to the wrong position. Oh yeah, this scenery looks great. Wind turbines, a guy called Welsh Git in the distance. Perfect. Water. The scenery looks epic around here as well. They've done a solid job of this. I know it's not particularly complicated, it's just height map, but we have indeed, Danny. I mean, this is so much nicer than anything that's come before it. From a point of like scenery and world generation. Just click on. Oh, excuse me. It's only 20 past 10.
Surprised to see the brownish looking fields up here. Like,
yeah.
I thought it would be wet.
Oh no, I mean places dry out even in the UK occasionally.
I might just let brown earth as well because whatever crop it is has been sown in, or I don't know, I'm not a farmer.
Okay, we're not. We're still. Still 15 miles or so away from Aberdeen. I get to visit the world's, or maybe one of the world's largest heliports. And we're not even stopping there, we're just driving straight past. And we're stop at our RAF base. Yeah, this is like the satellite imagery for this was taken. This must have taken sort of end of summer, because it's just, it looks great. What is that coming up?
Yeah, I do have some weird vertical textures to my.
Yeah, I have some weird vertical, like some weird buildings that are. That's got to be a castle again, hasn't it? Oh yeah, it is mostly a castle.
Yeah, they're just funny because they're, you know, we're used to seeing them old and they've rendered them as a brand new building.
Yeah, that looks like an office block in the shape of a castle. That's pretty cool. This is a cool little town as well. Do you know what? I'm gonna a quick detour and break the wings off it. Just going to see. That's pretty cool. Stonehaven. Random weird outdoor pool there, I think.
What?
Looks like a weird outdoor swimming pool just there. I think it is an outdoor swimming pool, isn't it?
Sure is. Gets used once a year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only warm enough for one day in September. Whew. Got to stretch out a little bit now. I've been sat here too long. 8 hours, 8.5 hours. Let's have a look, see where we are. Coming up to the 3rd stop, which is Lossiemouth for a quick refuel, and then back in the air, past Inverness and around the north of Scotland there. Started off 8.5 hours ago in Cullsrose. And all the way around we are. Danny, for the little navigation map, or the sim itself, the navigation map that I'm using here is quite a large. It's part of a larger piece of software called Little Nav Map. It's actually, I've cropped the window capture for OBS, so it only captures the map, but it's got a big long list of the waypoints. It's quite a powerful piece of software for flight planning. But what I tend to do is use like Sky Vector, flight plan, and then import it here, and then I can make adjustments and stuff in there. It's just a bit easier doing it that way. Oh, excuse me. Oh. And there's some sheep on the ground there. Wow, satellite imagery's caught sheep and cows. Impressive. That's cool looking. Oh, you moved to the extraction livery, have you?
No, I had the whole time.
Did you?
Yep.
Could have sworn you showed up with something else. The radio altimeter's kicking off 500 every time.
Yeah, I've got to do that as well.
It's going to do it again now. There it is. 500. Now the nav map that I'm using basically takes data directly from the sim to get its position data. So that's why the map's moving as well. It's a wonderful little piece of software. You don't need anything extra. You just install that, and it just automatically takes the data from the sim. There's a really cool looking quarry. Shape talk. Doctor's not far behind. This town looks great. Weird industrial buildings.
Yeah, like a real big.
Aberdeen. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Coming up to we're in Aberdeen now. And another golf course. I think this is golf course number 10. There's lots of golf courses. Hey?
Is it true that golf was invented in Scotland? Is that a thing?
Oh, potentially, yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think, like, from the stuff I've randomly heard over the years, I would say yes, but who knows? It probably was. It'd take a Scotsman to come up with a game as crazy as golf. So that wasn't a slur against Scotsmen, but most of them are crazy. The ones I know are crazy, so I'm applying that to the.
Oh yeah,
to the entire. I'm applying that to everybody.
It is a cool location for a golf course, and I don't even know.
Yeah, that is. Do we? Is Trump's Scottish golf course on the coast somewhere? Have we already gone past it? Does anybody know? Because I can throw a couple of cups of shit out the window.
Not while I'm this close.
Just as we speak it, there's 11 golf courses. Golf course number 11. Kings Links Golf Course. A lot of golf courses. Such a waste of space.
I mean, it's a lot of waste when you look at all these beaches and the average temperature.
Yeah, it's such a waste. I don't know where the airport is. To be honest, I've never really looked. Oh, golf club number 12 and 13. There is the Royal Aberdeen Golf Club and the Mercar Links Golf Club just after our left wing. So that's 13 golf clubs we've passed now, golf courses. The 13 golf courses in 8 hours tour. Nice. Hopefully we get to 18. That'd just make it real nice.
That seems fitting, doesn't
it? Yeah. Coast is flattening out now a bit up here. It'll get a bit more rugged as we get round. Whoa. 10:30. Oh gosh. $60 miles or so to Lossiemouth. Hi, Wheels. Nope. Wheels dead. Cool. Nice. It's a super sandy sort of ice age coastline, isn't it? That was sort of deposited here at this ice age.
Yeah, this is a cool little change up in scenery.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it's gone from super rocky to sort of sandy, so it would have been like ice age deposit. Not that I'm any kind of geologist. But that sort of tends to be how it is. It's not really much rock around here. It's a lot smoother. Erosion's a lot easier for it.
Doctor has this formation flying down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I could do another one of these, like the endurance of this aircraft is just like I could easily do that entire same leg again with the amount of fuel I've got left. That being said, I'm burning more fuel. I must have hit the throttle and knocked it up a little. There we go. I mean, I could. I mean, just speed up just a tiny bit. Oh, Wheels. Wheels is in. And he's in the NX Club. Nice.
Good evening.
How's it going, sir? You well?
Oh, good evening.
Good.
Oh, 8.5 hours I've been going.
Oh my goodness.
I figured as soon as I started it, I was like, I've got to see this through now. I've said I'm doing it. So.
Which flight plan number are you on?
I'm currently coming towards the end of number 3. So there's 3 more to go. But I think I can't be sure. I'm not sure whether this or the next one is the longest one.
I just wanted to call it up in my map as well.
Ah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think the FPS is just taking a beating around here again.
Really?
Yeah, it just does that. It's been doing that all day. Just randomly, the FPS will plummet to about 12 or 15, and then it'll come right back again. It's just there's like little areas all throughout flight sim where it just hammers you, FPS.
Yeah, I got a bit of a hit when we were flying over Edinburgh City.
Yeah, it's starting to smooth out, and it will do. It'll just smooth out just as quick as it came in. There you go.
So are you friends with Doctor? I noticed Doctor is on.
Yeah, he was in the Discord now as well. He was on the stream. Oh. Saw the stream and joined up, and he's in the Discord. He's not talking in the Discord, but he's flying with us.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, he's been there flying along with us for the last couple of legs. I think there's the FPS hit again. Look at that.
I'm at 58.
It's like flying a PowerPoint presentation. What's going on? It'll smooth out again. I think there's supposed to be another castle here, but it's not rendered correctly again.
Yeah, what that is.
What speeds are you guys going?
Right now, just a smidge under 120.
All right.
I'll back that down. I've been flying it pretty much consistently at 110, 109, 110.
That castle looks nice.
But I've just backed the throttle down now. It should back down to about 110. say it should back down to about 110. It's slowing down very gradually. It's going to the radio altimeter. Yeah, going a bit mad. Yeah, 40-50 miles. Land at Lossiemouth, take a quick sort of 2 or 3 minute break, cram some food in my face, and then on to the next leg, which will be leg number 4 of 6. 8 hours and 39 minutes. I need to get North Coaster to make me an endurance livery. Endurance flying. There it is, just like insta smooth.
So I wasn't sure where you were. My headset wasn't working.
No.
So I jumped on the map of England and was slowly going around looking for anybody just outside the water who looked like they might be circling it. And I found you.
Just add me on Flight Sim.
I did now. But because I hadn't yet, it was amazed. I'm like, no way, I actually found him. And so then I could just up here. That was amazing.
That's pretty cool.
So I wanted to come join in because I'm not going to make it Saturday, so I wanted to get some flying with the group in.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. There might be a few more people joining as the evening grows in the US. So.
Oh yeah.
That's fine by me. And the more the merrier. If anybody wants to join, they can. Nothing to it really, just enjoying the scenery, having a nice leisurely flight around the entire Great Britain coast. And I mean the whole damn coast, non-stop, except refueling.
I didn't realise just how many major townships and cities there were on the coast of the UK. This has been enlightening. It's
the whole country was based on fishing, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing else to do in the UK. It's yeah, everything. It's an island essentially, isn't it? There's that's another golf course. We are golf course number 14. There's no way that's not a golf course. Golf course number 14. How are you enjoying the XCub wheels?
It's fun. I haven't done very many landings, although right there I just about crashed, so
yeah,
that would have been a new experience.
It's super easy to land. You just
I'm still so used to like only tail draggers to the point that I always like hit the brake and pull back.
Yeah. Well,
so.
You can do that in this, and it won't. Can you? You don't even need to do it. Just let go and just hit the brakes, and it's not going anywhere. It's not going to nose over this time.
Oh, there it is.
But you don't do what I sometimes do in the Cessnas and put the parking brake on just before you touch down.
Yeah, you can do that as well. That's where you don't
do a stop.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about braking. Then it just stops.
Wow.
Very difficult to control.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no finesse in that. It's just like for a stall competition. That's the perfect way of doing it.
Trying out these New Guinea strips, you have to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Some of them are on like big hills as well, like 30% inclines and stuff.
Oh, wow. 8 hours and 43 minutes. I keep looking at that timer, it's not good for me. I'm going to have a snack though. Waypoint 81 out of 87. Dog does stuck it down on a beach. There's like a shadow across the land, as if there would have been a cloud there during the when the satellite imagery was taken. That's pretty cool.
Plugged my button box in during this flight. That was a mistake.
It just frees up for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, it's back.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
It just takes a while.
Let's see. External view. There they are.
Turn. Beautiful coastline. Let's have a quick look on here. Oh yeah, still pretty much another 40 miles to go. Excuse me. Try and unmute that. That might work. Is that Oh, please tell me that's another golf course. Is that a golf course? Oh. No, do you know what? I'm not going to count that as a golf course. Potentially, Doctor, yeah. I think they do enjoy playing just a spot of golf around here. Since we started, there's probably been more, but I just started noticing them again. But I've counted 15 so far that we've passed. Just on the coast.
I see what you mean. That does look like an old airfield, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. That there's like a couple of buildings smack in the middle, so it must have been. There's probably loads of those, especially on the south coast. I didn't really notice any, but there will be. Doc, I didn't even spot the other ones that you've just said. There were two others. I remember seeing two together a distance away. Oh, I spotted that one. And I definitely know there's a few hundred golf courses in the UK. I just don't know where they all are. I'm not a big golf fan, you see. I'm just using them as markers as I go.
Is Doctor on the Discord? No.
He's not in the Discord with us, but he is in the Discord, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's just not in the voice chat with us. He's just on the Twitch chat, just chatting away.
Oh, is that where you're texting him?
Yeah, he's flying with us and he's chatting in the Twitch chat.
Oh, cool.
And I'm just replying to him.
So he can hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, greetings, Doctor. It was a blast when you joined us that one time.
Maybe, yeah. Was it Wednesday or Saturday last week? I can't remember.
It was a Saturday, but I think it was 2 Saturdays ago.
Yeah, if you look in the Discord, we were all asking to see whether you joined the Discord at the time.
That was a good time. And it was so weird that you were in a similar plane.
Yeah. Yeah, he's giving the thumbs up. Yeah, I need to stand up and stretch in this at this waypoint, which is RF Lossymouth. I think it's RF. It's Lossymouth, but that's where we're going. Not that far away. And no, Lanky, I'm landing to refuel because, excuse me, one of the reasons I've decided to do 6 is when I go to reload the next flight plan, I have to back out the sim to main menu, and then basically restart as if I was doing a new flight. Otherwise, the flight plans don't work correctly, which is stupid. It's it's early access, isn't it? Still problems, but we're just coming to the end. Technically the halfway point. This is the last few waypoints of the flight plan number 3. And we've got flight plan number 4, which takes us from Lossymouth here all the way around the top of Scotland, north between, I think it's Skye. Is that Skye? Am I talking out of my ass? And then round down to Oban, which is somewhere around here. I couldn't tell you. I've been staring at it too long now. It's driving me nuts. But Oban, Liverpool, back to Culdrose. Wow. Yeah, I'm getting sat here for 9 hours now. I'm coming to the point of where my flight hours are long gone. Leon, I got some Pringles. Not that they're sponsoring me or anything, but you know, if anybody from Pringles is watching. But yeah, doing the whole thing, man, one go. I'm doing it as non-stop as you can in the Cub, so I'm stopping for fuel, and that's about it. But then continuing right on, I'm going to try and get it done in under a day. 9 hours so far. Probably got another 9 hours to go. But the coastline in this area is amazing. Yeah, they look really good in the sim. Like the whole area looks really good. But there's only been a few, like I said before, Lanky. There's only been a few things that have really stood out to me as being broken. But this is fine. Looks amazing.
Oh man.
Someone real quiet there. I am loving the random wind farms about the place. Well, I suppose they're there in real life, but I don't know, it just adds something for me extra. Oh no, there's a hole in the scenery. My immersion.
That's like on a Sunday, right? Holy scenery?
Yeah. My immersion. Well, let's quickly check the fuel. 20 gallons in one tank, 23 gallons in the other, thereabouts. This aircraft has an auxiliary fuel tank that's connected to the left-hand side. It carries, I think, another 24 gallons. So I burned through that, and as soon as it started, I switched tanks. Go on, sorry, mate.
No, I interrupted you. I was just gonna say it's just like the dang motorcycle. It's all one tank, but
there's 3 switches.
It's just a different tube. Different tube.
Yeah. It's like a 3-way switch, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. It's caught me out loads of times, actually.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that sounds like way in the distance. Who is that? Is that Doctor?
It is.
Doctor.
I'm gonna right-click and amplify you for my side here.
I might do a tiny bit as well.
There we go. Now try it.
That's 1, 2.
Yeah, it still sounds. Yeah, I've cranked the volume, the gain for you, but it sounds like you think you're using a headset microphone, and it's actually your laptop, is what it sounds like.
No, it's too good quality for it to be that.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean, though.
Yeah, it just sounded a little bit far away.
I have it quite a bit away from the mouth.
Stormworks.
But anyhow, finally I found you guys. That was a couple weeks back. I remember I was just flying randomly and I saw this big old group of flying people. I said, okay, let me go match up with them.
That's happened a few times.
We're glad you did. It was fun.
That's happened a few times. It's been.
I figured somebody must be streaming. I looked. I couldn't find anybody that was matching with the group that you guys were flying with, but said, well, one day I'll find them.
Yeah, I stream all our group flights, but my name is slightly different in in here than there. Like it's going like for whatever reason it won't let me change my name in game properly. I don't know why. I think it's got something to do with maybe I've changed it previously in the past or something. It doesn't like it. Stormworks is. Do you know what? One of my friends said, but there's a game that's on Xbox Game Pass called Trail Makers, and that's a similar type of deal. You build and design your own either vehicle, aircraft, ship, submarine, you name it. And he keeps telling me to download that, and I kind of want to try that. But I had this to do today, and I'm going to sleep for like a day and a half after this probably, and then we've got our normal evening bush flight tomorrow. Yeah, still tomorrow technically. With North Coaster, if I make that, hopefully. I hope I do. Depends when I finish this and when I get to sleep. But what I'm going to try and do is, when I do, depending on what time I get to bed, only sleep for like 3 or 4 hours, so I'm still tired when I wake up, so I actually go to sleep at a regular time again. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I won't be doing anything important tomorrow, so. But I really wanted to try this. I wanted to see whether I was capable of doing it. I mean, I'm not even really doing anything. I'm just going to stay awake, essentially, and land occasionally. Right, so where are we? We are...
Port Soy.
Yeah, we're 20 miles away from Lossiemouth, which is the third... we're just Wyvern. We're just literally. I'm just coming in to finish the last of the last few waypoints of the third leg, so I'll be starting the fourth leg in about. I'm going to land. It's going to be about. We're about 20 miles away from Lossiemouth. Just about to land. Hopefully the sim doesn't crash on me again. Load up the next flight plan, but I'm going to have a break for about 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, where I just grab something quick to eat and get a drink. And then continue on for fourth leg. But I'll be there. I say we're 2 waypoints away, just under 20 miles. In fact, I think I can see it. Airport in sight. Yeah, airfield in sight. Right in front of us there. At least I think so. No, that can't
really?
Be it. No, that can't be it.
That's 21 nautical miles. I don't think we'd see it, would we?
No, I don't think. I think you're right. I don't think it's round past this next head. I'm sorry. I just thought it looked like it was. I could see it. Port Nocky. What a name. Yeah,
that's it. I gotta go find another iPad. I need my other radio display.
Yeah. Nice.
I knew I bought my wife an identical iPad for a reason.
So you could use it, yeah. I've still got, my another pad here that I bought specific for this reason, to have it as a instrument display. Have I set it up?
Yep. Well, I keep flipping back and forth between on my iPad. I keep flipping back and forth between the map and my autopilot, and finally I'm like, you know what? Just go get another display.
Yeah.
So
here we go. 15-inch display arrived today as well, just for my streaming computer, so I've got a little bit more space here. So I don't need a 19-inch display on it. So.
Well, I pulled out my old 8-inch display. But the problem is it's VGA and the graphics on it are just, excuse me, but crap.
Yeah, crap's a fine word. I too love that word. This is VGA actually. This monitor. No, sorry, it's SVGA. This one that arrived today. This small one. There's a little 15-inch just to have. It's going to be sort of up there somewhere. It's just going to display the stream info. I might mount it directly to the wall so it doesn't have a stand. I can 3D print myself a little Vaser mount that can hook it on. I'd like another monitor stand, to be honest.
I just was gonna say the same thing. I just was gonna say I need a better stand for my iPad.
Well, I've got a triple monitor stand running the main one, and there's 4 monitors on that. So even though it's a triple, there's 4 because I 3D printed another mount for the tiny monitor. But I've got a monitor and a laptop there running. So what I might do is get another stand and then print out a mount for a VESA mount for the laptop, so it can sit on the stand as well. I don't know how useful that would be. I'll have to see. Maybe.
Oh, I see what's happened.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, that's very cool. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, meanwhile, my iPad 2 is so old. All I wanted to do was run a VFR map, and it's too old to run any of the software.
Was that a pad?
Yeah, iPad 2 from like 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Like I've got knocking around here somewhere on one of these random shelves. I've got a little crappy Android tablet from back in the day, but it only runs Android 4, and it would have been perfect for. Like I only ever use it as an ebook now, pretty much, if I go on holiday or something. But I had to get another Android with a later version of Android on it, so I could run the more modern stuff for this.
Yeah, I thought so. I run a really basic VFR map app, but it doesn't. It's not completely compatible with FS 2020. Like it maps your plane, and you have to Alt Tab backwards and forwards to see the screen.
Oh, right, okay.
But
so
it
can
runs, I was gonna say it runs as a server, so I was hoping on my iPad I just open up Chrome, type in the IP address, and I get it on my iPad.
Oh yeah.
But my iPad's so old, it doesn't run the latest version of Chrome or Safari or anything, and it just doesn't work in the default browser.
I mean, technically, I could run a couple of these little crappy tablets because it's 1080p, and I could run this as a monitor over. Oh, it could run over Wi-Fi. But the apps for them are quite expensive, and I don't want to pay for something that I'm not really going to use that often. So if there was like a crapper version that was free, I would use that over the payware version that is like really quite polished and nice, because it doesn't need to do anything super important. It's just this is the furthest out from the coast I've been in this entire flight, and I'm nervous. I feel nervous because I'm in a single engine Cub.
Have you got a life jacket?
I haven't got. Yeah, this is the furthest out from the sea I've been. I want to do. I might do. I'm like randomly thinking of ideas and what flights to do for this kind of thing in the future. Do something just slightly different. I don't want to do a pure coast run because although it's cool, I want to try something different, but I don't know what to do. And I think of something. I think, oh, that'd be a good idea, and then I think of the logistics about it, and it's not quite how I want it to work. And then okay, I'll tell you what. Let's wind the power up and get the show on the road. Now I'm using 11 gallons an hour, and I really haven't touched my. I could go again on another leg of that length.
I wish you could load a flight plan in the middle like this. Like I could just load it now.
Yeah. I just don't like. There may be a way you can, but I don't want to break it because like I don't want it to crash again. So if I have to exit out to main menu to get it to work correctly, then I have to exit out to main menu. I'm not going to complain about it too much. I like, yeah, maybe one day it'll work, but I'm not going to take my chances. I'm just going to go back to the main menu and load it again. I know it'll work that time. I've tested every leg like a couple of times just to make sure they all worked. Right, so we are 5 miles away from Lossiemouth now.
And you loaded the PLNs.
Yep.
So if I want to get so I'll have to convert those to a flight to load it into the.
Oh no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to. If you go into the Discord, whatever I've put in the special event info, the PLN, you can load directly into Flight Sim.
Okay. All right.
So you hit that load button and it'll take a PLN. I think that's the file type it wants. I did it on SkyVector, and it downloaded as a Garmin FPL. I want to say FPL file, and then I put it into little nav map, and I ended up having to convert it. And when I converted it, the flight plans didn't work correctly, so they wouldn't start you at the airport. They would start you 260 foot above the airport. So I found an online tool that converts them, and it did a really good job of them. They worked straight away. If you want, I'll put a link in. So SkyVector is a really good way of creating flight plans, but there's no really solid way of converting them to be used in Flight Sim. But there's this online thing just worked brilliantly first time.
Have you tried using Little Nav Map to create flight plans?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So what I did was, I ended up creating them in SkyVector, moving them into Little Nav Map, and then tweaking them in Little Nav Map before converting them. Because I was still having problems loading in directly from the Little Nav Map conversions. I actually found out I had better luck if I converted them to an FSX flight plan. They worked better than the specific FS 2020 export function. Yay, I can see the airfield, and my FPS has just gone plummeted straight down. Right, yeah, I can see the runway now. Oh, this is wonderful. I can go and take a whiz. Right, give that over to me. I'm going to go outside for a landing.
500.
Going entirely too fast for this approach. I'm going to land here, X out to main menu, load the next plan, and once I've loaded the next plan, I'm going to have about a 2 or 3 minute break. I'm just going to stuff some food in my face real quick, grab a drink, and then we'll be off to the next. I'm going to land here because not landing directly on the runway because, you know, expensive bush tyres. Land on nice soft grass.
Well, go quick, 1, 2, 3. About to take off as I'm coming right.
Oh, there's a guy literally landing right next, taking off right next to me. Oh, I forgot my flaps entirely, the entire flight all the way down.
Too fast, too fast. Yeah, whatever, bite me.
Oh, beautiful, look at that. There's a nice landing. That guy is not in a bonanza. The speed at which he got off the ground. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll go and park up the fuel.
Hey, I'm back here.
Oh, well, I'm good, man. I've just landed, just put down at Lossiemouth. I'm going to load the next flight plan, and then I'll be about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just going to go and grab a drink, and then we'll be back, and let's get on to the next. Come on, get on the taxiway. Come on, too fast.
That's okay. I'm gonna need time to load up the dashboards on my wife's iPad.
No worries.
She's not home. She doesn't know. It's fine. Did you land in the grass?
I did, yeah. Just the fuel point at the airfield. I love the way the little nav map actually tells you which points of the fuel as well. And look at that. I've still got 52% fuel. I could have done that entire trip again. Wow. That's because of the auxiliary tank. I love this aircraft. Right, so there we go. We refueled. I'm going to exit out to main menu, load the next flight plan. Oh, do I have to?
I have to plug in my rudder pedals too. What a mess.
Mysterious Gamer, hello. You've come at just a weird time. I've just done leg number 3 of this coastal round trip to the UK. I'm just loading, exit out to main menu, loading the next flight plan. I'm going to take like a 2 or 3 minute break. I'm just going to go grab a drink. So I basically we're up in Lossiemouth now. I've taken off from took off from Culdrow's Navy just there. Flew right the entire south coast of the UK, all the way around, in between the Isle of Wight, all the way up. I've flown all the way up, landed at Humberside, took off from Humberside, and now we've landed, well, past Edinburgh, landed at Lossiemouth, and the next flight is going to take us all the way around Scotland to Oban. So I'm just going to load that next flight plan. Round trip, EGQS to EGEO. So this is the next flight plan. 625 kilometers. So I think, yeah, the last one was the longest single flight. That was the longest way. That was the longest leg. So this is the 4th out of 6. Let's stick ourselves at the fueling. Parking 16 fuel box.
Where are you parked?
I'm gonna be pretty much. I'm just loading back in now, but I'm gonna be spawning at that same fuel box I stopped at. Mysterious, if you want to join us, if you've got flight sim, come join us. We're you've got 5 or so minutes to load in. If you want to take off, you can catch up with us. Not a problem. You're more than welcome to join us if you want to. If you fancy it. There's 4 of us, I think, at the moment. 5 of us. Going to be doing a little bit. I don't know how long these guys are staying on for. I've got to basically fly back down to Culrose, right down the coast. Once this is loaded in, and I know it's loaded in, and everything's safe, I'm going to jump away for a couple of minutes. I've got to change the time. Damn it. I knew there was something. So let's go with.
Before you go back, I'm probably going to call it a morning here. But yeah. Good flying with you, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along. That's how that much.
So I woke up and I'm like, nothing else to do. I'm going to fly around the UK.
And I also will have to be leaving. My wife is about to arrive home, so.
Yeah, no problem, Doc.
Give her the reason why I should sleep in a sofa tonight. So what have you been doing the whole day?
Nothing.
Doing chores.
Of course, chores.
Well, yeah, no problem. Thanks very much for coming along. Cheers, Bruno.
Now I do have your Discord, and I am following your Twitch, so I can follow you guys and fly with you guys more often.
Yeah, good man. We've got a flight tomorrow if you're interested. It's not going to be as long as this one, and it should be a bit more casual and just flying around and landing places. So if you're free and you want to join us at 8 PM tomorrow UK time.
I appreciate the invite. Just won't promise that I will be able to make it.
Yeah.
But I'll keep an eye on it.
No problem. No problem at all. Thanks very much.
You fly with any other group, or is it just this group that you fly with?
At the moment, this is the only group I fly with. and there's normally a lot more of us on these group flights. So, right, I've got to grab a break. I've got to go and grab a drink and just run through the toilet quick. I shall be back in a few minutes. I'll leave the screen up and on with the aircraft on. But I'm going to disappear, and I'm going to mute my microphone. So,
no worries.
See you shortly.
I'll hang here in case somebody jumps in.
No worries, man. Won't be a minute.
You guys have a good one. I'm taking off. Happy flying and stay safe.
Yeah, cheers, Doc.
Great
Thanks,
talking
mate.
to you. I wish other people'd show up on the on the map.
Yeah, that'd be so much more helpful.
So, I mean, I can sit here and spin around and look for people and try and find them, but it's so much easier if you can just, you know, I mean, when I'm in the world view, it shows where people are. Hey, what are you in? You look invisible to me.
Oh, I'm in the menus, that's why.
Oh, okay. It's like got you pointed out on where you should be, but it's kind of hilarious because there's nothing there.
No, I figured after hours and hours of flying the XCub variants and then almost dying because I ran out of fuel, I thought maybe I should actually map the fuel selectors to a button on this button box.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, adding some fuel. I don't want any more people. There's motion in my driveway. Well, who's that? Oh, the wife's home.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not going well.
Oh, went perfectly fine. To see that? I lifted the wing, got around you, and came back down. Because that's always what you want to see while you're sitting in your plane. Some yahoo plowing between you, lifting his wing up.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I just started spinning the camera around and then spotted it. Sorry, I'm just stuffing the last bits of food in my mouth. It won't be a minute.
Oh, no worries.
I just don't want to subject to anybody who might be watching to that, so...
And I'm got the perfect livery for it with the hashtag I crashed.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a good one, that.
Are you in?
I like how on the stream the plane to the right of me is a jet, but on my sim it's just a small Cessna.
There's that magical invisible people pushing your plane backwards. Let's see, we got a wind. Oh, 1 knot wind. I'm not worried about it. Oh yeah, lead the way.
Hey there. Sorry, I forgot I was on push to talk, so just joined and was silent for like a few minutes.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
I should do that. I could do the official push to talk on the keyboard or on the yoke.
What airport you guys just setting up from? Quebec Sierra, got it.
We're the three crazy clubs blocking the entire runway.
With crazy paint schemes as well.
Yeah. And I got a poop icon on mine. Nice.
That was pretty cool.
Oh, the one I'm in?
I'm muted to the entire world. My apologies. The XCub is amazing. Sorry, Holler. I did see your message. I was talking to you. I must have accidentally muted myself or forgot to unmute. Come on, it's not like I haven't done that before. I apologise. I asked how was your day. I don't know whether you heard me. And you said you do a half day on Friday, which is fantastic. Ah, I love a half day. I'm doing overtime right now. Right, I'm going to go airborne and then just let the flight plan do its thing. It's so twitchy in the centre. I've got to sort that out. Let's. Now, is this going to crash me into the ground? Well, not yet.
I put in 700 for a altitude.
Yeah.
It's not keeping me there, but that's what I put in.
No, I mean mine's just going a bit mental, and I'm yet to figure out why. Because it's taking me the wrong damn way now.
Yeah, I thought it looks like I'm straight on the line, so.
I'm nowhere near it.
Looks like you're coming back.
Yeah, I just had to manually do that though. And now it wants to keep me at 1,000 feet, and I don't want that. So let's see if it corrects itself now. Not had a single problem all evening with this damn autopilot, and now it just won't.
I'm pretty impressed. Mine's working.
Yeah, I literally haven't had a problem the entire day, and now it just doesn't want it. Doesn't want to play the game.
Oh, yep, mine just went off course.
And there you go. It's just going straight past.
Yep.
It's like it's in wings level mode, and it's.
Oddly enough, oh, I see what it's doing. In game, it arced it. But it honestly is following the original without the arc is what mine's doing anyway.
Mine's not. Mine's nowhere near. It's like it's not even trying to turn me into.
Let's see, coming up on the nav point. This will be interesting because instead of a nice shallow curve, it's going to be a hard left all of a sudden. Yep, there it goes.
Now it's trying to take me back. Why is it trying to take me back? I don't understand what's going on. Oh well, right, let's get this sort of trimmed out ourselves, shall we?
I forgot to retract my landing gear.
let's see. Let's turn autopilot on. And it immediately steers us away from the course it's supposed to be on.
What time of day are you on?
Like 8:30 in the morning. I don't understand what this autopilot is trying to do to me. It's trying to kill me and send me out to the North Sea somewhere. No, it's picking a entirely different direction now. I don't understand.
Gone up, so I haven't been able to start my engine yet. So hopefully I'll take off at some point.
Yeah? Well, at this point, I'm looking like I'm going to scrap mine by jumping out and letting it land in the sea by itself and just buying a new aircraft because the autopilot's broke on this.
Obviously, 20 hours isn't long enough.
I don't have the first idea of what is happening. I'll tell you what, I'll get rid of that. And we'll follow it manually, damn it. Well, that's it right now. It's not, Reese's, it's not even... Well, does it think it's going backwards, or does it understand that's the waypoint it's shooting for? See, it's just changed. I've just nearly... Oh my word. I damn nearly stacked it into the sea then. That was good. That was nearly what, 9.5 hour flight ruined by stacking our aircraft into the water.
Yeah, I just flipped over to your stream for a minute while I was waiting for the sim to load, and I just happened to catch your inadvertent water skiing there.
Yeah, that was so close. Fly over SV001 and then it should start behaving, you reckon? Okay. I shall try that. Good point, though.
If you get right over SV02, it should work. Are you back at SV01?
Yeah, I hadn't gone that far, to be quite honest with you, so...
Right.
I mean, I'm not strictly right over it right now, so... What I'll do is I'll circle back.
I'll just put down here on the beach and
yeah,
go pee in the woods quick in between. And
yeah, I just turned AP off for that specific. I've never come across this problem before. It's literally always just worked for me. So this is a new one for me, and I've spent a lot of time in these aircraft. I know there's loads of problems with this damn Garmin. In the sim, there is. I've been struggling with them for the past couple of days trying to get these flight plans to work. But I've never had that problem with it. It won't follow the waypoint track. Didn't even know that was a thing. It was a good job you're here though, because I probably wouldn't have tried that. Let's get the right. So, autopilot's on. Nav mode is on. Alt is on 600 feet. I'm right over the waypoint. So let's see if it captures it. I can't believe how close I was to stacking it into the water just there as well. It's not staying on it. I'm on nav 1, you say?
I'm on a sandbar.
I just pulled up to your right.
How am I doing that?
I saw that. I saw that. As long as I'm on the ground, I'm now back in the cabin opening up a bottle of wine.
Nice. I might go in absolutely mental. How do I change that?
You killed your engine too, huh?
No, I'm apparently I've got the Garmin set up wrong, and it's never done this to me before, and I genuinely don't know what buttons I'm supposed to be setting up.
So does anybody else have Alexa at home?
There we go. Rhesus, nice job. I've sorted it. It's okay. There we go. How have I never figured that out before? I've never needed to use that before. I didn't even.
What was it? What was the fix?
I had the autopilot set up to be to track a VOR instead of GPS.
Oh yeah, that's just a flip of a switch.
Yeah, I know, and I just.
Sorry, I didn't even think of it.
No,
yeah.
Neither did I. It was only when I clicked it, I saw GPS, and I was like, of course.
Yeah, that must have happened when you reloaded in. It flipped back.
Maybe, yeah. I didn't touch anything. Maybe there's a hotkey, and I've just hit it by accident.
I've noticed that a lot, but I have a whole autopilot.
Okay.
Dashboard, so.
It's still going off the one side though. And it's now trying to.
Are you getting close to our sandbar? Should we fire up?
Oh, it's actually going for the GPS waypoints. The actual. No, it is going for SV002, which is my waypoint, but it's smooth in the sim. It's actually smoothed it out.
All right, I better start my engine.
If you look in little nav map, you should see it start to turn now as it goes to SV003. It should start to turn. It should start to turn. It should start to turn. There you go. So it is doing the right thing. Right. Okay. So cooking my gas now. Thanks, Rhesus. I never would have looked at that myself. I just sat there scratching my head for 10 minutes, trying to figure out like what I'd done wrong. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
That was a cool little beach to land on.
That was fun, wasn't it? Now we just gotta catch back.
Wait for the group flight tomorrow, man. There's gonna be hundreds of places to land, and they're gonna be way more difficult than that as well. The way we run the group flights, it's like if you spot a cool place you want to land, just speak up, and most people will go, "Oh yeah, cool," and everyone will just try and sit down in the same spot. You can make a challenge out of it. Right, I'll tell you what. Now I can rig for silent running. There we go. GPH. Rhesus, while you're here, is there any way to get that to show litres per hour instead of gallons per hour? I know the aircraft is technically sort of set up for gallons per hour. I don't like it. I prefer litres. You know, being a filthy European. Actually, yeah, I mean, technically Europe. Not in Europe anymore, but... I suppose it's a US sort of GA craft, so gallons is what they would use. Fair enough. I just wish it was. I wish you could change that to litres, because I know what a litre is. I don't know what a gallon is. I got a rough idea, like 3 and a bit litres, but
4.5 litres.
It depends where you are, though. It's 3.2 litres per gallon some places.
Oh yeah, in the US, I forgot.
It would be a US gallon. Does it say US gallon? Have I been? Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
US gallons. Yeah, 3.2 liters per gallon. So I've set it up so this thing's got an auxiliary fuel tank connected to the left fuel tank in the cargo pod beneath. Who said the livery's pretty cool as well? Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Wagwan. Kyle, is that you? That's a great name, by the way. 1 litre is 0.26 of a US gallon. Wow. That doesn't make the situation any easier to deal with. I've got to do that calculation in my head every single time. Thanks very much. I hope that's you, Kyle, because that's a great Twitch name. Please tell me it is. Yeah, 4 litres per gallon. We'll go with about that. Not that it makes any difference, because it's all... Yeah, it is, it is. Like, the terrible medic is actually a medic in real life. How's life down your way? Is it busy? My missus is busy. And she's at the hospital in our local area. Doing medic-related things. Being a doctor and all.
Yeah, that would do it. My wife just got home from the hospital as well.
Is she a medic of some
working,
kind?
yeah. Manager of clinics.
Oh, nice.
Like the infectious disease.
Wow, everybody in this chat's a medic. We've had doctor in here before. Reese's missus is a nurse. My missus is a doctor. The terrible medic is actually a like a emergency medic. I'm not sure the exact title. I don't want to mess it up and like put you at a lower rank than you're supposed to be. I'm gonna say emergency medical guy. Finger guns. Hashtag. Yeah, I imagine it's been a pretty terrible fucking year to be a paramedic.
Jeez,
I think it's been a terrible fucking year for anybody in that field. Like, Tiki works for a medical. What the fuck? Why is everyone in the health business here? Yeah, I imagine it's been an absolutely horrendous week.
Stress relief.
Yeah, it's been a horrendous year for anyone. My missus had not so much recently. It's been not too bad for her, but like there was a few times where she came home and she was not in a great mood because of it. It was just terrible for her. And what the hell do you do? Thank you very much for following, Reese's.
Yeah, that's where I'm at today. You just described today.
What? Just a terrible.
She just got home.
Come back from a terrible mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like I don't know what. Dog egg. You're critical care. Oh, nice one. My missus is thinking of doing that on top of her already halfway through nearly A&E consultancy training. So she's thinking about going into, on top of being an A&E doctor, doing critical care stuff as well, which is like not critical care. Fuck. Pardon me language. Intensive care type stuff as well. And she wants to take that on as well, and I think it's great. Is that the helicopter emergency one? Because I'm pretty sure she wants to do that. She wants to do motorsport related stuff as well, which is she hasn't spoken about it much recently, but I remember her telling me ages ago that she wanted to be like the motorsport doctor, like go into events and stuff. And that'd be very cool because I can carry her bags for her and go along. Because I like motorsport. Motorsport's awesome. I've met a couple of dick doctors, to be fair, though, in her group of. But most of her mates are great, super smart individuals, very, very intelligent in their one field. Absolutely zero common sense. It's absolutely hilarious. Anybody else know a doctor and There's only one doctor I've met, I think, that has like a really solid, like has really solid common sense, and he's a heart doctor. I can't remember the damn name for it. It's getting late. I've been doing this for nearly 10 hours. I am getting like, my brain's just, part of it's shutting down.
Speaking of shutting down,
are you going, are you?
She, yeah, she's in a bad mood from work and says she'd like the company and me pour wine and whatever. So I'm gonna bail.
Yeah, no worries.
I may catch up with you though.
Yeah, no wheels, one. No worries, wheels. Thanks very much for coming along.
It was fun flying.
Yeah. I'll be here for probably cardiologist. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. I'll be probably another 10 hours at this point.
Okay. And I can find you now.
Yeah. No worries. Thanks very much for coming along, man. Hope your missus feels better.
Yeah, I'll go get her some wine. It'll be okay.
I've got Wyvern with me. That's all right. I've got Dragon's Den is not with us. Wheels is just set down.
That was a nice landing. Wow.
Yeah, I was watching from the window. That was pretty good.
I even stayed on my wheels.
Nice.
All right. Thanks. See ya.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah.
Got this great coastline to fly over now, anyway. So we're flying over. Where are we flying over right now? I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. But we've just been past basically Inverness. Took off from Lossiemouth. Heading across. And we're going to be going up to John O'Groats and then Dunnet Head. If someone wants to correct me if I've got that wrong, Dunnet Head is the most northerly point in the UK, in Scotland, sorry, on mainland Great Britain. And then round, I want to say it's there. I'm pretty sure that is the Dounreay nuclear plant, so that'll be the third one. The third nuclear plant we passed. We're counting golf courses. We're on 16, I think. There's no golf courses out here because it's moist. Wyvern, are you still flying manually?
Of course.
Solid effort. Solid effort. Yeah, have you been, Kyle, man? I haven't. Like, it's only. Like, I was talking to Danny not an hour ago. He's currently getting herpetogonosyphilis on a minibus in Slovenia somewhere, or Slovakia. One of those on one of his legendary filming trips to go and, I don't know, film the local wildlife or whatever. He sounded miserable AF. And I haven't really heard from anybody, like, because I don't live on the Isle of Man anymore. Like, I spoke to Dale a couple of days ago. I spoke to the old crew. You know, the moment I can get back to the Isle of Man, I will be, because, you know, family and all that. I suppose you're on the same boat. Bloody terrible, isn't it? Oh, nice. That's very cool. I'd love to go and do that. I was chatting to him about it before. It was so much fun. Doing the Ulster Rally and the Rally Day at Castlecombe was just such a laugh. No, I'm actually not coming up to a year. I went back in July because of actually start of August last year because of a family emergency. And I could only stay for 2 days, and I was basically in lockdown the entire time. So I got to say, like, I was staying at my mother's, got to say hi to my mum and sister, and then I had to go. I'm getting really bad lag again, even though I'm in the middle of nowhere. What's going on? Like, bad FPS. it is what it is, mate. It's it was a. How do I put it in the most sort of eloquent way? It was a tragedy of its own design. Wow, that sounded almost poetic. Yeah, Reese, like since the last update, which was last week, I think, or the week before, the UK-wide update, and not the UK-wide update, the one they just did to fix the flap issue that they broke from the last update. Every now and again, every sort of 10 or so minutes, there's this, like, it just drops to about 10 FPS. Doesn't matter where you are. Last week, yeah, the one where they fixed the flap issue, where all the flaps on every aircraft were developing double the amount of lift that they should, because of the aerodynamic update thing they did, and they fixed that now. And they did they did this other update, but that update broke something else, like they normally do. I'm not complaining, because it's a hell of a big job to get this thing to run even as it is now. But it's kind of irritating. So I'm trying to extol the virtues of Microsoft Flight Simulator and the gospel according to Cub crafters, but they're making it difficult for me. Oh yeah, they had to add contrails as well. Yeah, man. Right. For the SimRig thing, I'm really like the moment they add multi-monitor support to this in a proper way, I'm gonna build myself a build myself a Cub cockpit. Like, I'm gonna build one like this, because this is great, and I've got a projector. I can use a projector and, I don't know, make my own round screen. I think that'd be really cool. I've got my own little man cave here, so I really would like to do that. How the hell do I get rid of that? Oh, you know what? It doesn't even matter. I don't even care. There we go. I did think about VR, but the hardware you need to run this sim in VR in a way that would be acceptable to me, I would have to spend another £2,500 on components. Like, I'd have to get another GPU. I'd have to get a 3090 for it to be worth it for me. So, like, at the moment, I've got a 2070 and a 3900X, and that isn't enough to play this at an acceptable frame rate in VR. Like, it's a very acceptable system for playing almost every other thing you could possibly want in VR, but until the moment, like, I can get like a 3080 Ti or some high-end new graphics card that's, or maybe even skip this generation altogether, because let's face it, it's been a bit of a clusterfuck, but with there being no parts anywhere. I got like that system is long gone. The motherboard and processor and RAM still exist, and they're around here somewhere, and they still run. But I've had two other cases since then. I've got this absolutely monstrous one that's even bigger than that orange one, and this one's a 3900X, 2070, 32 gig of RAM. Everything's water cooled. The graphics card's water cooled. Holy shit, Kev! How's it going, Kevin? From about 3 years ago, I upgraded that. Like, I wanted something better, and I'm glad I did, because I'd heard about Flight Sim coming out, and this is the only game that I would have bought. I bought this the day it came out, like 10 minutes after it came out, and I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. It's not without its problems at the moment, but if you can look past them, like the poor frame rate I'm getting right now, even with the system I've got, I'm still happy with the performance. It looks amazing. Yeah, Kev, I haven't seen you in ages. How's the family? Yeah, Christ, I haven't been back to the Isle of Man for nearly 2 years. Well, one time I didn't see anybody. It's so I'm gonna have a quick progress update on where I actually am at this point. So at 2 p.m. this afternoon, I started at Culdrose, which I want to say is that one. I can't remember now. There's two around here. I think it's the northerly one is Culdrose. I think that one's Culdrose. Flew right down the south coast of England, all the way along, past the Isle of Wight. Landed in Lydd, which is in Kent. Took off from Lydd, went round the mouth of the River Thames, back up through Essex. All the way up round Yarmouth, Skegness, landed in Humberside. Took off from Humberside, flew all the way up the coast north, Scarborough, Middlesbrough, Sunderland, Newcastle upon Tyne, past Edinburgh, past Edinburgh, Arbroath, past Aberdeen, past Peterhead, and landed in Lossiemouth. That was the third leg. And have just taken off not 20 minutes ago from Lossiemouth for this leg, which is right the way round coast, avoiding the island, and I'm going to be landing in Oban. And then take off from there, land in Liverpool, refuel in Liverpool, take off from Liverpool, go back down to Culdrose. I've never tried anything like this before. I thought it would be a laugh. I'm already knackered. If anybody wants to join House Flight Sim, fancies a laugh, I've got this Wyverns behind me. He's followed me for probably 50% of this so far. For the first two legs, almost entirely for the first two legs. Missed out on the third leg. He's come back for the fourth. Reese's, the GPS that I've got that I'm moving right now on the screen is a program called Little Nav Map, and all I've done is cropped it to fit on the screen above my the face cam on OBS. It's free. It automatically connects to the sim. You just you load your own flight plans to it, and there you go. Job's good. But it's called Little Nav Map. Little Nav Map, and it's free, and it's a great piece of software as well. Yeah, Kev. No, I haven't lived on the island since I moved here. I live in South Yorkshire now. I've lived here since the end of July 2019. I moved here. My missus, she took a job to continue her training to become a consultant, accident emergency ER doctor. Oh wow, you've had kids for 5 years now. We are all getting so old. Wow. But yeah, man, just enjoying the coast. I don't think Wyvern disappeared.
I'm landing on a mountain.
Oh yeah, I see.
He's just once.
Yeah, are you Gnarlus Rex?
Yeah, that's me.
I thought so. That's cool. I don't think, we were talking about this before, I've had another search since then. I don't think anybody else on the planet has flown the entire coast of Great Britain in a Cub or a small GA aircraft like this. So hopefully I'm the first person on the planet to do it. I don't know whether that's an accolade. But probably not. But I think it's cool. And I just thought I'd try it. Need like 2 more snacks. And I'd kill for a Cornish pasty right about now as well. Oof. Murder at McDonald's. That's the route we're taking. This is actually not the long. I thought this was going to be the longest leg. Pasty fella. Yeah, pasty bat. I haven't had a pasty in ages. Wow. I've been eating relatively healthy recently. It's needed. That is a great. I really like that livery. Rhesus, I've got a plan for a round the world trip, but it's going to be slightly different. That's not something you can do in 24 hours because I'm going to do it in probably this Cub, the cargo Cub, because of its, like, you know, 8.5 to 10 hour endurance, depending on how you fly it. Yeah, Kev, I'd love to work at an airport here, but the closest airport to me is an hour and a half away, and I'm damned if I'm going to commute that far. I'd love to do that though. If there was an airport closer, there used to be an airport closer to where I live, but it shut down a few years ago. I would love to. I would love to go back into that because it's just so much fun. The people are great normally as well. But yeah, I left Bedco and went to work for a company that does fire equipment and just serviced fire equipment. It was great, great fun. To fly like a round the world trip in a GA plane, like you're looking at weeks. This is not something you could just, like, first of all, you've got a limited amount of time you can actually stay airborne. You've got the aircraft endurance, so you've got to plan for fuel stops. And this airport, there's not airports everywhere, so you've really got to, so you might have to take really weird routes around. Second of all, there's the human endurance limit. Like, there's only so long you can be sat in a chair, staring at a screen. So you've got like a fatigue. You've got also legal limits, but you've got fatigue limit. But there's like loads of other things. Like, are you sure you're going to be able to get maintenance where you are? Are you going to have to do any long journeys over water in a single-engine aircraft potentially? There's so many things you have to consider. So I really don't know. I mean, I know there's a bunch of people that fly aircraft from the US to England basically over Canada, Greenland, Iceland, because it's the shortest distances between land, and they deliver the aircraft to the UK for like their new owners or whatever. And they don't have obviously not that many problems with them because you don't hear of crashes all the time. Rhesus, no, I'm not flying with live weather. I wanted to. One of the reasons was I put live weather on right at the start, and I immediately had a 29 knot tailwind, and then that moved round to being damn nearly 35 knot quarter in headwind. So it was like, it was just brutal. Like, it would have added, like, if I carried on flying in live weather, it was clear enough, but it started fogging up. I wouldn't have been able to see the coast, which was the whole point, and it would have added 3 hours to the flight easily. And I wasn't sure right at the start whether I had the fuel endurance to do it, to be able to add 3 hours onto the trip like that, so I just took it off, and I decided not to fly with it. I also decided to fly, when I take off from my next leg, I set it back to 8 AM in the morning, so I get the nice light all day. I can see right around the coast of the UK, and I get a really good view, because part of the reason for me doing this was to check out the photogrammetry update they did to the UK, and just fly and just enjoy the scenery. And the scenery's been fantastic so far. I mean, it's kind of some small errors here and there, but generally speaking, the quality of the scenery around here has been absolutely spot on. Let's have a quick look, see if we're any closer to. We are nearly at John O'Groats, and then Dunnet Head, which is the most northerly part. I got standard version Rhesus. I wasn't that interested in the Dreamliner to warrant me paying the extra money for it. Like, I didn't, like, it's cool, it would have been nice, but I'm not paying an extra 40, 50 quid nearly, or how much was it? Like 90 odd pound, just for that and a few extra airports. Just didn't appeal to me. I knew eventually there'd be so many cool third-party freeware aircraft and payware aircraft that it's just not worth paying that kind of money just for one thing. Kev, yeah, it doesn't. I've seen Buckingham Palace, mate. Yeah, as well. That we saw that we did a flight with a group before. Some of it was still broken when I looked at it because I hadn't downloaded the mod properly, so I was a bit underwhelmed. Kev, you don't need like a super powerful. I've not actually seen the. Sorry, I haven't seen the Buckingham Palace since they downloaded, because I did the download, but it didn't work properly, so I had mostly broken scenery when we did a group flight with it. I streamed that as well. I'll have to check that out. Kev, yeah, you don't need like a super powerful PC to play this. You can play with like one of the lads. You don't need like a super massive budget. It's also, whether you're interested or not, or you have that, Flight Sim is coming out on the Xbox, the new Xbox, whatever that's called. I think the beta testing starts for that in a month, so it won't be far behind. So if you've got the new Xbox Flight Sim, it's going to be cross-play compatible with anybody else, and they're not cutting this, so you should be able to put mods on it as well, like I've done with this. But if you wanted to create a PC that was powerful enough to play this, you don't need to spend £1 million to do it. You can get a really good, like I've got all the detail level up to full, pretty much ultra in most places, and you don't need the world's most expensive PC to run it. You can do it with like 2 or 3 year old hardware. If you can get a second-hand machine, it'll run it just fine. We got loads of lads running them on graphics cards that are 4 or 5 years old and having a whale of a time. Rhesus, I'm almost certain that they hand modeled the Buckingham Palace, unless I'm going completely mad. I would have thought that would have been like, you know, the top 10 list of things to get right, because I mean, you don't want to piss off the Queen, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to piss her off. But this scenery looks good, and the houses are being. I'm not putting the weird mock Tudor mansion there. Meshuggah. Who's Meshuggah? That's a great band, by the way. Who is that? Who knows my name? Joe! Hi, man. Yeah, Meshuggah's a brilliant band. I actually haven't listened to them in ages. I play them on stream, but, like, you know, copyright infringement and whatnot. Also, I don't want to scare a lot of people off. There's a lot of people that don't appreciate the same like music I do. Xbox Series X. Is that the new one? I'm really not a console player. The only console I own is a PS2, and that's sat upstairs in a box somewhere. Not too bad, Joe. It's well, obviously, you know, everyone's in lockdown for the 400th time, and it's boring as hell. So I've decided to do this kind of stuff instead. So I started streaming a couple of months back with a group. I started a Discord and a Reddit page for flying these kind of aircraft in Flight Sim, and it became like semi-popular, like quite quickly. So there's like nearly 300 odd people, and we meet up for group flights twice a week, and we just have a blast, just doing casual stuff, not taking it too seriously. And then last week or something, I decided I was going to fly around the entire coast of Great Britain. So spent, you know, 6 or 7 hours making flight plans for it, making sure they all worked. More time than that, making sure they all worked. Tested it a whole bunch of times, and got up today. Started at 2 p.m. It's midnight. I've been streaming for 10 hours, and I've probably got another 8 hours to go. But I will see it through, and I will see it through to the end. It's going to be very cool. And hopefully, there's been a bunch of people that have joined the Twitch chat. Actually, there've been like good conversation as well. It's been really nice to talk to people who are interested in the same thing. Wyvern's going for a landing. See some hay bales on the field there, or unless they're sheep.
It's a bit bumpier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I landed, and then there was like a dip and then a hill.
Nice. Right, so we are coming up to quite closely to John O'Groats now. Only about 10 miles, 10, 12 miles away. Yeah, cheers, Joe. It's I enjoy doing this. This is a lot of fun. There's a lot of people that I don't know how would you describe it. There's some Twitch streamers that I just watch because they're just doing. It's just chill to watch, and it's in the background somewhere. And I kind of wanted to go down that road. It's nice to be able to talk to people as well. How long were you playing the game for until you decided to find your house? I think it was somewhere between 5 and 8 minutes. I found the closest airfield to my house, and then I flew around for about 10 minutes or something before finding it. Time dump? What do you mean time dump? What are we talking about? Time dump? Am I going mad? Oh yeah, it is, yeah. Not so bad, actually. Not so bad. I mean, I've never attempted anything like this before, and normally our group flights are sort of in the neighbourhood of about 3 hours. So you're flying around with the same group of people, and you're just having a laugh, and it's like we just play it super casual. Find random spots in really tricky areas to land. Like here would be super easy on a bush plane because it's just all fields. But if you're flying through like ravines and canyons and stuff in the US, in Idaho or whatever, it makes it a lot more difficult. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, no worries, Kev. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's good to hear from you again as well. Okay, right now, the waypoint we're heading for, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I've seen you've been playing a lot of Tarkov. You stream to Facebook, don't you? I keep trying to do that, but... let me just 1 second. I want to make sure the place we're heading for right now is the place I think it is. Because on Little Map, I can't really see that. So... I want to say that it's... Oh no, it's wow. So the place we're heading to now is a place called Subsea 7, which I imagine is some kind of subsea cable, like a pipeline or something. Yeah, pipeline, subsea pipeline. That's pretty cool. And then there's round here, past. I think it's. I'm not sure whether it's past Dunnet Head. I can't remember precisely where it is. I think it's just after Dunnet Head. Is Dune Ray, the nuclear power station? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. A little bit past. So the building we're flying over right now is a subsea, undersea cable route with a pipeline. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Shadow play? No, I mean I can stream directly to Facebook through OBS. I stream through OBS, so I stream at the moment. All my PC gets transmitted to another PC running OBS using a thing called the NewTek NDI. Then that does the encoding and sends it to restream.io, which then streams it to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So I don't have to record anything; it automatically gets recorded by YouTube, whereas on Twitch it only lasts for 30 days or whatever. But that's part of the reason I haven't activated the subscription thing on Twitch, because A, it immediately gives everyone adverts, and I don't want to do that to people, because I'm not doing this to get rich and famous. Well, maybe a bit famous, but you know, not like I'm never going to get rich playing Microsoft Flight Simulator on Twitch, right? And I can't stand ads, and I don't want to subject them to other people. So if I put that so if I do the affiliate thing on Twitch, which I got the email about like a month ago, I can get the subscribe button and people can subscribe to my channel, but they're not really going to get anything extra. I suppose it's a cool thing to have, and it's kind of, it would be nice for me because I get a little bit of money from it, but it immediately subjects everyone who watches to ads, and I don't want to do that to people. It's just not. So it is what it is. I know ads are a necessary evil in the world, but I don't want to subject people to them if I can avoid it. At one point, maybe I'll go down that road, but it won't be for a little while yet. I've already had a couple of people donate money to me. It's only been a couple of dollars here and there, but I think that's really nice because I don't ask for it, and I'm not like I don't advertise it. It's there on the page, but I'm not advertising it because I don't really care. But it's just really nice. Yeah, I'm not going to do the. I certainly won't do the affiliate one anyway because it's just not worth it. But I want people to keep coming back as well, and if they see an ad every time, they're not going to. But I've got a few people that have, like, Jazz, sorry mate, I didn't even see your message. Yeah, no, it's fine. I've got a really nice chair. I've been standing up and stretching. I just had a break, 5 minutes or so, grabbed myself some food, just taken off from Lossymouth, sort of, I couldn't even tell you now, an hour ago, maybe. We're on the 4th leg. On the 4th leg of the journey. Just about to go past John O'Groats and then Dunnet Head, which is the northerliest point in Great Britain, in Scotland. Dunnet Head. Just approaching John O'Groats now. This point just directly in front of us. So yeah, I'm just about to make the transition to the north part of Great Britain. So I'll zoom out on a little nav map for you. There you go. That's how far I've got. I'm the yellow plane right up the north. And now I've basically got to come all the way back down the west. So I've got this far. I might as well see it through. And we've been to the Holler. I couldn't even tell you. From what I estimate, maybe 9 hours. Maybe a little longer, maybe a little shorter, not 100%. Yeah, I'm just not 100%. Got Wyvern still flying manually with me. Super cool of him. There's another guy. Where's he gone? There he is, right in front of me. Gnarlus Rex. Long run. It's gone midnight now, mate. It's 20 past midnight now. And this is John O'Groats. From here to Land's End, the two most distant inhabited parts of mainland Great Britain. That's why John O'Groats is famous. Because it's actually inhabited, and between there is 847 miles between there and Land's End, which is not the most northerly part of mainland Great Britain. We're just approaching that, and that's Dunnet Head. Trying to do the tourist thing now. You know? I've never even been up here before, but I know what it's called. But yeah, ads. No, Rhesus, I wouldn't mind so much, right, if the stream and volume continued, right, as normal, but there was like a pop-up or pop-in, like a picture-in-picture, and the advert was a small thing. I wouldn't be as bad. I wouldn't feel as bad about those because they're not quite as intrusive, and you can continue, like, watching the stream as normal, but you can see it be in your eyesight, so it'd still be a way of advertising. Instead of cutting the whole thing off and forcing a message on somebody, which I don't like. I much prefer the idea of like having I wouldn't be so like opposed to it, like, because yeah, adverts have to pay for stuff. Like, I understand that, but I just don't like them, and I don't want to force them on people. So I certainly don't like the pre-roll ads. Just annoy the crap out of me. Like, you can get round it by installing an ad block, and it gets rid of them. I'm not saying that I've done that, but I have, and because I hate adverts. But not everybody has. Hedgelord. This is a great paint job. It's at 80s, and it was done by my friend North Coaster, who's one of the guys in our group. I just liked it because it's super colourful, and it's not like black or red or Blue Wyvern behind me. He's got a really cool paint job, like a green one. But one of the guys in our group made this particular livery, so I wanted to show it off for him because he gives these paint jobs away for free. He lets people download them for nothing. So 4 or 5 a.m. Eastern. So I'm not sure. Trying to do the time in my head. Maybe. So that's about maybe 8 hours from now. Probably. I might be. I might be still here. So here we are. Have we gone past on it ahead already? Have I been an idiot and missed it? No, not yet. No, not yet. Done ahead is just coming up. May I go to you? I probably wouldn't go to jail because it's not actually an offence. It's not a criminal offence. Like endangering life might be, but like you can get your license removed by the FAA or the CAA. Yeah, I might be I might be landing. I'm not sure. Like I say, I don't know. Like I've still got I've still got 2.5 more legs to do, and so far it's taken me 10 hours and 25 minutes, and the entire flight plan, non-stop, at 110 knots, said it was going to take around 18 hours and 47 minutes. So I've tweaked the plan a little bit. It'd be slightly longer, probably closer to 18 and a half. Sorry, 19 and a half. So potentially. And we've waited around 5 minutes here or there so I could go grab something to eat or whatever. I've got a little bit of a headwind, Holly. Yeah, it's only 2 knots though. Still got a ground speed of 110 knots. And I can't believe these boys have been flying with me the entire time. Wyvern's been with me for like... He's flown probably 1,000 miles. He's got a very cool paint job on that as well.
Yeah, I can't believe it was over 10 hours ago that we took off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 10 and a half hours ago we took off. He did the first 2 legs with me. I think missed the 3rd one and came back for the 4th.
Yeah, I went to watch a film with my parents.
Oh, nice. Hedge, if I'd have used an SR-71, this trip would have been over before it began. Like a 2,500 mile trip would have been about 15 minutes for an SR-71. No, actually, that would have been about an hour. Maybe.
I had one of those back Flight Sim 2002.
Yeah, I had one for FSX, but it never really flew that well. It was like a bit weird. I'm hoping they managed to fix the aerodynamics to a point where you can have that in this game. That'd be very cool.
I mean, I don't think we have good supersonic modelling at all in the game so far.
No,
so
it is going to be added though. They are working on
sweet.
it. They are. If you look at the like their roadmap thing, part of it is supersonic aerodynamics. Ain't nobody got yeah, kind of. Like the whole reason I did this because I wanted to see whether it was possible for me to stomach it and see it through. Right, we're at Dunnet Head now, which is the most northerly point of mainland Great Britain. So I've been to the we started at the lowest point pretty much, Land's End. We took off from Culdrose, and we're now at the most northerly point. Yay! And I've seen it through to this distance, so I might as well continue to see it through. And to be honest, it's been really pleasant chatting to people, just with random people who've stopped by and chatted. Like Hedge yourself, even yourself, Hedge. But Hollow's a regular. I always appreciate his input. There's been a couple of people on YouTube, which is really nice. Joe stopped by. Jazz Rocks, he stops by. It's just been really nice. I really enjoyed it. And it's nice to have a little bit of conversation with people. As opposed to playing a first-person shooter, what all you're doing is shouting at people. Or getting shouted at. Let's have a quick look. So we just passed Dunnet Head. And this is quite a long leg, but it's not the longest. And hopefully a bunch of people are watching. If there is anybody watching who wants to come and join for a little while, don't have to join us for the full thing, obviously. You're more welcome to join. I mean, you can see where we are on the map. We're on North European servers on Flight Sim, and on the Discord, which keeps popping up randomly. There's all the flight plans that I posted on our Discord channel. So anybody who's there is more than welcome to join. Recess I should be, yeah. As long as I get a decent amount of sleep. Our normal group flight is at 8 PM UK time tomorrow. So I will be, if I'm not in a coma or dead or dying, then I will be taking part in that as well. No, I hope I'm not going to sleep through it. I'm not going to sleep like that anyway, because if I do that, I'm going to end up with an absolutely ruined flight plan. My God, I already need the sleep. I'm going to end up with a completely ruined sleeping pattern. Flight plan. I got flight sim on the brain. And I've got really bad FPS at the moment as well. I'm going to wake. I'm only going to get, depending on when I go to bed, probably between 4 and 5 hours. Wake up and then I can go to bed at a reasonable hour again. Yeah, well, Reese's, like I said, we're doing. If you join our Discord, we've got a group flight on tomorrow. There should be a bunch of us, and we're flying to Kodak Island. North Coast of one of the guys on our. He's one of the Reddit mods, one of the Discord mods. He's been putting together trips. He's really good at it. Him and Mojo Mike. It should be a good trip. If you want to come join us, you're more welcome to. Yeah, the more the merrier. I'd love to see 50 people on one of those flights. That'd be great. It might get a little bit ridiculous, but it will still be funny. Oh,
Half
why
of it would just be 747s.
Yeah, well, that happens every week anyway. Because me and Big Lanky always stream, and there's normally another stream going on, and it'll be like there's a guy called Cujo who shows up for the flights, and he either shows up in an F-15 or a Dreamliner or a 747 or something, and just bombs past everybody, and then tries to bush fly the 747, and it's always quite entertaining. But he's a good sport about it, and he jumps in a cub afterwards and just follows us around. But every week we have someone show up in a 747. And none of us have a problem with that. It's very cool, especially because some people can actually pilot the A320 at like 95 knots and stay with us the entire flight. Ground branch.
That's crazy.
No, mate, I haven't. Is that a first-person shooter? What, the Reese's? You mean the A320? It's such a pain in the ass aircraft to fly. The computer it just gets in your way the entire time. Oh, the 747 autopilot, yeah, that is unbelievably broken, I think. I tend to not fly them, Like I'm a Cub. I fly Cubs. I fly little GA stuff because it's just more fun in this. Oh, that's cool. Just a little wind farm on the exit. But like I like flying the A320 occasionally. It's just difficult to do it. I mean, you've got to set it up real nice. You've got to know what you're doing. Ground Brat. I'll check that out, man. I've got like 8 games that I've got to check out. So I've got like Trail Makers. One of my friends wants to stream with me, and that's supposed to be quite good. It's like build it yourself vehicles, ground, submarine, land, sea, air type of thing. And I'm not entirely sure what the aim is, but it looks like a good laugh. We've been playing Star Citizen recently, which I intend to play more of because I love that game. I pretty much all but given up on Elite Dangerous, even though I grinded for so long, because all it is just a grind the entire time. You're not doing anything else. To get something, you need to grind for it. To get the next thing, you need to grind for that. And I got kind of tired of that. And then I've just been playing Flight Sim, and there's no goal, there's no aim, there's no. I haven't met a single toxic person yet. I mean, it's super chill. You don't have to take it seriously. You can take it super seriously if you want as well. And I think that's...
You say you've not met a toxic person, but you haven't seen me try to fly the Icon A5.
Oh, no, there's a difference between toxic and getting super frustrated at a shit aircraft, like because that is a dreadful, dreadful plane. I'm pretty sure that is the current trending meme for bus flying in Flight Sim. Because we've had guys try to fly it. Sorry, go on.
I haven't actually attempted that plane yet.
No? Mate, it's just a... Like, the Icon A, it's such a meme of an aircraft. I wouldn't even bother. Like, it's kind of cool because it's a float plane. It's a you know, you can land on water, but that's literally all it's got going for it. The inside of it, like somebody said in our Discord, it reminds you of the inside of a Honda S2000. Like, it's got a horrible dashboard. It's horrible and plasticky inside. It doesn't look very nice. And yeah, it's just not. Reese is just not a nice aircraft. It's cool that it's in the game, and I like the fact there's another float plane in. But it ain't that good. And I would never try and bush fly it. It's just one of the guys in our Discord bush flies it a lot, but he's got a mod for it. I don't know where he got it from. FlightSim.to, I think, and it increases the performance slightly, so it can cruise properly, it can climb properly. It's a bit less of a meme, but I'm still not a huge fan of it. Like, if I want float planes, I'll get either the carbon prop version of this Cub with floats on it, or I've also got the Cessna L19 Bird Dog. That's a great aircraft in this. And there's also the Grumman Goose, which someone converted from FSX. That works really well. It does now, kind of, mostly. Rich person toy is absolutely the word for that aircraft, yeah. I bet you it costs 100 grand more than a Cub. And it's got the same amount of seats. It's got less cargo carrying capability. It can't, you can swap the floats out on a Cub for wheels. Why would you buy an Icon over a Cub? Like, Cubcraft is one of these absolutely incredible aircraft. If I had the money, I'd absolutely buy one of these. And I'd buy an XCub as well, not a carbon Cub, because the suspension on them is far better. 400 grand brand new. Actually, one of these are for about 400 grand brand new. Who was that just followed? Thanks very much, mate. Zixt. That's I like that name as well. People coming in with I haven't seen many Wi-Fi passwords. Thanks very much for following. 2x. I'm sorry, I can't say Zixt. Yeah, hi, mate. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to. Flight plans are in our Discord. You don't need to have them. You can spawn in. We are currently there in the UK on North Europe servers. So just look for the 3 planes floating around the coast. We're pretty much the only aircraft in this area. That's cool. Actually, the scenery around here is pretty cool. That's leg. This is the waypoint legs. This is the 4th one out of 6. I've still got 2 more to go from Oban to Manchester, to Liverpool, sorry, and then Liverpool back down to Culdrose. So, and it is 20 to 1. I'm already knackered. No worries, Six. You don't have to join. Not a problem. You can if you want. If your flight ends, you're more welcome to join. If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Oh no, man. Like, this is built by a company called Cub Crafters, and I wouldn't hesitate to jump in one of these. It's a fantastic little plane. Actually, what's he in as well? He's in a Bonanza, but it's I imagine it's a Cub of some kind. Wyvern is in the Cub as well. I think he's in the big Tundra one though, with the big Tundra tyres on it.
Yeah.
Are you just in the regular XCub?
Me, I'm in the XCub with the cargo box on the bottom.
So
sweet.
It's
the Tundra, but it's got the big cargo pod. Called the carbon pod on there. That's quite cool. And it's got in this variant it's got a fuel bladder in it, so potentially it's got like an additional 4 hours of endurance. Hello, Mike. Bear with me. Yeah, I thought it might be you. Yeah, good man. It's good. It's I mean, I'm doing basically a 24-hour flight around Great Britain in an aircraft that only does 120 mile an hour, and I've been doing it for nearly 11 hours, and it's probably got another 8 to 9 hours to go. Oh, I've seen, like Joe, I've seen you in the you're doing a lot of the airsoft stuff. I've still got all my gear. I just, like, obviously can't do it. But Midlands Airsoft, the Moor is not far from me. Maybe an hour and a half, hours drive down the road. And I keep wanting to go there and just go and do the day, but meh. I can't at the moment, obviously. Oh, I need to just quickly check something. We are whereabouts in the UK? Let's have a quick look. Let's see. That's where we are. Doesn't look like there's any towns or anything around here. No problem, Reese's. Thanks very much, mate. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, anytime you want. Anytime we're doing a group flight, we always post messages about when they're going to happen. Drop in whenever you want. Yeah, Mike. I missed them as well. I just... what I want to do is organise a group of you guys to come over, because there's one over here that I went to, but obviously they've all been cancelled since then because of lockdowns in the UK. But it's very cool because they run it over an entire weekend. See you later, Research Man. Thanks for coming by. They do a LAN event over an entire weekend, and you sleep at the premises there. They've got this massive. It's like a not convention centre. It's like a community centre. So there's a bunch of different places. You just show up and sleep, and it's 35 quid for the weekend, and that includes just staying there all night. And you just get drunk the night you get there, and everyone's playing like tabletop card games, and there's like 40 odd people in the room, and you're all playing games together. It was a lot of fun when I went. Yeah, and yeah, they've got a bar there as well. Yeah, I mean, what's not to like? But it's in a place down the road from me called Chesterfield. Really cool. It was all the guys who were there it was a really good laugh. Really enjoyed it, and I'll be going to the next one as soon as it is. Wyvern is still with me. Need to vape some, take the sting from my throat from talking too much. You see, the benefits of having a separate streaming PC, Joe. I've been streaming now, according to my streaming machine, for 10 hours 44 minutes. I have had 0 dropped frames. 0 dropped frames. In 10.5 hours, not a single one. The price of that event, Mike, the price of that event was 35 quid. £35 for the entire weekend. It's not a profit thing they're doing there. They probably make a few quid because they've got to keep all that well. But again, it's overhead, and they've got their own servers that they rock up, like full servers that everything's can be in house if they wanted to. It's a lot of fun. Holla. I promise you, I'll try and stay out of the drink. I've nearly hit it once, not paying attention. So thanks very much for coming back, Holla. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll hopefully see you in about 8 hours. Enjoy your night. Yeah, Mike, that includes accommodation, everything. Not including, you have to obviously buy your own food, and the bar is not free. I did ask. It's not free. But everything else is. The entire event, you get to pick where you want to sit. It's like all planned out. They've got their own website where you can like vote for games that you want to play for the weekend, and they'll organise them. The guys who organise it are good laugh. They do like movies at the end of the night and stuff. If you want to watch a movie, you can. A load of people carry on playing until 6 AM, then go to sleep for a few hours, wake up, get drunk again. It's a proper weekender event. It's really cool. You get there Friday night and you stay there till Sunday afternoon, sorry. And had a real good laugh last time I went there. There's some guy absolutely tanked up on mead. We were playing all kinds of like tabletop card games as well. There's a bunch of people watching a film. We were playing Counter-Strike. We were playing Wreckfest, like 30 people. It was a good laugh. Whole bunch of guys there playing like Elite Dangerous in squads as well. Yeah, that's it. I mean, if you the flights there, you don't forget you need to bring your own machine. The machine's not included for that. But if like 4 of you were to get into a car, it's £200 return on the boat. That's it. It's 50 quid each, plus the price of the or £250, 4 people in a car. Yeah, that's not an expensive weekend, and it's a good laugh. And then I mean, my house is just up the road. I can put a couple of people up for the night. If it's just a night waiting for you to get the boat back, I could probably put 4 of you up. Oh yeah. Yeah, and with a car you get to bring your own machine. You have to bring your own machine, you see, so you'd have to bring a car. But you'd probably have to bring quite a large car, because you're going to have to bring like a sleeping bag or an airbed or something. Because you don't get a bed, you just get a floor. And just bring your machines, and all pile at the back of an estate, and just, yeah. From the boat, it's about 2.5 hour drive, maybe. And then, yeah, you're there. You could be there by 3 PM if you got the morning boat on the Friday. And you could even, what you could do is set up everything, get a couple of hours sleep, and then get back to gaming. Happy pens, yeah. Cracking way to end up in hospital. Right, have I got enough height to clear this?
Looks like it to me.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't.
I'm going to have to keep a close eye on this though, because it's starting to turn, and I'm turning sort of into the cliff. I'm just hoping that I planned this beautiful flight plan without trying to smash. To be fair, I've picked the 600 feet. I was flying at 700 feet the entire time, so. No, I can make it. I've put it up to 800, but it's not going to climb yet. 500. Oh, is it gonna do it? Thanks, Mike. Yeah, stopping by. You follow me on Twitch if you want. I got a Twitch channel there as well. That's the one I stream to mostly. YouTube is just to record. Oh, look at that. Didn't even need to change anything. Went right round. Perfect. I haven't climbed. I'll just synchronize. There we go. Oh, look at that. Perfect. If that was a link, Joe, it won't post it. You post it to me in Facebook or whatever. No, it automatically blocks links, like YouTube and Twitch automatically block the links. Ground branch. Okay, yeah, no worries, man. I'll check that out. I'm not going to click it because it'll stay active in my thing if I don't click it. But I've spotted that. I've seen that. Excuse me. Ah, I can't believe Wyvern's still with me, man. That's nuts. Can't believe you're still here, man.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not even tired yet, so.
I'm kind of, but I'm getting a sort of second wind, sort of. I'm just gonna make sure I've got water though in front of me because. Yeah, I saw the rifle there as well. That was pretty cool. Let's go back outside, shall we? Enjoy the countryside. You haven't become. Yeah, the problem is you've now become one of the gas blowback crew, and like next you'll be on the compressed air cylinder in your backpack, and then nobody will like you anymore. Let's check the fuel. So, have I breached into the... No, not even close. I've still got my TMC CQBS, sorry. But it's got a 4-1 tick up in it. And I haven't used it in like 2 years. Sat in my gun bag. Yeah, I spent another 150 quid on mine. The Sorbo pad and all of that. Brilliant, brilliant fun. Where am I? Where am I? We're just about to get onto the southern facing leg of this trip. I can. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to speed up just a little bit. I'm going to put it up to 10. Just put it so I can run 10 gallons an hour. And it's only going to be maybe an additional 10 knots, maybe. But that's a decent cruising speed.
Hey, Bob. What?
Hi, Vulcan.
In your...
Hi, mate.
Hey. What time are you setting for your flight right now? Daytime or time?
I'm not live time. I'm running right now. I'm at 9:47 in the morning. So when I take off, I'm resetting it back to morning.
Oh, cool.
Like I did one where it was sunrise, and that was really cool.
Yeah.
But I don't want to.
Nice.
I don't really want to fly at night. I want to see the entire coastline.
Yeah. So that's why I haven't been doing my world tour, because Thailand has been basically dark until like 10 p.m. or till 6 a.m. kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But now I can do it.
I don't want to. Joe, just install it, man. Get it, install it, put it in. Come fly with us. We got a big flight group. Like we do group flights every week that are a lot of fun, and the flight plans are always done by like people who, like Volcan's a good one. He does a few good ones. He's got a few coming up.
Some bad.
Say again.
Some bad ones too, I'm sure.
No. My phoned in one on Wednesday.
Oh well.
5 hours later, 0% downloaded. Are you joking me? Wow.
I wish I could do Wednesdays.
Yeah, we do the Wednesday one. Could be. Is it because of it's too late or too early or?
Oh, for me, the reason is right now is because I'm teaching a class.
Got you. Okay.
So, I mean, there's no way I can do anything.
Okay.
And if it was on a Monday, I couldn't either.
No, that's perfect. Well, the only reason we picked Wednesday because it was like the equal amount of distance away from Saturday, either way.
Yeah.
And I tried to put the Wednesday one later so it was more suitable for people in the US.
Right.
But the one on Saturday is suitable for the vast majority. So it's like afternoon in the US, it's evening in the UK and Europe. So all the people from Europe can, like, we can get everybody in. And that was the idea behind it. It's the more inclusive time. It really makes no difference to me. I just like flying with people.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do an incidental flight to yours. I'm gonna be exactly with you right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly from Kirkwall to Stornoway in the longitude, and then I'll stop by and find you guys.
Okay.
Like a 26-minute flight, so I should be there within 10 minutes.
Ah, cool. We're just on the northwest tip of Scotland right now. I'm just about to turn south.
Yeah, Kirkwall's on the Orkneys, is it?
Yeah.
Whatever the ones just north are.
Yeah. Right there. So you should come heaving past us.
Oh yeah, I can slow down then.
No, it's cool.
I will. I'm here to hang out. I just wanted to do like something slightly different, you know.
Yeah, cool. That's a laptop, innit, mate? Yeah, 2060 will be fine in this game. Absolutely fine. There's another lad who plays it with the 2060.
Yeah, I'm running on the 2060 right now.
Yeah, the North Coaster, one of the other guys who was on before, he's got a 2060. You might have to put some of the detail level down and run it in 1080.
So I've learned that running at the full 200 detail that is allowed is like totally pointless and will just trash your frame rate.
Yeah?
Yeah, just running at 100 for most of those settings is enough.
That's that link you posted up, wasn't it? In the Discord about the graphic settings, because I went through all of them and was specifically looking for the ones that had a CPU impact.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
Well, Rock's downloading it as well, but he's got like a 3000 and Intel Ryzen 75000, which is 240 core, 9.3 gigahertz or something. So he should just be able to get about 90 frames a second.
9.3 gigahertz?
Yeah, I'm just taking the piss as well.
Okay, what's the chip again?
It was an Intel Ryzen 75,000 or something. I said.
Yeah. I have a pretty good chip for this, and I was having that issue. So, and I was having it on the 3800, I think, a little bit, but not like. Now I can run mostly GPU limited, or like it's like 50/50.
That's how it should be, though. That's not limited. That's not bottlenecked at that point, then, is it? If it's flipping between the two, it's not really bottlenecked at that point. It's just.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. Yeah, it's just limited by its own.
Yeah, by its own greed for resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, CPU in this game is mostly the bottleneck for people. It's the bottleneck for me with a 2070, and I've got a 3900X. The CPU is the bottleneck for me. It's mostly when the FPS counter up. It's mostly, it says limited by main thread most of the time, unless I've got a particularly massive flight plan in, and it's limited by coherent GT draw, which is the software that deals with the
interesting.
The software that deals with the simulation of the Garmin.
The stuttering, like the 15 frames a second and like stutter, that stuff happens with, and sometimes it's main thread. Like the main thread does fine, and then it just kind of craps out and chugs.
Yeah.
Or it was for a little while it was this manipulators thing, and I don't really know what manipulators represent.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Big toke.
Hey, no worries.
Oh, I muted the stream to save most people. Hi, Joe.
Hey.
How's it going, dude?
Well, I thought I might as well. I do talk. I have a voice.
Yeah, no worries, man. Right. Yeah, so this is so I started this Discord, but there was not really anybody in it for ages until we had like a bunch of people, and the OGs are Volcan's one of them.
Except I'm not OOG because I came in late on that first day.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the first day we had. There's Big Lanky who's online. I think he might join. I don't know. There's a few guys on now. There's like we got a bunch of regular people that fly like daily. But we do big group flights, twice a week. It's normally quite cool.
So this is, I'm not doing anything wrong by being in this voice chat now.
No, it's alright, man. Don't worry about it.
It's literally just.
Gives me somebody else to chat to and bounce off, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's literally just fucking. I hate typing, so.
Yeah, I know what you mean. 16 people.
Right, so.
Nice. If anybody wants,
Twitch,
yeah, Twitch. I think there's a couple of people in the YouTube channel as well. I'm not too bothered about the YouTube one. Mainly, I use that for it records the whole stream, and I don't have to worry about it being deleted after 30 days. So if I need to go back to it for any reason, I can.
Right.
But the Twitch is.
Honestly, someone will look at it eventually.
Yeah, people have been. It's been getting views, just not that many.
Yeah.
And all the flights we've done previously that I've streamed are on there. So I've recorded pretty much everything to YouTube as well. And part of the reason is I don't want to do the affiliate thing with Twitch because it means I can't dual stream anymore because it's against the terms of service. If I do that, I sign an exclusivity contract, and if I do that, I instantly subject everyone to adverts, and I don't want to do that either.
Yeah, no dice.
So it's just, if it gets to the point where I've got enough people coming to Twitch to do the partner thing, then I might go down that road, but I haven't decided. I'm leaning towards no still. I keep looking at it, but I really don't want to subject people to adverts if they don't want to have it. I know there's ad blocks and stuff like that, but you're never going to grow. Like, it's never going to grow if like people see an advert the first thing they do and then immediately leave again. And I don't want that to happen. So.
Yeah, you would want more people. Like honestly, if there's like a ton of people starting to watch, then maybe.
Yeah, maybe it'd be worth it, but financially it makes no sense anyway because I'm not getting. You're getting pennies from it anyway.
Yeah, I don't really know
So-
what you get for it.
You don't get a lot. It's calculated by cost per melee, which is like the amount of money you get for 1,000 views of a video or 1,000 views of an advert. That's how it's
Or a click
calculated.
as well, isn't it?
I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered at all. I'm not doing this to get rich. It'd be nice if I get one of those random donations of 20 grand. That'd be wonderful. But that's never going to happen. And even if I did that, PayPal would take an absolute chunk out of me for it. And then the British government would as well.
Yeah. I mean, tax rates are progressive. It depends how much you make.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to say no if someone does want to donate me 20 grand. I mean, if you do. I mean...
Let me just
don't let
get
me
on
be the
that
one to
right
stop
now.
you.
Yeah,
I mean, PayPal accepts all major credit cards.
If you pay me 20 grand, I'll do you better. I'll give you shares in my company.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The penny stocks.
It's a private company, so you get to be a private owner.
Yeah. And do I get to sit there in the corner and shout to the moon and that I'm diamond-handed and whatnot?
Gosh, I didn't depends how many shares I give you and how many shares I give me.
Yeah, if you give yourself 200 million and only give me a 10,000, my shares aren't worth a great deal.
So currently my corporation has 1 share and I'm the 1 share. So.
Nice.
I could make it 1,000 and give you like 20 shares for 20 grand.
Yeah. Whoa. The spine is suffering from all this sedentary 11 hours and 5 minutes in. Not doing too bad. Started 2 p.m. It's 1 o'clock in the morning now. 8 hours potentially to go. Probably a little bit more.
Damn, bro.
I like the live weather I'm getting.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm getting like a bunch of cumulus clouds and then a higher layer.
Oh, nice.
Alto Q or Alto.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm still going. Of course I am.
I see you guys in the
come join,
distance.
man. Sorry, go on. Oh, you... Let's see if I can see you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see you.
Yeah.
You got to... Oh, nice. Let me know how that is, because I've been looking at those myself. I like the idea of it. So, yeah, I wanna know what they're like. Let's have a fuel check, shall we? Still not got through the aux tank on that side, so we're plenty good enough.
It's a lot harder to fly around the world when you have the original XCub and no aux tank or no cargo tank.
Yeah, this, like, to be honest, I didn't need to use this aircraft for this flight. I could have used a standard XCub.
Yeah, and that,
It
as
had
I've told
endurance
you,
for it, yeah.
as I've told you, you can like unrealistically lean out the airplane and fly do your long flights.
Yeah, I haven't even bothered leaning out this time. At the moment, I've kept the throttle quite high. I'm doing 120 knots, and 10 gallons of fuel an hour. But I can trim it right back to run at 110 knots and only use 8 gallons of fuel an hour if I really wanted to extend the range.
Yeah.
But I just don't need to. Like, fuel is free in the simulator, thankfully.
Exactly.
And,
if you're doing it in real life, like we all play games as real pilots.
Yeah, I'd absolutely trim it right back, and I have done. I've trimmed it right back from the majority of the flight. This is the only leg where I've run at 10 gallons an hour.
Except if you're renting, in that case, you do rental power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't. In case of renting, like you're paying so much for the airframe time that like the fuel doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh well, it's the same across the board. Though rental cars are the fastest cars in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I know that. I've abused my
It's
share
not
of rental
yours,
cars.
right?
Yeah.
like if.
Oh man, I've abused some rental cars in my time. Wow. I drove a Mazda 2, which is a hateful little 1-litre car, around Liverpool in second gear for about 2 solid hours. Because it was just funny to do that. And then I gave it, when I gave it back, it was on exactly 10,000 miles when I gave it back.
Oh man.
Rock finally got the installer installed. 156 gigabytes to go. Nice. I'm glad you got it, man. It's you will enjoy it, and like you've got to talk Major Power into getting it, because whether he says it or whether he thinks it or not, he will enjoy doing it, and it's, as a casual thing to do in a massive group of people, it's a lot of fun. Like it's,
I mean, hopefully I'll start mine before I go to bed, and I'll, hopefully when I'll be done by when I wake up tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, it should do.
What's your internet speed?
It takes about 5 hours, I think, something stupid like that.
Depends on your internet
speed.
So if you're like...
If I think you should be on like full fibre, not full fibre, but fibre to the cabinet, which is you should be on about 70 megabits a second.
Well, no, I'm on about 30.
That's
30. You're like 8 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I won't be up to
about
1
8
anyway.
megabytes per second, a 70 megabit connection can do. So. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, look at this. Terrain is amazing.
Beautiful here, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off the live weather so I can see it.
Right, gentlemen, I've just been absolutely smacked in ground ramp, so I'm going to head off to...
No worries.
To Petty Boat.
Have a pleasant sleep, my friend.
Oh,
it's
I will
nice to hear from you. And yeah, see you. We're having a group flight tomorrow night, 8 PM. So if you want to join, then join. We'll be in this voice chat.
Lets me get on.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
See you, Joe.
Nice to speak to you.
Have a good one.
See you later.
See you guys. Bye.
These mountains are really nice in the rock.
They're this whole area is brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite as crisp as the other side so far, but we'll get into that.
I mean,
like some
once you
amazing
get close
bits.
to them, like once you get close to the mountains, they do crisp up.
The only reason I cut this bit is because I thought it'd be really interesting to fly over it. Normally, I would have actually gone around the coast, but I thought it'd be a bit more interesting to fly over just some little bits of land here and there. And yeah, as you can see, we're not that far away from it anyway.
Yeah. I'm on my taking a detour from my direct track here.
Yeah.
I'm flying over some really nice ridges. Oh yeah, I want to come here.
I can't believe, like, we had we had fibre installed on our street about 3 months ago, but because of the COVID thing, BT aren't doing any new connections. So unless you haven't got an internet connection at all, but they're not doing any. So I can't get it connected until potentially a couple of months from now anyway. Boyle, we are on a North European server, so just North Europe. So I can get full fibre, just not yet. It's there and installed and ready to go. I'm just getting the overhead cable attached and the box put into my house. I can't get done for potentially another couple of months, but the moment I can, I'm doing it. Like the normal broadband here is quite good though. I mean, since I moved to Andrews and Arnold and have a proper internet service provider, as opposed to PlusNet, who are absolutely useless, it's been spot on ever since. And if I have a problem with my internet, they email me to tell me there's a problem. I don't need to contact them; they just automatically do it, which is wonderful. And they email me to tell me if there's any drops in connections as well. That's cool. Okay, I like this bit.
You are making money. That must be an ad.
Pardon?
Said you must be making money. That's an ad.
Did you get an ad? Did you?
No. I'm just saying that you talking about your service provider.
No, they are pretty good. They're more expensive than the normal providers, but the service you get is just great. I am not sponsored by them.
Yeah, no, I have a good service that I would recommend to others.
Oh,
but Canada, like, our service is expensive, but at least, like, it's unlimited and fast.
Yeah. Mine's not unlimited with this service provider, but I've never gone, like, I've never exceeded the limit. The limit's that big. And they're just trying to discourage people who abuse it, because there's quite a lot of people who do. And they're not a massive...
it's the principle for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I dislike limited, but I treat mine as if it's unlimited anyway.
Yeah, I just want to see it on my bill.
No, I don't, generally. It doesn't come up. They won't automatically charge me if I go over anyway.
Right. What altitude are you? 600
feet. Getting a nice view of the countryside here. I can't... That must be... Rock, that must be... I'm surprised he hasn't gone out there himself and tried to splice the fibre into his house. And hasn't been on eBay trying to get one of those cheap-ass fibre termination things and the lapping and... I can't wait until I get fibre. I can get gigabit here.
I can too, but I only got 100 because gigabit costs too much.
It's the same price for anyone. It's like, I think £44 a month. It's a gigabit up and a gigabit down.
What?
So I get
we don't.
Full
no, I don't get that. I get 100 up, 25 down, or 100 down, 25 up.
Oh, the company I'm with right now, their first one is I can get 160 and 30. And then the next one up that I can get 360, and then you can get, there's a company that do 300, 300, 500, 500, and 1,000, 1,000. And the 1,000 one is like £45, and the 300 one, or the 500 one is like £41. So for the extra £3, what's the point?
Yeah.
And you're never going to get a gigabit out of that. Like, you're just not, like, they reckon the most people see is around about the 850 to 900 mark, that's plenty, to be honest. I would not complain if I was getting 900 megabits a second.
That's great. Yeah, it's 9 times what I'm getting.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys in the server on Google Gig Fiber, and they get a gigabit up and down.
I know people who just got Starlink and up north.
Big Lanky's saying you get 800 to 950. That is so unfair right now. I am so mad about that. Because I want that, and I can't get that right now.
I could get that. I just I can't afford it.
Oh man.
I also don't need it. Like, by any stretch of the imagination, I don't need it.
Yeah, 1,000 would be nice, but I'm not going to complain if I'm getting 950. But having a 40 megabit upload is so pointless. When, like, I know most people aren't going to exceed that. Like, in a 20, what I'm on now, 20 right now, 20 upload right now, at 80 download on a normal broadband. It's 80/20. And I don't really exceed that. I wanted it because I wanted to be able to run game servers from home. And one of the game servers I had, just one by itself, saturated that 20 megabit connection in like the first 5 minutes. Yeah, I do file transfer stuff, but the game servers as well, they require quite a strong upload speed. And if I want to be able to run 4 or 5 of them and actually maybe make some money off them, I can't do it with what I'm on right now. Projected fibre rollout for that doesn't surprise me. They work so slow. And all they'll do is use COVID as an excuse to extend it by another year. Let's check the fuel. Let's see where we're at. Okay, that tank is full. That tank is still full. Okay. The auxiliary tank is still not dry yet. And so far, to point number Okay, right, let's. I won't touch that actually. Oh, remaining nautical miles. 139 miles left of this. I didn't even think to look there. It was right in front of me the whole time. 139 miles remaining of this leg. It does all ETAs and everything. I love this. I love that piece of software. Little nav map is great, and this area is really cool as well. There's a couple of weird textural weirdness, but mostly looks amazing. Where am I landing next? I'm going to be landing. I shall zoom in and show you. It's a while away yet. It's still 130 miles away, so there's quite a way to fly. But the ICAO code is Echo Golf Echo Oscar. So that's the next place to be landing. 139 miles. At what I'm doing just under, well, probably about 135 miles an hour, so just over an hour, I think, till that next leg landing point. Otherwise, if you just hover above the world map and look for the green dot of how many of us, is there still 3 of us?
There's me 2 here.
Oh, there's 4 of us here. Just look for the 4 green dots over the coast of Scotland.
I'm coming in to join you guys too.
Ah, hello, sir. Oh, I'm gonna need to. I think I'm gonna need to stand up and stretch in a minute. Next showing a bit funny. 11 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I love sitting down.
Oh, Bab, watch out.
I love it. Oh. Rip.
Alright, I'm gonna actually start heading over to my final destination, guys, so
yeah, no worries.
Enjoy. Beautiful spot here.
Yeah, Rocky, you will enjoy this. I promise. It's, I mean, there's so many like free aircraft to download now as well. There's a lot of very high quality, very good payware aircraft as well. But I wouldn't recommend getting into any of that. Not yet, anyway. Just there's so much good sort of free aircraft to use. And there's so many good standard aircraft already in the game. And they've done the Isle of Man really nicely in it as well. The Ronald's Way's nice and accurate. Someone's done a full scenery upgrade for free for Ronald's Way as well. Got some cool little islands. Wyvern's still flying manually next to me and has been for most of the time I have been flying. I think it's only missed 1 leg. I'm on the 4th now.
Yeah, I just missed out the 3rd one.
I'd say that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I've been for like a few minutes at a time myself.
Yeah. And
now I'm going.
Yeah, Narlos Rex has been with for quite a while as well. And he's here as well in the Discord. Recon's
yeah,
coming
for most of this leg, but I'm gonna run out of fuel pretty soon.
Yeah.
Both literally and metaphorically.
Yeah. I'm starting to like I can feel it in my head, but I'm not. I'm just fatigued rather than actually physically tired.
Well, I'm not feeling that at all, but I know how you feel.
Yeah. physically I'm fine. Just my head's. I can feel like I know I've been sat here for nearly 12 hours. You know.
Yep.
So
my flight is going to be like 30 minutes at most here.
Yeah.
Not even. Kind of why I like to fly this longitude. I like to feel like I'm flying to a tropical destination, but I can walk away and do other things.
Yep. I'm trying to like be the responsible pilot and not abandon my aircraft. But there's absolutely no way I could do this in real life.
You need a bottle.
Several at this point, I think. And I mean, physically it's possible, but there's no way of like you can't get up and stretch your legs really. I mean, you might be able to move about. That being said, I'm gonna have to stand up. For a minute or so. That's a bit better. There we are. Just get the blood moving to my legs again.
Yeah, you don't want that deep vein thrombosis from all that flying.
To be fair, I've been moving around. Like every sort of couple of hours, I've been running up and down some stairs. So. I'm not really in the at-risk category that much.
I had a friend who actually, no, my cousin. She flew to New Zealand and then got a blood clot from that, just sitting in the plane for that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've flown to Melbourne from the UK, and that was a 7-hour flight, 2 hours on the ground, and then a 14-hour flight, and that wasn't a lot of fun. In economy class. Wow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody either. It was not a pleasant experience. Like, it's very cool. The first half an hour or so is very cool, getting on the aircraft, taking off, and then you realise you're going to be stuck on that tin tube for, 14 hours, and you're like, oh. But it was quite a nice. We had a nice holiday at the end of it, so.
Yeah, well, the reason you go, or we used to do it.
Yeah.
Now, no, not so much.
Nobody's allowed to fly anywhere now, yeah. And all the airlines go bankrupt.
Nobody's allowed to, but people seem to do it a lot. I'm actually really surprised by behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, people think they're not. Yeah, people are just shits, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's the only way I can describe it. There's a lot of people like that in the world. It's a real shame. Look at that. That scenery is great. I keep saying this. I've repeated myself so often doing this flight. The scenery's been absolutely amazing. There's been a couple of weird areas, but you can't get everything right. But overall,
yeah,
it's been spot on.
Since we started flying to this bank of cloud, it's been stunning.
Yeah. I wouldn't know. I'm flying on clear skies.
The live weather is really nice.
So I'll flick it over to live weather to see what it's like, and then.
I'm gonna divert to find an airstrip around this next headland.
Oh wow, I am diving. Barometric pressure's a bit different. Actually, that does look pretty cool. Got a 10 knot headwind. I'm going to be fighting a 10 knot headwind the entire time.
You can switch it back.
Yeah, it looks really cool at the moment. I'm kind of. I don't want to change it now.
We've got 30 knot winds at 3,000 feet on over Stornoway here.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, we've got 50. I've got 15 knot headwind right now. And little bits of precipitation.
Full power, full power.
60. The headwind's increasing.
We got fired for what I just did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just full power and.
I mean, I escaped crashing, but definitely. Almost.
Definitely a broken plane.
No, the plane's fine, but like if a passenger had seen what I just did, like on the, I was flying onto these Lear jets or private jets. All right, I'm off. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you later, Volcan. Have a good night.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of it.
I'm gonna need it.
Don't fall asleep behind the wheel.
I'm gonna try not to. I don't want to fall asleep on stream. I'm just snoring down the microphone and nobody's got any ability to do anything about it. So I'm going to leave the live weather on for a little bit because it's actually kind of cool. A bit weird. Nice. That looks. That does look pretty cool. That's nice. Oh, I can see a boil right in front of me. Even the sea looks really good. .111 knots. Bit of a crosswind there, as you can see. So I'm really glad I put it on live weather now because it looks real good. It's not too overcast or anything. Let's have a quick check on where we are. That is our current progress on leg number 4. We have got 109 miles remaining on this leg to EGEO. Flying a little avoid the island, fly through. I think this is the section of the flight that I've been mostly looking forward to.
I'll be honest, I didn't know there was this much elevation in England.
No? Yeah.
No.
You kind of just look mostly flat, but it's really nice. There's some really cool sort of cliffs, and especially up this way. There's quite a lot of mountainous terrain. Ben Nevis is not far away. Shows on the map somewhere. Oh yeah, it'd be 30 miles away from where we are. Should be able to see it. Not right now, but as we progress down this leg, should be able to see Ben Nevis.
Be a nice place to visit sometime.
Yeah, Inverness is nice. I've been to Inverness and Loch Ness, walked around Loch Ness. There we go, there's the wind. 16 knot crosswind at the moment. And there's sky over there. What island is that? Someone tell me. I'm going to be a moron and mess it up. Leg 44 out of 70 legs. 70. Sorry. Waypoint 45. 44 out of 70. Nope. Still on the auxiliary tank. Loads of fuel. Nice. I really do like the simulated Garmin in this. It's really nice. What aircraft are you in, Recon?
Just the Baron.
Oh, cool.
It's actually really fun for doing some bush flying too.
Yeah, it's a nice looking aircraft.
It's really fun to fly. The reason I took this out the other day to do bush flying, I did a bush flight in Alaska where you just tag along with the guy delivering the mail, and he was flying one of these out into these little dirt strips. Just manhandling the thing. It was great.
Yeah, Boyle's right ahead of us now. He's on the dive. Oh, no, did he crash? I don't know. He jumped from 900 feet to 1100 feet in a split second. Just doing it again. There we go. I think I might go back to clear skies for this section and then put it back. Maybe. I'm kind of liking this. This really looks quite nice. My frame rate is not enjoying this at the moment. Oh, there's Boyle. I can see his lights now. Hi, mate. What's the endurance like on that thing? Recon?
What, on the Baron?
Yeah, I haven't really found it.
I don't know, to be honest.
No.
It's going to be a fair bit more than the Cub.
I don't know. The standard Cub's got an 8-hour endurance.
Wow.
Which is wow. That's the first time I've seen a rainbow in this game. Wow. Check that out. We got an actual rainbow going on. That is so cool.
Yeah, I saw one for the first time yesterday. It was really cool.
The amount of time I played this game, and the amount of time I played this game in inclement weather, and I've never seen. That's a double rainbow as well. That is so cool. I'm gonna get a screenshot of that. That's amazing.
That is.
Like I knew they were possible. But I've never actually seen one. I've never been in the right place at the right time. Oh, oh, that looks brilliant. Can you guys see that, or am I the only one who's? It should just behind us and to the behind us to the right. There's a little bit of rain coming in.
What time do you have?
Oh, like it's currently 10:35 in the morning, live weather.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to fly during the day. I at least want to enjoy the coast a little bit. If I was flying this live time, I'd never see it's pitch black the entire time, pretty much. Oh yeah, I'm so happy with that. I've never seen a rainbow in game before. I've probably played this game for about 500 hours as well, and I still. Wow. How cool is that? Oh yeah. Okay, this is probably the most... The section we're coming into now is probably the most the bit I've been most looking forward to. Like, I'm really looking forward to flying down the Mersey and landing at Liverpool, taking off again, and then going around the coast of Wales. But this is the excuse me, this is the one I've been looking forward to the most. Flying between the islands.
It's getting into IMC in here.
Yeah. Not for me just yet. I've got fairly decent visibility still. It's just the way the live weather renders. It's like slightly different for everybody.
Yeah, yeah, it's a bit thicker for me.
Oh, there's another rainbow again. Nice. 2 rainbows. I'm doing well. Who doesn't like a rainbow? I mean, like, what's there to hate about a rainbow? They're just wonderful. I mean, it's just, it's physics, and it's just, it's beautiful. That's just full circular rainbow. Nice. That's cool.
Managed the landing with a whole 10% fuel to spare. That is me done for the night.
Oh, 10%'s way too much fuel.
I know. What am I playing at?
But yeah, nice one, man. Thanks for coming along. I say we're doing a group flight tomorrow. You're more than welcome to join. Should be a fair few of us doing that one.
Yeah, I'll try and tag along if I can.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Right, have a good one.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks very much. Have a good night. See you later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I posted a couple of screenshots in the Discord from the flight if you want to check them out later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, will do. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah.
No worries.
Got a quick look actually. There we go. Oh, nice. Doctor's got the keyboard that I used to. Well, actually, I've still got it. But some of the LED lights started breaking on it, so I replaced it. But I missed that keyboard so much because it was so good. Oh, nice. Oh, dude, were you in a Spitfire?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't realise.
Sure was.
What's it like? Is it good?
I absolutely love it. It's my favourite plane to fly at the moment.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's really nice.
Yeah. Honestly, the only thing it's missing is like the engine. Like you don't feel the engine torque effects as much as you should, but it's good fun.
Yeah, there'd be quite a bit from that. Yeah. Alright, yeah, nice one. Thanks, man.
No worries. See ya.
See you later. I've got to check that Spitfire out now. I've got Haywire Aircraft Envy. Oh, you're a couple of hours behind there, North Coaster. It's just coming up to 12 hours. 11 hours, 47 minutes. I've been going. Oh. Just got a 24 knot crosswind just hit me. Let's get right behind the aircraft and you can see the yeah, taking a bit of a beating. Yeah. But take your shoes and socks off and count on your toes as well. I'm going to, because I can't see a damn thing anymore, really. I'm going to change it back to clear skies. In fact, I'll put it on few clouds. Wait, tell you what, reset that. Some more power until it settles out. Because this is the point of the trip that I've been really looking forward to, flying through here. So I don't want to miss any of it by having like flying. But yeah, it's North Coaster. I got 2 of them. It's the first time I've seen a rainbow in game, and that I had 2 double rainbows, like literally 5 minutes after each other. So I took a bunch of screenshots. It's the first time I've ever seen a rainbow in game. A double, yeah. Like one literally disappeared, and then like, a couple of minutes later, another one appeared behind me. So I'm actually looking forward to this quite a bit. Let's get the fuel back down to 10. Time for a YouTube parody. I'm not a parody type chap.
Oop, there's a bridge.
I am not even attempting that because I know full well that's going to be a bridge unconfirmed as soon as I hit it. And if I was on a normal group flight, I'd be the first one under it. I'd be trying to get under this super low one as well, but I'm not ruining this flight that's already taken me nearly 12 hours. I reckon that's probably doable actually. If you go the far right hand side. Oh,
it's a lot faster than I'm used to going.
Yeah, will we have a bridge confirmed or will we have a crash?
Oh yeah,
bridge confirmed.
Totally confirmed.
Nice.
Bridge confirmed at 190 knots.
Okay then. See, this is the bit of the trip I was looking forward to most.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's just fantastic down here. And I just wanted to I am not avoiding any of the Great British mainland coast here. So this is an island. That entire thing is an island, not a peninsula. It is not connected.
Huh.
Connected by a bridge or a causeway, whatever you want to call it. And then down here, and there's another island which I should be going in between to land for the next fuel stop. And then off around the coast again, down, I should be going back up and around the island, round by there, round Stranraer, up to Carlisle, and then to Liverpool, Morecambe, Fleetwood, Lancaster, Blackpool, go fly past the tower. That's as close as you want to get to Blackpool, is flying past it at a mile away at 100 knots. Oh, let's see if the aircraft can make this turn. Oh, come on, you've got to be able to make this turn. Yeah, I think so. I was potentially saying I was Morecambe, Fleetwood, Blackpool. I can't remember now, you know. I don't think I was talking about you, North. But if I was, it wasn't an insult. But this, just the gap between the islands, I think this is brilliant. No, I'm going south right now, so I better not be turning north. I've already been that way. I've got all the way around now. I'm on the east coast of Great Britain. West coast of Great Britain, sorry. I've been all the way up around the back. I was going to add, initially, when I thought about it, I was actually going to cross over and fly around the coast, the west coast of Ireland as well. And then come back in and do it that way, but I didn't I didn't want to spend ages and ages over the water because it'd just be a bit boring. So I just decided to do the whole coast of Great Britain. I might do at some point the whole coast of Ireland. The Isle of Man would take an hour at the most because its coastline is about 100 miles.
Should do an international one to come over and do the coast of Michigan.
What I was thinking about doing either east or west coast of the US, and doing from say taking off from New England somewhere, doing the the place where he sings about in I think it's the right place. The place he sings, Billy Joel sings about. In the song Down Easter Alexa. I can't remember what the name of the place is. But flying from there to, I don't know, Miami or the Space Center in Florida. Going all the way down.
That'd be cool.
Well, I don't know how long that would take. I don't know the distance. I don't know what the distance of the East Coast is.
I want to say I read somewhere that the East Coast of Michigan, or sorry, the East Coast of the U.S. is about 3,200 miles.
That's doable in a 24-hour stretch. That is doable. Just.
Yeah.
This flight I'm doing right now is sort of around the 2,400 mile mark. And that one would be there'd be a lot less. You could probably do it with a lot less waypoints, so it might end up being a little quicker because you're not constantly changing direction. But it won't be. I mean, you should be able to do 3,200 miles in a 24-hour period. If you're traveling at around 120 knots, it's about 140 mile an hour.
Yeah,
so 140 mile an hour, 320. That's 30, 20, no, maybe a little over 24 hours. Maybe. I'd have to see. It might be like, yeah. I'll have a look. Like, I don't know what if I'm gonna do another one sort of similar to this. I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't want to do just something like super obvious. So either that, or I was thinking of doing a cannonball run, doing the cannonball run across from, do the west to east coast, or east to west, whichever they do the cannonball run in. Because
that'd be fun.
You could technically do that faster in a car than you can in a. I think. Oh, maybe not actually. I think the record on a car, I think, is 28 hours now. And you wouldn't have to stick to roads, so that might be worth doing that, because that would be roughly the same sort of length. Another one would be across the Australian outback maybe, but again, I don't think there'd be much to look at while you're in. It'd just be flat, deserty for most of it. Whereas doing like the coast to coast in the US it would involve the Rockies, and there'd be hills, and you could follow roads, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah, the Appalachians are fun too.
Yeah, when you get to the other side, yeah, I suppose, yeah. Well, north we can. Well, after this flight, I'm not going to be planning anything. I'm going to be going to bed. But when I wake up, I'll have a look, because I definitely want to do this again, because it's been quite a lot of fun. And chatting to people who've stopped by as well. It's been great. My throat's getting a bit sore now from all the talking.
I bet.
Hi from France. You're the second person from France we've had today. Yeah, welcome. I don't know whether you play Flight Sim or you like this kind of flying in Flight Sim. If you do play it, we have a group. You're more than welcome to join. We do group flights regularly, twice a week normally. This one is like completely out of the. I just decided to do something totally crazy and fly around the entire coast of Great Britain in a 24-hour period. And you're just coming up to the 12-hour mark, so it's like a minute and 20 seconds away from me streaming for 12 hours and being quite tired and still having at least maybe 6 hours to go. Now, the bush rats are crazy. I'm not. Like, this is just a moment of insanity. And I do want to do another one. It's very cool. Plus, loads of people just random. So I live in the UK. I live in Yorkshire in the UK. So that's probably why I chose the UK, or rather Great Britain, to fly around first. 18 hours of insanity. This is, it was a moment of insanity when I chose to do this. But perhaps continued when I decided to see it through. And I got, literally after the first leg, I was like, I wasn't quite sure how I felt about it. And the first leg was like, what, 3 hours nearly? Maybe a little longer. And I'm on the fourth leg now. And I still wasn't quite sure. And then I got to the end of the second leg and I was like, well, no, this is easy, I can see this through. And then I got to the top of Scotland, to John O'Groats, and I was like, yeah, I've got to see